Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. A couple days ago, I put up a poll on the community tab, asking which video you guys would want me to do next, and this was the winner. Here is part 1 of What If Naruto Was the Jinchuuriki's Brother. Summary: Naruto is born in a happy family, but things go south and the Kyuubi ends up sealed into his sister, Narumi. With his sister as the only family left, Naruto vows to take care of her. With a strong foundation set by his parents and the motivation to match, Naruto must become strong enough to protect her from threats both inside and outside the village. Powerful Naruto. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially given the limitations and restrictions YouTube has for my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 25 other stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 1, A Happy Family. Though he could simply teleport home using his signature jutsu, or even a simple shunshine, Namikaze Minato preferred to walk home after a long day at the office, taking in the sight of his beloved village of Konoha. The villagers loved their leader and would greet the young Hokage with a wave or a bow, some even giving him small gifts, such as fresh fruit or some groceries to take home, and he would always greet them back with a smile and a nod or a wave. The happy faces of the villagers and the visible liveliness of the people throughout the village made the stress of the job bearable, seeing exactly who and what he was working for. However, the highlight of his day always waited for him at the end of his journey home. He opened the door to his house, only to be tackled by a yellow blur. "To-san. You're back," shouted his 7-year-old son Naruto, who looked up to meet Minato's happy gaze with his own bright blue eyes, arms still wrapped around Minato's waist in a hug. The younger Namikaze looked like a miniature clone of Minato, with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. Naruto pulled his dad inside by his hand before the man could even take off his shoes, and Minato chuckled as he tried to take his shoes off in the midst of his chaotic greeting. "Welcome home, honey." He looked up to be greeted with the brilliant smile of his wife Uzumaki Kushina, who slowly walked out of the kitchen with a hand on her lower back when she heard the commotion started by Naruto. She looked beautiful with her perfect skin and long red hair, despite being 9 months pregnant, as she was about to give birth to their daughter any day now. Minato placed the bag of fruit that he'd been given by a grateful villager on the table and gave her a small kiss on her lips. He looked into the violet eyes of the love of his life, and all the stress and worries of the day melted away. "So, how was work today?" Kushina asked as she took the young Hokage's signature jacket, a white, short-sleeved jacket which reached down to his calves, emblazoned with the words Yondaime Hokage on the back, and red flames at the bottom. "I sent a message to Jiraiya-sensei asking him to be there on the big day for some extra security, and Hiruzen agreed to send Biwako over to be the midwife. I sent Kakashi with some trusted Onbu to look over the location one more time to make sure they didn't miss anything," answered Minato as he sat down on their couch. Kushina looked over to her son. "Naruto, why don't you show your dad the surprise you prepared for him?" "Oh yeah. I forgot all about that. Give me a second, To-san," Naruto yelled as he scurried over to his room to show his dad his little surprise. When Naruto left the living room to go upstairs, Kushina asked in a quiet, worried tone, "Do you think there'll be any problems?" There weren't so many security measures when Naruto was born. A small frown formed on her face. "Well, I just wanted to be sure. You remember how the seal weakened when you were giving birth to Naruto? I have to focus on maintaining your seal, so the Kyuubi doesn't escape. Really caught me with my pants down last time. I just don't want anything to go wrong when we're all so vulnerable." Minato replied as he tried to assure his wife that everything was fine. Kushina was reassured that everything would be okay when Naruto suddenly came running down the stairs with a drawing in hand. The redhead looked at her excited son with love in her eyes, and a smile reappeared on her face. "Look, To-san. I drew this after the academy today." The young blonde beamed as he proudly showed his drawing to his father. Minato looked at the picture and saw a drawing of Minato and Kushina on the right and left, with Naruto and a small red-haired girl in between them, all holding hands. "So, this is your sister?" Minato asked as he pointed to the little girl in the picture. "Yup. I have blonde hair and blue eyes just like you, so I thought Narumi should have red hair and violet eyes just like Ka-chan." Minato looked at the picture again and smiled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. "Narumi, huh? Is that her name now?" Minato asked, amused. "Yup. Since I'm Naruto, she can be Narumi. The Naru siblings are gonna be the strongest and coolest shinobi in the village." "Believe it," Naruto declared with gusto. Minato chuckled at his son's antics and looked to his beautiful wife. Narumi, ha! I like it, Kushina said with a wide smile, and Minato agreed. Minato's stomach growled out loudly as if to also agree, garnering laughter from his boisterous son and wife, as the smell of the ramen in the kitchen entered his nose. Ramen? Minato asked, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. He could be unreadable to almost anyone when he wanted, but to the Uzumaki woman, he was an open book. Kushina simply replied with a knowing smile and went to the kitchen to add the finishing touches to their dinner. Naruto couldn't help but share the excitement and cheer at the news of having the family's favorite meal for dinner and rushed over to set the table and helped fetch things for his pregnant mother. Minato chuckled at the scene as he went to change out of his work clothes and freshen up before dinner. As the family ate their dinner, Minato took a second to look at his wife and child, seeing them inhale their ramen like there was no tomorrow, bringing a small smile to his lips. Though only for a brief second, Kushina caught Minato looking at her. "What? Got something on my face?" she said, not paying attention to the stray noodle that hung out the corner of her mouth. Minato gave a small chuckle as he pointed to the noodle stuck to her cheek. "Got somewhere to go? You're eating like you haven't had ramen in ages," Minato accused jokingly. "Hey! I'm eating for two here. Little Narumi wants her share too, you know," Kushina blurted out in defense, a light blush appearing on her face in embarrassment, as she continued to inhale her ramen, albeit at a more conscious and slightly slower pace. Minato just laughed at the antics of his ramen-loving wife and went back to eating his ramen only to find that Naruto had already finished his adult-sized portions of ramen and was back with seconds. The blonde Hokage couldn't help but wonder if Narumi would love ramen like the rest of her family. Soon after, the Namikaze Uzumaki family settled down to sleep. The couple read Naruto a story and kissed him goodnight. "Ka-chan is so much better at doing the voices, To-san," Naruto accused jokingly. "Ha! Told ya, Minato. Little Naru-chan has great taste, doesn't he?" Kushina cheered as she did a little victory dance. "Oh yeah? If you don't like my character impressions, why don't you read your own bedtime stories, mister?" Minato said in a defensive tone, pouting in a way that made it clear he was also joking. "Maybe I will. When Narumi is born, me and Ka-chan are reading the stories while you check under the bed for Iwa-nin." The 7-year-old boy answered back as he stuck out his tongue. Minato and Kushina chuckled as they turned around to turn off the lights and leave for their own bed. "To-san, Ka-chan? Do you think I could share rooms with Narumi when she's born?" Naruto suddenly asked, stopping his parents at the door. "Sure, I guess. Why all of a sudden?" Minato asked. "You know babies cry a lot and go to the bathroom in their diapers, right?" Kushina warned lightly with a question of her own, though in a not-so-serious manner. "I just want to make sure she's okay and protect my baby sister, like you and To-san do for me. I'm gonna be the best big brother. Believe it." The little boy answered back, pumping his fist in the air in declaration. After all, he had been waiting to be a big brother for years now. The two parents looked proudly at their son before looking at each other with a warm smile. "Sure thing, sweetie. You're already looking like a great big brother." "Thanks, Ka-chan. To-san. I'll keep my promise. I'll make you proud. Promise." Naruto gave his parents a wide smile that almost reached his ears. The Hokage and his wife hugged Naruto and gave their son another goodnight kiss before heading to their own room. As the happy couple lay in their bed, Minato's thoughts on Narumi that started at dinner continued. Seeing him deep in thought, Kushina cupped his cheek before asking, "What's on your mind, honey?" "I was just thinking about little Narumi and about how our lives will be in the future. Will she like ramen? Will she have your personality like Naruto, or will she be more like me? Is Naruto really gonna take my spot as bedtime story reader?" The young Hokage mused out loud, somewhat jokingly, as he rubbed his wife's pregnant stomach. "I don't know what she'll be like or what she'll like, but one thing I know is that she's gonna be awesome because she's our daughter," she assured him with an embrace, "and yes, Naruto is definitely taking your spot as bedtime story reader when Narumi is born," she whispered into Minato's ear with a teasing grin on her face. The blonde Hokage gave a small pout and humphed, but his small frown turned into a smile as the couple dozed off to sleep. Yes, his daughter would be born into a happy family, and she would be showered in love. He would make sure of that, he thought as he finally fell asleep. Chapter 2, Narumi's Birth. A few days later. "Minato. My water just broke." The next few hours after that reveal were a blur, as he hurriedly went about preparing for the birth of his daughter. He found himself in a secret cave covered in seals and barriers. His sensei, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, hadn't been able to make it back yet, but he still had protection from the few hand-picked Onbu he trusted that he brought along. He held his wife's hand while keeping an eye on the seal. "Erg? Curse you, Minato. This is the second time you've done this to me," Kushina yelled out, squeezing the Hokage's hand into what he thought was dust. Minato held back a tear, wondering how his wife was so strong. "Of course, honey," he whimpered. "I'll treat you to all the ramen you can have after this. Just keep pushing. You're almost there." "What do you think I'm doing? And you better not be lying about the ramen," Kushina yelled out as she gave a mighty push. "You're almost there. I can see her red hair." The Sandaime's wife, Biwako, said, cheering Kushina on as she prepared to receive the baby. Minato continued to hold on to his wife's hand with one hand while maintaining the seal with the other, which was weakening as Kushina grew more and more exhausted. "Ah!" Kushina gave one last yell as she finally pushed her daughter out into Biwako's waiting arms. "Congratulations. She's a healthy girl," Biwako cheerfully said, revealing the swaddled Narumi to her parents for the first time. "She's beautiful," the parents of the newborn said in almost a whisper as they shed a tear in happiness. Kushina held her newborn daughter while Minato had his arm around Kushina's shoulder. The happy couple welcomed the newborn into their happy family. All was perfect for a few moments, when they suddenly heard a small gasp from Biwako. When they looked up to look at her, they noticed blood dripping from her mouth as she fell to the floor dead. The Onbu they had for security were scattered around the cave, also dead. "What in the—" Minato's mind began to race as he quickly looked around to see who was the cause of all of this, when he heard a blood-curdling scream from his wife. His eyes flew over to his wife, who seemed to be fine, but what he saw made his blood run cold. A strange masked man held Narumi with a kunai pointed towards her. "Step away from the Jinchuuriki, or the girl will live to the ripe old age of 5 minutes." The masked assailant growled out in a threatening tone. Now, let's all be calm here," Minato said in a calm voice, trying to de-escalate the situation. "I'm perfectly calm, Yondaime. Now you need to make a decision. Your daughter or the Jinchuuriki." Minato stood still, his visage darkening, as his analytical mind began to race through all the possibilities. The masked man suddenly threw the baby into the air, and Minato disappeared from sight before reappearing in a yellow flash to catch his daughter. A small hissing sound came from the bundle he held, and when he looked over, he noticed explosive tags lining the baby's blanket. He quickly unwrapped and threw the booby-trapped blanket far behind him, only just in time, as the blanket exploded behind him. When he looked towards his wife and the masked man, he found them both gone. He teleported to his house using his Hiraishin, to be greeted by Naruto. "Narumi. She's finally here," he yelled out, unable to hide his excitement. However, seeing the grim look on his father's face, his excitement began to simmer down. "To-san? Where's Ka-chan?" Naruto asked, sensing something was off. Minato handed Narumi to Naruto, and placed a hand on his son's shoulders. "Naruto, look after your sister. I don't have much time to explain, but Ka-chan is in danger right now and I need to go." The Yondaime disappeared in a yellow flash, leaving his son confused, worried, and scared. "Don't worry, Naru-chan, your big brother will protect you," Naruto whispered softly to the crying baby, who seemed to calm down in her brother's embrace. In a forest clearing, not far from Konoha, the masked man had Kushina bound to an altar as he began to go through some hand seals. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Kushina managed to ask through labored breathing. "That is none of your concern. After all, you won't live long after this anyway," the masked man replied, hardly giving her a glance as he continued on with his seals. Minato appeared in a yellow flash next to Kushina, using the Hiraishin beacon seal he had on her. "You got here faster than I expected. But then again, you're too late," the assailant said in a neutral tone as he finished his last hand seal. The Kyuubi began to emerge from the seal on Kushina, who began to scream in agony. "Free at last!" The Kyuubi yelled in a deep, booming voice as it finally broke free from Kushina's seal, and she slumped over. The Kyuubi's freedom was not to last long, however, as it looked over to the mysterious man who released him from his jailer. "You will obey, beast!" The masked man shouted out as the eye that was visible from the single eye hole in his mask suddenly revealed a wildly spinning Sharingan. "Those eyes! It can't be! No!" The Kyuubi shouted out before his eyes glazed over with a Sharingan pattern forming over them. "The Kyuubi is mine now," the masked man said before he disappeared with the Kyuubi in a vortex that seemed to appear out of thin air. The blonde Hokage rushed over to his wife as all this took place. "Minato," the now former Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi managed to utter out. "Narumi. Is she safe?" Minato gave her a nod as he took in the utterly exhausted form of the Uzumaki woman. I took her home. Naruto is watching over her, he said as he put his hand around her, preparing to teleport them home. Naruto was in the living room looking out the window with his sleeping sister in his arms when his parents appeared in front of him in a yellow flash. "Ka-chan," he blurted out in relief before taking in the weak and exhausted appearance of his normally strong and boisterous mother. "Naruto. Narumi. Thank Kami you're both safe," she cried out, as she rushed over to hug her children, this bit of energy seeming to come out of nowhere. "Watch over the kids. I have to go," Minato said with a grim look on his face as he prepared his signature three-pronged kunai. Wrapping up his preparations, he gave one last look at his family, who were huddled together in worry and fear. "Minato. Come back safely," Kushina whispered, a tear streaming down her face. Minato gave her a nod as he vanished in a flash. Right after the masked man disappeared with the Kyuubi. It was another peaceful night for the village of Konoha, with most of its inhabitants sleeping soundly in their homes. All that ended when the Kyuubi was suddenly summoned over the Senju clan compound, crushing many of their homes and killing a majority of the already small remnant that remained of one of Konoha's founding clans. The village was suddenly alive with activity as alarms began to go off, and shinobi began to mobilize in a hurry. "Sandaime-sama!" A Sarutobi clan Chunin yelled as he stumbled through the door. "The Kyuubi! It's escaped!" The old man jumped up in surprise, color quickly draining from his face. "The Kyuubi? Where?" Hiruzen asked as he quickly began to don his black shinobi attire. "It's been sighted near the Senju compound. It's destroying everything," the Chunin answered. The Sandaime rushed out ahead while the rest of the Sarutobi clan mobilized its available shinobi, while the young, old, pregnant, and civilian members began to evacuate into their safe house. He couldn't help but worry about his wife Biwako, who was supposed to oversee the birth. The Konoha shinobi tried their best to drive off the nine-tailed Baijuu, throwing their strongest jutsu at the creature, but the Kyuubi simply brushed them off in annoyance as it continued to destroy everything in sight. The few Senju clan members were the first to encounter the Kyuubi, and used their prowess to stall it until the rest of the village could mobilize. Despite their skill and valor, their numbers began to dwindle, and were now left with an exhausted handful, who still led the charge against the Baijuu. "Where is the Yondaime?" Hiruzen asked as he arrived on the scene. "We don't know, Sandaime-sama," yelled out a nearby Jonin in response as he blasted out a powerful stream of fire from his mouth. "Nothing seems to be working." A nearby Chunin yelled as she tended to her injured teammate who was dragged out of a destroyed building. "We need to hold it off until the Yondaime arrives. Drive it away towards the edges of the village," the aged former Hokage ordered, with the nearby shinobi following his orders. On top of the Hokage monument. The masked man looked over the village on top of the Hokage monument after he summoned the Kyuubi into the village, to have a better view of the village's destruction. He turned around when he felt a presence. Well, seems like you found me soon enough," the masked man sarcastically commented. "I don't know why you're doing this, but this ends now," Minato declared as he got into his fighting stance. The masked man didn't change his stance, but a chain with a sharp tip dropped from the inside of his right sleeve. The two stared at each other for a moment before they both blurred into action. The masked man threw his chain at Minato, hoping to entangle him, but Minato dodged the chain with a slight shift to the left as he let loose with his own kunai in retaliation. The kunai hit the mask of the assailant dead in the center, but to his surprise, instead of sticking in with a spray of blood, it simply seemed to go through him. The Hokage stopped in his tracks for a brief second, but that was all the masked man needed to begin his own barrage of projectiles and fists. The Yondaime wasn't classified as an SS-rank ninja for no reason though, and even taken off guard, he was able to dodge the whipping chain as well as the shuriken, and parrying, blocking, or dodging the punches and kicks that came his way. As well as he was defending the masked man's attacks, the blonde shinobi was also unable to get his own offense going, hindered by that strange ability of his opponent which seemed to let all his weapons and punches phase right through his body. Minato's analytical mind was working at full tilt trying to analyze his opponent and trying to work out a strategy. He worked out that the man was using some manner of space-time ninjutsu, one that seemed superior to his. Perhaps he was warping away either the attack or maybe even small parts of his own body as if to appear intangible. However, Minato was sure the masked man was solid, at least at certain moments, as he blocked or parried the assailant's blows. He was sure his opponent had to remain solid or became solid when the man attacked or was in contact with Minato. The masked man put some space between him and the Yondaime, unable to land any significant hits in the last clash. He decided he was going to phase the Hokage into his pocket dimension if he couldn't beat him in a straight fight. The blonde also took the time to get his thoughts together. His mind quickly came up with a strategy as he finished analyzing his enemy. Almost simultaneously, the two blurred towards each other, the masked man planning to phase his opponent away at the slightest touch, while the Yondaime held up his signature kunai in a reverse grip as if to stab. At a distance that was out of reach for the masked man, but still close enough that it would be difficult for anyone to process what they saw and respond accordingly, Minato threw his kunai at his enemy. With the Sharingan, however, the masked man was able to perceive, track, and predict the trajectory of the projectile in time, and allowed the tri-kunai to phase right through his face, leaving him unharmed. The masked man could taste the victory at hand, as he reached out, mere millimeters away from the young Hokage's face. "I win," he yelled out, sure of the success of his attack, when Minato suddenly vanished from sight. Before the masked man could even process what happened, Minato appeared above his back, having flashed to the tri-kunai that he threw through the man's face, as this whole clash took place in the span of a few fractions of a second. Minato struck the masked man with a spinning ball of chakra, his signature move, the Rasengan. Unable to react in time, the masked man took the attack full on, and crashed into the ground, his back shaking with spasms from the agony. Seals formed at the fingertips of the Seal Master Hokage, which he then slammed into the masked man. "Your enslavement contract over the Kyuubi is broken," Minato declared as he prepared to finish off his opponent. The masked man was furious, but saw he was beaten, and decided to cut his losses. "You were able to analyze and form a strategy against my powers in the short time we fought. Impressive. I suppose your reputation as the Yellow Flash of Konoha is well earned. You win this time, Yondaime, but I'll be back," the man warned as he phased out of existence. The threat of the man who threatened his family dealt with, Minato was able to turn his attention to the village, and the threat the nine-tailed fox posed to it. With the Sandaime and the Kyuubi. The Doden, Earth Release, users of Konoha tried their best to protect the village and their comrades while funneling the Kyuubi towards a kill zone using their Doryuki, Mud Wall, while the Suten, Water Release, and Raiten, Lightning Release, users in Katen, Fire Release, and Futon, Wind Release, users respectively used their combination jutsu to damage the Kyuubi. Akimichi clansmen used their Baika Jutsu, Body Expansion Jutsu, to match the Kyuubi's size and restrain it, while groups of Nara clansmen tried their hardest to bind the nine-tailed fox with their Cage Main, Shadow Binding, Jutsu. Under the guidance of the Sandaime, who wasn't known as the Professor or the God of Shinobi for no reason, their efforts resulted in more success with a more coherent strategy that went beyond just throwing your best jutsu at the Kyuubi and hoping for the best. Success was still limited, however, only managing to briefly hold it in place or driving it towards the edges of the village. The defenders were running out of chakra and were getting exhausted quickly, however. "Sandaime-sama. Our attacks aren't doing much damage," a nearby Jonin yelled as she swallowed a soldier pill to replenish her dwindling chakra reserves. "We must continue to stall and hold out until the Yondaime arrives." Hiruzen answered back while partially sinking the Kyuubi into thick mud with his Yomi Numa, Swamp of the Underworld, jutsu. "Where is the Yondaime?" yelled out a different Jonin in desperation as he surveyed the death of his comrades and destruction and mayhem present all around as he took cover behind a broken wall. "Food cart destroyer!" rang out with a shout, as a massive toad, which was almost as big as the Kyuubi itself, dropped on top of the Kyuubi, pinning it further into the miry swamp it was trying to escape from. "Toad summons. It's Jiraiya!" one nearby Chunin yelled out. "No, look. It's the Yondaime. We're saved!" the Jonin next to him shouted out in relief. The nine-tailed Baijuu struggled to throw off the giant toad off of its back and get out of the swamp made by the Sandaime's jutsu. In frustration, it began to collect and compress a huge amount of chakra into a black orb in front of its mouth. "Baijuu Dama," the Sandaime warned, aware of the massive amount of destructive power it packed. The surrounding shinobi's faces paled in fear as they looked at what they saw as their inevitable doom. The Kyuubi finished charging the massive ball of chakra and fired it right towards the heart of the village, where most of the shinobi were standing, trying to drive it away from the village's center. "Hiraishin Dorai," Minato called out as he used his jutsu to teleport the massive attack far away from the village. Though the attack had been teleported far from the village, the massive explosion was still visible from where they were, letting the shinobi present know the fate they were spared from due to their Hokage's effort. "What do we do now, Hokage-sama?" a nearby Jonin asked. The young Hokage's usually warm blue eyes were icy cold as he analyzed the situation with a frighteningly calm mind. There was only one solution to this. "Gamabunta. Hold the Kyuubi down for a second. I've got a plan." "Hurry, kid. Even I can't hold down the Kyuubi for long." The boss summoned Toad answered back as he struggled to hold down an angry Baijuo. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash. Meanwhile, at the Namikaze Uzumaki household, Kushina could see the fighting and destruction that was taking place in the village from the window of her living room. Having gone through the destruction of her home village of Uzushiogakur, the hidden whirlpool, as a child, she feared the destruction that seemed to be looming ahead once again. "Naruto?" she called out. "Yes, Ka-chan?" came the quiet response of her usually loud son. "Remember the sealing technique your To-san and I taught you a few weeks ago?" "Yeah? What about it?" replied her 7-year-old son. "I want you to take our biggest sealing scrolls and go to the basement and seal all of the scrolls we have down there." "All of them? Even that huge scroll on the pedestal in the middle that To-san told me to never touch?" he asked, confused by the seemingly strange thing his mother asked of him. "Yes, sweetie, seal the scroll of seals, Ka-chan's sword, and all the photos we have as well." Naruto was confused at his mother's strange request, but due to the strange circumstances and the urgency masked beneath his mother's sweet tone, he didn't ask any more questions as he ran off to do as his mother asked. Kushina held Narumi close to her chest as she softly stroked her daughter's cheek with her thumb. Half an hour later, Naruto came back to the living room with 3 huge scrolls in his arms, his small frame barely able to hold them. "I'm back, Ka-chan. Here are the scrolls like you asked," he reported as he wiped some of the residual sealing ink off of his fingers. "Thank you, sweetie," Kushina replied before placing Narumi on her lap to hold Naruto's cheeks with both hands. "Honey, I know you're scared but just listen to everything I have to say before you say anything. Okay?" she asked with a calm voice. Naruto simply nodded. Kushina gave him a small kiss on his forehead before continuing. She took his small hands into one of hers as her other arm was used to hold Narumi again. "The village is under attack from a bad man with a mask, and he took the fox that was sealed inside your Ka-chan out, and now that fox is destroying the village." Naruto's blue eyes widened in shock. "But To-san will be able to stop it, right? He's the strongest ninja in the village?" Naruto asked, trying to get some measure of assurance. Kushina gave her son a sad smile. "Maybe. Truth is I don't know. He's able to take down any shinobi, but a Baijuo is a mass of chakra given sentience. It can't really be killed." The blonde boy's voice began to shake in fear. Does that mean it's unstoppable? What will happen to To-san then?" Naruto began to fear for his father's safety. "I said it can't be killed. It can be stopped," the Uzumaki woman pointed out. "Being a mass of chakra, it can still be sealed away. Like it was when it was sealed in me to prevent it from hurting others." "The way I sealed away our scrolls and pictures?" Naruto asked, still trying to understand the situation, but feeling a slight bit of hope. "Yes. Exactly like that. It's a little more complicated than a simple storage seal though." The red-haired woman chuckled, masking her exhaustion. "Anyway, I have faith that your To-san will come up with a way to stop the fox, but I want to make sure you and Narumi are okay if anything goes wrong." "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, sensing there was an underlying message. A message he could guess, but tried his hardest to deny. "Naruto, only your To-san and I are able to stop the fox. If, and I mean if, anything happens to us, I want you to promise me something." "No. Nothing's gonna happen to you. You're not going anywhere. I'll protect you, Ka-chan," Naruto yelled out in denial as the held-back tears began burst forth. Kushina's facade of calm began to break at her son's outburst, and her voice began to shake a little. "Honey, we're not going anywhere. I'm just saying just in case, okay? Remember that promise you made to me and your To-san a few days ago? About being the best big brother and protecting Narumi?" Naruto sniffled as he replied. "Yes, Ka-chan." He managed through held-back sobs. "Good. I know I'm asking you to be a big boy stuff here. But you can do this for your Ka-chan, right?" "Yes, Ka-chan." The blonde boy replied. "Good. Hopefully everything will be okay, but I'm asking just in case. Now give me your arm, Ka-chan is gonna show you a new kind of storage seal, okay?" Naruto gave her a small nod in response. "Okay. Can you bring Ka-chan's sealing kit?" she asked, and Naruto went to his parents' room and brought her sealing kit. A few moments later his left forearm was covered in sealing arrays and kanji. "Fun," Kushina yelled, and the 3 massive sealing scrolls disappeared into the seal on Naruto's arm. "If anyone ever asks where our things went, tell them they got destroyed when the Kyuubi attacked, okay?" Naruto didn't really understand why his mom was telling him all these strange precautions, but he nodded in agreement anyway. "Thank you for being so brave, sweetie," Kushina told Naruto in a sweet voice as she gave him a kiss on the forehead again. Moments later, Minato flashed into the living room. Kushina, I need your help. I thought about it and there's only one way to stop the Kyuubi, Minato said while looking sadly at his family who were huddled together on the couch, particularly at Narumi who was sleeping in her mother's arms. Kushina understood what he was talking about and caught his gaze on Narumi. Does it have to be her? Can't you seal it back into me? Kushina asked, her voice trembling. She's the only who can handle it, with your Uzumaki blood running dominantly through her veins, and a chakra network that's flexible enough to handle the chakra. If we sealed it into you, you'd die. Minato explained, though he himself was torn at what he was about to do to save his village. Please Kushina, we don't have time. The weary Hokage begged. Though she hated the idea with every fiber of her being, she saw there were no other options, and reluctantly agreed. Naruto understood parts of the conversation, being the smart little boy he was, and offered his service. You're going to seal that big bad fox away, right? Let me help. You said yourself that I was really good at sealing. Sweetie, you're a prodigy in sealing for your age, way better than your Toe-san or even I was at your age. But something like the Kyuubi is gonna take a really complex seal that's beyond your level, you know. Kushina told Naruto. Well, if I can't do the sealing, can't you seal that fox into me instead? Even sealing those scrolls into me hurt a little. I can't let Narumi go through the pain of having something huge like the fox sealed into her. The parents were proud of their son's selfless actions, but had to let him down nonetheless. Minato got down to one knee to look at Naruto at eye level. He knew when he left, he would never see his son again. Sochi, I am proud of you. You're a kind, sweet, selfless boy, who's already wiser and more responsible than people 3 times your age. I'm already happy with how you've grown up, and I know you'll grow up to be even better. I know you'll be a greater man and shinobi than I am. Take care of your mother and your sister, alright? I'm asking you to be the man of the house now. Be strong for your Toe-san. I love you, son. Why are you talking like that? Why are you talking like you'll never see me again? You're gonna go seal that stupid fox into Narumi and come right back with Ka-san, right? Naruto asked nervously with tear at his eyes. I'm sorry, Naruto, was all Minato could say as he gave his son his final kiss on his forehead. He then placed his hands on Kushina who held Narumi. No. Don't leave. Don't leave me all by myself, Naruto cried out, tears streaming from his eyes as he leapt towards the rest of his family who vanished in a flash of yellow. With the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi broke free from Gamabunta's hold and continued to wreak havoc, though Gamabunta and the shinobi led by Hiruzen were able to limit the damage somewhat. The Yondaimais and the passengers of his Hiraishin appeared briefly on the Kyuubi before vanishing again, taking the Kyuubi with them. The Kyuubi. It's gone. The Yondaimai saved us. The shinobi cheered all around. Hiruzen was relieved at the disappearance of the Baijuu, but had a bad feeling at the pit of his stomach he couldn't ignore. The Kyuubi and the Yondaimai's family reappeared at the altar outside the village where Kushina had the tailed beast extracted. The Hokage and his wife realized their son had unwittingly tagged along by holding on to his mother at the last second. Naruto. What have you done? Don't you see the danger you've gotten yourself into? His mother yelled, fearing for his safety. Naruto choked back his tears. I didn't want to be left all alone while you and Toe-san went to die. The surprised parents didn't have time to respond as the Kyuubi realized where he was and began to attack. Kushina used her special chakra to form multiple golden chains which shot out from her back. Kongo Fusa. Adamantine sealing chains, she yelled out as her chains wrapped around the Kyuubi and began to suppress its chakra. Minato. Hurry. I don't have much chakra left. Kushina wheezed out, exhausted after giving birth, and having the tailed beast ripped out of her. Anybody else would have died, but the Uzumaki's strong life force and chakra amazingly kept her alive. Minato nodded and flew through the hand seals necessary. Shiki Fujin. Death Reaper seal, he yelled out as he completed his hand seals. Unseen to anyone but Minato, the terrifying figure of the Shinigami appeared behind Minato, who then proceeded to stick its hands through Minato's back and out of his chest. It reached out and took a hold of the Baijuu, who was bound by the Uzumaki sealing chains, and the Kyuubi finally saw the Shinigami as well. Minato took Narumi from Kushina's arms, and drew the 8 trigram sealing array onto her stomach. He realized the Kyuubi had way too much chakra to seal into her, and decided to seal half of the Baijuu's chakra into himself. The Shinigami split the Kyuubi into yin and yang halves, and sealed the yin half into Minato, while sealing the yang half into Narumi. The Kyuubi began to shrink as its chakra began to be absorbed. Realizing what was happening, the Kyuubi desperately tried to prevent being imprisoned again. No. Curse you Yondaimai. I will not be imprisoned again by you pathetic insects. The Kyuubi yelled out as he tried to stab Narumi with its claw, using the looseness of the chains from the Kyuubi shrinking as an opening. Minato and Kushina jumped in front of the claw to protect their daughter, and the claw pierced both of them, but stopped short of reaching Narumi before it was completely sealed away. Blood began to pour out their mouths and the hole in their stomach. They fell to their knees and began to cough up blood. Naruto, who had taken refuge behind a rock during the whole ordeal, watched everything take place and ran out to his parents. "No! To-san! Ka-chan!" he yelled out as he reached his parents who were bleeding out. "Na Naruto!" The dying parents managed to cough out. "No! This can't be happening. I can't lose the both of you. How are me and Narumi gonna live without you?" Naruto cried out as tears burst forth uncontrollably. The hearts of the parents broke watching their beloved son break down and realizing their children would grow up as orphans. They knew Minato wouldn't live past this night, but they hadn't expected this turn of events, where Kushina would die as well. In a single night, the picture-perfect family would be shattered forever. She had no regrets however, as she gave her life to protect Narumi. "Sweetie. Come here to your Ka-chan." Naruto went over to his mother, who placed her bloody hand on his cheek. "Remember what Ka-chan told you earlier?" He weakly nodded in response. "Good. I didn't want things to go like this, but bad things happen sometimes. I need you to be strong. Be strong for To-san and Ka-chan, okay? Most importantly, be strong for Narumi." Naruto could only nod as his voice caught at his throat. "Thank you, Naruto, thank you for being so brave and so strong. Thank you for being Ka-chan's little sweetheart, always helping out where you could. Most of all, thank you for being my son. I'm so proud of you and I love you more than words can express, you know." Naruto embraced his mother, not worrying about the blood that covered his clothes now. "I'm sorry you had to see all this, son. But I'm glad I can spend my last moments with my beautiful family." Minato began as Naruto went over to hug his father. Minato placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, things will be tough from now on, and regrettably we won't be able to help you. But we'll always be there with you in your heart. Be strong. Be strong for us and be strong for your sister. She's all you have left now, and you're all she'll have. Be there for each other and help each other always, okay?" Naruto nodded as tears flowed freely. "My sensei Jiraiya, your godfather, and Hiruzen should look out for you. You'll have access to our bank account so you should be alright financially as well. Kakashi will probably come by once in a while to check on you. I'm sorry things have come to this, my son, but I know you'll be able to handle it. You're stronger and smarter than you know, Naruto. I have faith in you. Kushina, say your last words to Narumi. I'm going to seal what remains of our chakra into her seal so we can see her again in the future." Minato told Kushina. "My sweet baby Narumi, happy birthday. I'm so happy I at least got to spend a few hours with you. Make sure you eat healthy, and wash every day. Make sure you study hard and make a lot of friends too. Find a good man like your To-chan or your brother, and don't get entangled with some weird guy, okay? I wish I could be there to see your first steps. To make your first bowl of ramen. To take you on your first day at the academy. I wish I could be there on your wedding day. I'm sorry I won't be there to watch you grow up. But I'll be watching over you from heaven. Ka-chan loves you, sweetheart. I love you and Naruto more than anything this world. Thank you for letting me be your Ka-chan sweetheart. Make sure you listen to your brother, okay? Don't give him a hard time. He's a sweet boy and I know he'll do his best to take care of you. Look out for each other, okay? Most importantly, be happy, Narumi. I wish I had more time to spend with you." She looked over to Minato to let him know it was his turn. "Your mother pretty much said everything I wanted to say. I'm not so good with my words the way your Ka-chan is, but know that your To-san loves you very much. I'm sorry I had to seal the Kyuubi into you, but I had no choice. I know you'll be able to handle it, because you're our daughter. You're a hero the day you were born, huh? Guess that makes you better than me already," he chuckled quietly. "Be happy and grow up strong, Narumi. No matter what you do with your life, your To-san and Ka-chan will be proud of you. We'll always be with you in your heart. Listen to your brother Narumi. He'll always have your back. Trust each other and protect each other." The two dying shinobi gave their kids one last kiss and sealed the rest of their chakra into Narumi's seal, while Minato also sealed a small bit of his chakra into Naruto as well, and proceeded to breathe their last in an embrace with their two children, who looked just like them. They fell together with a smile on their face, the two lovers leaving this world surrounded by the two people they loved most. Hiruzen, some trusted Anbu, Kakashi, and Jiraiya finally arrived, to witness the last breath of their beloved successor, leader, sensei, and student. Naruto took Narumi in his arms, both children covered in the blood of their parents, tears clearing a line through the blood caked on Naruto's face. No, Hiruzen whispered. We were too late. The two older shinobi hung their heads in shame. Their successor gave his life to seal the Kyuubi. They both thought it should have been them instead. If only we had been a little faster. They thought simultaneously. No. No. Sensei. Kakashi cried out, grabbing his head with his hands as yelled into the sky. The sensei who he thought of as a father, and the woman who treated him warmly as if she was his mother, both lay dead with a giant hole going through their torsos, leaving their organs visible for all to see, surrounded in a pool of blood. The other shinobi were also distraught to see their beloved leader dead, and all went silent, save for the sound of people quietly crying. Hiruzen noticed the two children and walked over to them. He gave them a warm, reassuring smile. Naruto. Come here, my boy. Having met the old man many times in the past, he trusted him and walked over to him with his sister in his arms. This is your sister? Hiruzen asked, studying the intricate seal that was on the baby. He had realized what had happened. This was the new Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi. Naruto gave him a small nod. This is Narumi, he said uncharacteristically quietly. I see. Let me or Jiraiya hold on to her while we get you cleaned up. The aged former Hokage offered as he reached out to receive Narumi. No, Naruto said with conviction. I'll hold on to her. We'll get cleaned up together. He didn't want to part with the last remaining member of his family no matter what. I see. Good to see you so responsible at a young age. We'll all head to the village. You can hold on to Narumi. We'll just carry you instead. Hiruzen told Naruto warmly. You carry the Hokage and his wife, and you carry Naruto. Hiruzen ordered the Anbu as they began to head back to the village. Kakashi was shaken visibly, and his shoulders were slumped the whole way back. Jiraiya, however, took the death of his prized student to hardest. He had always thought of Minato as a son and friend more than a student. Seeing him killed in such a brutal way and all the blood that was spilled from him shook him to his core, despite being a seasoned shinobi who had been through many battles and even a couple wars. It was always different when it was someone you cared about. The sight of Naruto covered in the blood of Minato seared into his mind, a sight that would always remind him of his loss and failure. Chapter 3, The Aftermath. The next day. The Konoha ruling council gathered the next morning for a council meeting to assess the situation, and to make plans moving forward. The clan heads took their seat, a few new faces amongst their number, and a few faces missing. All had some degree of injury on them. The 10 civilian council members took their seat on the opposite side of the U-shaped table, and the 3 elders of Konoha took their place at a separate table that was to the left of the Hokage's seat, which remained empty, at the head of the U-shaped table. Where's Hokage-sama? A council member asked another. The clan heads also wondered the same thing, looking around to see if anyone knew anything. He was never late to meetings. Quiet. The Sandaime ordered, as he entered the council meeting room. He walked over to the Hokage's seat in his old Hokage robes, and took a seat. Sandaime-sama, where is the Yondaime? Nara Shikaku asked the former Hokage. The Yondaime and his wife passed away last night fighting the Kyuubi. Hiruzen sadly informed a shocked council. It can't be. Minato-sama. Dead? The council members could not hide their shock and sadness. Their village lay in ruins, and their powerful and beloved leader was gone, never to return. With the death of the Yondaime, I will be taking the hat as the Hokage again, until I find a worthy successor. Any objections? None had any objections, realizing they needed strong leadership who had the experience they needed to get this village through this crisis. All except Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen's old teammate from back in the Second Shinobi War. He had always thought he would be a better Hokage for the village, considering himself the only person who knew and was able to do the hard things that needed to be done to keep Konoha at the top of the pecking order. His old teammate was too soft. He kept his opinion to himself, however, knowing it would be unwise to have a succession crisis compounding to the already dangerous situation that lied ahead for Konoha. Despite being unpopular amongst many of the shinobi for being shady, even by shinobi standards, and for being a warmonger, nobody would deny the man's love for Konoha. So how bad are our losses? Hiruzen asked, trying to assess the situation. We've lost around 20% of our shinobi forces. A majority of them being Jonin. The Senju clan was also wiped out. Shikaku reported with regret, explaining why the Senju seat remained empty. The Shodaime and Nidaime's clan. Wiped out. Several civilian council members sighed in disbelief. Their sacrifice was what bought us time to organize any kind of defense. The Kyuubi appeared right in their compound and hit them first. They fought valiantly, and led our defense until Sandaime-sama appeared. Shikaku reported. Next, a civilian councilman gave their report. The civilian and industrial sector of the village was also hit hard. We've lost a majority of our workshops, and our manufacturing capacity is running at 10% until we can get emergency repairs in, which would still only raise it to around 30% after 2 weeks of repair. Another council member gave their report. Not as many as Shinobi, but there have been many civilian deaths as well, many of them skilled workers and important pieces of our administrative and economic system. Half our businesses are closed. A different civilian councilman gave a report on the damages done to the infrastructure. Thousands of homes were destroyed. The academy and hospital are also badly damaged. The village walls are surprisingly unharmed, but the damages done to our roads, water and electric systems, and overall infrastructure is honestly catastrophic. I'd estimate the damages to be around 500 billion ryo at the least. Shikaku added to the depressing report. With many of our shinobi dead and injured, our capacity to carry out missions will be reduced to about 70% of what we are normally able to do. Unacceptable. We must present a strong face to the world. Hiruzen told the council. We can't afford to look weak and tempt an attack on the village while we are vulnerable. Moreover, we need the revenue from missions to repair and rebuild our village. Missions must be carried out at the same capacity. The rest period in between missions will be reduced for the time being. Any retired jonin and chunin that are still capable should be encouraged to come out of retirement. All available jonin will only receive missions regarding the rebuilding of the village. The council nodded in agreement. They couldn't appear to be weak right now, and they needed every single last ryo they could get their hands on, and even more. The shinobi would need to endure for the sake of their village. Hokage-sama, a councilman asked. Even if we use all the money in the emergency funds and even empty our treasury, and receive generous donations from each clan, we will still be short at least 200 billion ryo. People will be sleeping in makeshift tents without running water or electricity for at least a year before we can provide them with new homes, and this is assuming we prioritize homes first. If not, they might have to wait up to 3 years. Hiruzen could feel a massive headache coming his way. The village was, to put it simply, in deep shit. He closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose to deal with the pain, but also to think about what to do next. What happened to the Kyuubi, Hiruzen? Danzo asked. The Sandaime's headache worsened. Didn't the Yondaime kill the beast? A civilian council member asked. The Kyuubi is a mass of sentient, malevolent chakra. One cannot simply kill such a creature. Danzo corrected the civilian council members. The Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi away. We are safe from the beast once more, Hiruzen stated, trying to be as vague as possible about where it was sealed. Where, or should I say, who was the Kyuubi sealed into, Hiruzen? Danzo asked. Of course, that slimy bandaged old rival of the Sandaime would bring it back into focus. The Sandaime opened his eyes and took a pause to gather his thoughts as he looked at the council. The Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi into his own child. You mean Naruto-kun is the new Jinchuuriki? Uchiha Fugaku asked. He had always liked the boy. He had been a good friend to his son, and seemed to be the only person who could make his son Itachi act his age. Kushina had been best friends with his wife Mikado, and visited with Naruto often. Being the son of the Yondaime as well, he was a well-known and well-liked face in the Uchiha compound. Inu. Bring in the children. Sarutobi, Hiruzen ordered. Kakashi escorted in the 2 orphans of the Yondaime. Naruto carrying Narumi in his arms. They hadn't been able to separate the older boy from his sister ever since they brought them back to the village. Naruto kept his mouth shut, remembering his father's advice on staying silent and keeping your ears open, and to never reveal your stance or your cards until you were ready to reveal it. Uzumaki Kushina gave birth to a daughter last night. Namikaze Uzumaki Narumi. She is the new Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi. The old Sarutobi reluctantly revealed. There was a brief silence as the members of the council took in the news, before chaos ensued. What will we do if the Kyuubi breaks free again? We don't have the Yondaime anymore. That thing killed the Senju clan. We must get revenge. We must kill the Jinchuuriki so the beast can never escape again. The beast is unstable. We must lock up the Kyuubi brat so it never sees the light of day. What are we doing keeping a ticking time bomb in our own village? Who knows when it'll escape again? Callous comments were thrown around the council room, driven by fear and desire for vengeance on what they saw was responsible for their losses. That foreign Uzumaki bitch is responsible for all of this. I knew she was trouble when she seduced our beloved Yondaime. A certain pink-haired councilwoman yelled out in a shrill voice. Civilian and shinobi alike had suffered terrible losses, and fears for their safety and madness at their loss clouded their better judgment. The shinobi side of the council were able to keep a slightly more level head, but they knew the true power of the Kyuubi, which spurred many of them to make their own hurtful suggestions, fearing for the worst. Each assumed they suffered the worst losses and disregarded the presence of the two children who had just lost their parents before their very eyes, the night before. Silence. The Sandaime yelled out in a booming voice which was reinforced by chakra. He also released a pulse of powerful killing intent which added to the effect of silencing everyone. The Yondaime sacrificed his own life to save this village, and this is how you treat his legacy? He wanted his daughter to be seen as a hero who protects the village from the Kyuubi, not as some trash to dispose. The old man's hands were shaking with fury. Now, unless someone has any real suggestions on what should be done regarding this matter, I want to hear no more. Any talks of killing the child will be met with lashes and imprisonment. The old Hokage put his foot down on the topic. Calmer, more crafty minds began to work at full pace. Kill the Jinchuuriki? Those fools. Why get rid of such a powerful asset? Surely, they couldn't see past their own noses if they couldn't see the opportunities the child provided. A quiet, yet firm voice cut through the silence following the Hokage's display of fury. I'll be responsible for the child. Everyone turned to look at the owner of the voice. I'll take care of the child and train her. Shimura Danzo continued. So you can train her as one of your mindless weapons? I don't think so. Hiruzen was quick to dismiss that idea. A weapon of the village, a shield of the village, a guardian of the village. Does it matter what we call it? These are matters of semantics. Like it or not, she is a Jinchuuriki, and has potential to be one of our strongest assets. Other villages all have Jinchuurikis as weapons and deterrents. Even that little backwater town of Takigakure, who has the gall to call themselves a village. Danzo pointed out. The sitting-in for the new Sarutobi clan head and son of the Sandaime, Sarutobi Asuma, spoke up. Konoha never needed a Jinchuuriki as a weapon in the past to be seen as the strongest village. Konoha never had this kind of death and destruction wreaked on her home soil before. Konoha never lost 20% of their experienced shinobi force overnight before, and Konoha never lost their strongest shinobi without any clear successors before either. We are in a state of unprecedented danger, and we need all the assets and deterrents we can get. Danzo pointed out. Many of the civilian council members agreed with Danzo's points. The shinobi knew there was some truth to what he was saying, but they also knew the real motives and implications behind his logic. Each of them had lost members of their clan to be inducted into his secret root Anbu, who had all personality and emotions wiped, and were made to be blindly loyal to Danzo. Don't think we are unaware of how you train your subordinates, Danzo. The training methods you use will be more detrimental for a case like Narumi, who will need to learn how to be in tune with her emotions. No. She will grow up as a normal child, not as a weapon. The Sandaime rejected Danzo's offer. Gaining the Jinchuuriki was most likely a move to strengthen his own position in the village. The girl would be useless as an asset for the next 10 years at least, and that was the period of greatest danger for the village. It was a move for power masked behind a thin veneer of urgency, and many of the smarter or more insightful clan heads knew it. Two, or more, could play that game. Hokage-sama, perhaps she could be adopted by the Uchiha clan? She'll have a safe environment to grow up as a normal child, with a family. Her mother was a close friend of my wife, and the Uchiha clan can guarantee her safety and training. The Uchiha clan head suggested. Though he was somewhat fond of Naruto, he had no such feelings for the Jinchuuriki. She was, however, a valuable asset as Danzo pointed out, and any clan who had control of the Kyuubi would become that much more powerful and influential in the village. His rival, Hyuga Hiashi, was quick to shut down his suggestion. Adopt the girl as an Uchiha? Who's to say this isn't simply a ploy to bind the girl to your clan so you can control her and the Kyuubi? Don't think nobody noticed the projection of the Sharingan on the Kyuubi's eyes either. Fugaku growled at the accusation. No. The girl cannot be adopted by any clan. She is one of the last of her clan in any case. She should be under the custody of the village, until at least her brother is of age, or reaches Chunin status, Hiashi stated. The two now most powerful clans divided the council into two camps. One side was for the adoption of the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki, while the other side agreed that the girl should be under the custody of the village. With the accusation of controlling the Kyuubi, and the coincidental demise of their rival clan, the Senju clan, many began to see the Uchiha as being suspicious. Even if the girl was to be adopted, the Uchiha were out of the running for adoption of the girl. With the position of adopting the girl now seen as a move for power due to Danzo and Fugaku's bid for her custody, many of the shinobi clans were deterred from adopting her, and voted for the second option. The girl would be under custody of the village. It's decided then. The girl will be raised by the village as a normal girl until she decides to become a shinobi, Hiruzen concluded. He had hoped she would be adopted by Jiraiya or another clan that had her best interest at heart, but the discussion had taken a bad turn when the Uchiha brought up the adoption first. Perhaps he should have had the Sarutobi clan adopt her. It was too late now, however. Hiruzen glanced over to Jiraiya in disappointment, both at the Toad Sage and at himself. Jiraiya was present at the meeting in the capacity as an observer, an honor he was given for his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin, and for his long, illustrious service to the village. He wasn't there to be an active participant in the discussions that take place. However, that hadn't stopped him in the past from giving his own 2 cents, quite strongly at times. He was uncharacteristically quiet today as his mind was elsewhere. He couldn't help but dwell on the death of his student. Minato was supposed to be the child of prophecy. The chosen one. Even if he didn't always like to admit it publicly, he knew, and was secretly proud of the fact, that Minato was stronger than him. The villagers loved him, and he loved the village. He was the perfect Hokage. And now he was dead. Another reason the Toad Sage took his blonde student's death so hard was because he felt he could have helped if he had been earlier. Narumi was born 3 days earlier than scheduled. Jiraiya had assumed he had plenty of time on his way back to the village. He stopped by Tanzaku-gai, a notorious gambling village, which was also known for other pleasures it offered, namely women and alcohol. Flashback. He had stopped by to get some info from his contact in his spy network who was stationed at a brothel. Since he was there already, he decided to have a little fun before heading to Konoha. He had plenty of time after all. A little fun wouldn't hurt anyone. He spent a little over a day at the town of pleasure, enjoying himself until later that night when he woke up next to his companion for the night when he had a terrible dream. He came outside for some fresh air and to clear his head when he faintly sensed a massive amount of vile chakra, and saw thick plumes of smoke from the direction of Konoha. His heart fell to his stomach as he tried to hurry over to Konoha. For some reason he was unable to summon Gamabunta, who would have been able to get him over to Konoha the fastest. So, he did his best to get over to Konoha as fast as he could on his own. By the time he arrived to Konoha, the death and destruction in the village was shockingly obvious. He could see the academy he had studied in with its roof caved in, half the building collapsed. He could see the park where he had tried to woo Tsunade many times before, scorched, and the tree he liked to write his book under, completely ripped from the ground by the roots. Dead bodies, some of them familiar faces, were strewn around like leaves in autumn. He was taking in the damage done to his village when he saw his sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rushing by him with small squad of Onbu, searching desperately for something. "Sensei? What in Kami's name is going on here?" Jiraiya asked as he fell into line in a run behind the Sarutobi. "The Kyuubi. It's broken loose from Kushina's seal. Minato teleported it away from the village, but I fear what he's planning to do," Hiruzen yelled back as he continued to run. "I'll use my sage mode to sense where he is," Jiraiya shouted as he summoned the Toad Sages, Fukasaku and Shima. "Ma! Pa! The Kyuubi broke loose. I don't have time to explain more. I need to go into sage mode so I can find Minato," Jiraiya told the Toad Sages in desperation. "Got it, Jiraiya-chan," they yelled as they fused to his shoulders and began taking in nature chakra. Jiraiya underwent his sage transformation, small changes taking place such as growing warts on his nose or having red lines appear under his eyes. In his sage mode he was able to locate and lead the Sandaime and his squad to the grove where Minato was. He arrived just in time to see the life leave his student's eyes, blood splattered everywhere. His were fixed on his student. He could see all the details, blood dripping from Minato's young, handsome face, a massive hole in his torso spilling out his organs. His tunnel vision preventing from seeing the children who just lost everything. When he finally noticed Naruto and Narumi, all he could see was a miniature carbon copy of his dear student. Covered in blood and grim look on his face. Jiraiya couldn't see the boy who was scared and needed to be comforted. All he saw was the face of Minato staring at him with contempt, disappointed that he came so late. Too late to make a difference. He and Hiruzen knew the Death Reaper seal as well. It should have been one of them to make the sacrifice. Now his student was gone, and all he had was his fake copy, who only served to remind him of his loss and failures. End flashback. The Sandaime waited briefly, looking at his student to see if he had anything to add. Jiraiya merely kept his gaze outside the window, oblivious to all that went around him. Oblivious to his sensei's gaze, hoping the Sannin would speak up and claim his status as godfather. Oblivious to the look of desperation on Naruto's face. He was too caught up in his own problems. The meeting ended a couple hours after, with everyone going to take care of their own responsibilities and try to salvage their village from the destruction it faced. The Sandaime would have, and wanted to do more for his successor's orphans, but the village was in a really bad position. He had too much on his mind right now, and forgot about the 2 kids. Jiraiya couldn't handle being in the village and left as quickly as he could. It was just too much pain for him. Soon the council meeting room was empty, save for 2 people. Naruto collapsed onto the floor on his butt, with Narumi in his arms. The people his father said would look out for him abandoned them in their own grief. He couldn't believe the way the people talked about getting rid of his last remaining family member. He couldn't believe how they didn't see her as a person, a baby, but as a demon, and the people who didn't see her as a demon simply saw her as an asset to be used. The people who used to buy him treats and smile at him, the same people who used to look up to his father like he was Kemi's gift, now turned their backs on his children. In truth, the council members saw a lot of Minato in Naruto and saw him as the Yondame's legacy. He even looked just like him. They liked him and saw a lot of potential to be great in him. Nobody really said anything bad about him and even discussed ways they could support the Yondame's heir. Naruto, however, couldn't understand the duplicity, the two-faced nature of the council. To him, turning your back on Narumi meant turning your back on him. What made him so different from his sister? His hair color? Being a boy? No. Him and Narumi were in this together. If he got to live in a mansion, so would she. If she was sent to an orphanage, he would share her fate. His rose-tinted view of the village and the world was broken after that meeting. His trust would be hard to earn, and near impossible to regain once broken. He would make the arrogant council who decided the fate of his sister with such callousness, see that they messed up. As for that self-centered, perverted, and utterly unreliable old fool who dared to call himself Naruto's godfather? If he didn't want to be a part of the lives of Naruto and Narumi, then so be it. Naruto would oblige him. Chapter 4, The Aftermath Part 2. Naruto was a changed person after that fateful council meeting. He knew there was no one he could rely on, and he was the only person his baby sister could rely on. He also remembered how the council said he'd have to come of age, or become a Chunin to gain sole custody of his sister. The blonde boy realized he'd have to become strong, and quickly too. A heavy burden was placed on his small shoulders, but he'd keep his promise to his parents no matter what. Narumi was going to grow up safely, and if people wanted to get in the way, they'd have to face his wrath. The village needed more shinobi as soon as possible, so the academy was at the top of the list for emergency repair funding. As such, the academy was back to a semi-functional state by the end of the month. Despite living in makeshift tents or hastily patched up shells of their former homes, parents were happy at the academy's recommencement. They needed to get their kids out of their hair and occupy them while they worked on rebuilding. As for Naruto and Narumi, they were placed at an orphanage, as their home had caught fire in the Kyuubi's attack. It made Naruto's secret possession of their clan's treasured sealing techniques and artifacts, as well as the scroll of seals, easier to cover up. The council tried to gain the Yondame's scrolls on techniques and sealing for the village, but were unable to find anything other than ashes. They were still able to squeeze something out of the 2 children however. Custody of the children of the Yondame meant they had control over their finances as well. The Namikaze Uzumaki family had an enormous fortune, from Minato's many S-rank missions and Hokage's pay, and Kushina's inheritance from the Uzumaki clan. They weren't as rich as some of the bigger clans like the Hyuga clan, but as individuals, they were amongst the top 5 richest in the village. Now the council wasn't necessarily full of evil people who loved to extort helpless children. They were no Gato. However, the village was strapped for cash, and people were suffering from the damages. People slept in makeshift tents, which formed slums, and access to clean water was limited as well. The damages to the economic engines of the village meant people had less jobs, less money, and as a result, less patience and fortitude to deal with the stress. The crime rate soared, and the Uchiha military police force was stretched thin trying to contain the rise in crimes, while still trying to do missions to make money for the village. With such dire circumstances, the council was desperate for more money. It just so happened they had access to one of the biggest fortunes in Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. It's not like they immediately rushed to that source of Ryo either. They actually left it alone for a couple months. However, when things were looking so bad, they couldn't help but turn their eyes to the Namikaze Uzumaki inheritance. The needs of 2 kids couldn't stack up against the needs of the entire village. Besides, 2 kids couldn't possibly need that much money. At least that's what they told themselves. But they never dipped into their own funds. After all, they would need that money to take care of their own families. The quality of life for Naruto and Narumi took a quick turn for the worse once the village started quietly dipping into their inheritance. Their food and clothes slowly declined in quality, until it finally became the standard drab clothing, barely a step above rags, that was supplied to orphans or homeless people. Naruto realized what was happening, but knew as he was right now, he was powerless to do anything about it. That didn't stop him from doing what he could to provide better living conditions for Narumi. He scrounged around for food, often foraging in the nearby forests for fruits or edible mushrooms, and once he became more skilled at wielding kunai and shuriken, starting hunting small game. No sister of his would grow up malnourished. He sold small pelts and herbs to the villagers to make a little pocket money, which he spent to get Narumi some higher quality clothing, milk formula, diapers, and other small things like toys. He also began to train like a boy possessed. His father had been stronger than anyone else in Konoha, and still failed in some ways, to protect their children. He failed to protect them from the dangers that resided within the village's walls when he died, and unwittingly left them to the wolves. If the Yondaime wasn't strong enough, then Naruto vowed to be even stronger than his dad. If his dad trained twice as hard as anyone else, then Naruto would train 4 times harder. He needed to become stronger to protect Narumi, from both external and internal threats. What was once a normal life for a kid was flipped on its head. He had no time to play or socialize anymore. Training and keeping Narumi safe would be his only goal in life. When he wasn't in the academy, he would take his sister into a secluded training ground during the day and train until the sun began to set, combining babysitting with training. He worked on his kunai and shuriken throwing for hours. He would go through the taijutsu and sword katas his parents had left them for hours while Narumi took a nap. He would run laps around the training ground with Narumi on his back. He would do push-ups with her on his shoulders. Even back at the orphanage he would go through his hand seals whenever his hands were free, practicing them when he was walking around, or when the orphanage would have gatherings or meetings. He worked on his chakra control in his in-between time as well. He would work on balancing leaves with the tenketsu on his hands whenever he walked around anywhere, and would also use the chakra training exercise to entertain his sister when she was bored. Narumi loved to watch the leaves dancing above the blonde boy's hands. Whenever Naruto was alone, such as when he went to the bathroom or before he slept, he would read the sealing books and scrolls left to him by his parents. Even at school he would read during breaks, flipping pages with one hand while doing the leaf balancing exercise with his free hand. His friends began to worry about him. At first, they tried, earnestly too, to reach out to him, break him out of his shell, and get him to play with them again, but the blue-eyed child had no time for such foolishness. One by one, they slowly stopped trying and gave him his space. Uchiha Itachi, his best friend who was the same age, but in the year above him, was the only one who stayed by his side after a few months. Before the death of Minato and Kushina, Naruto was a bright and lively child, personality mirroring his mother. He was the one who broke Itachi out of his reserved shell, and got him to act like the child he was. Afterwards, however, none of Kushina's bubbly personality remained. All that was stripped away, and what remained was his father's cold and calculating mind that Minato himself only showed when he was fighting. Itachi noticed the changes in Naruto, but he didn't mind. He himself was a quiet and reserved person by nature, so he didn't mind quietly being next to Naruto during breaks in school as Naruto immersed himself in his books and exercises. He would simply enjoy Naruto's company and would relax or work on his own things. Naruto appreciated Itachi for his loyalty immensely, even if he didn't express it outwardly. As such, Itachi and Narumi were the only ones who got to see his rare smiles and glimpses of his old personality. He eventually asked Itachi to join him in training as well. Having at least one person he trusted without question was a huge burden lifted off of Naruto's shoulders. No matter how strong anyone might be, humans are social beings, and need people in their lives. The rare occasions where Naruto was unable to be with Narumi, he asked Itachi to look after her. Itachi was a calm and gentle soul, and was an excellent caretaker of children. This really showed when his little brother Sasuke was born later in the year. The two friends were already prodigies, but as they trained together, their skills began to skyrocket. In school their grades were at the top of the class for their respective years. His training was taken to the next level when he learned the Kage Bunshin, Shadow Clone, jutsu from his father's Scroll of Seals. He was now able to train more efficiently, making a clone to watch over Narumi. Before, he used to have split his attention between training and Narumi, but now he had a way to give both tasks 100% of his attention. His Uzumaki heritage gave him chakra reserves that were greater than any in his age group, and even some older people. He was able to make around 10 shadow clones, which enabled him to work on multiple things at once. While he went to school, he had clones work on chakra control exercises, read his scrolls, hunt and forage to make extra money, and take care of Narumi. With this development, Naruto began to develop his skills at an even more accelerated pace, and he was soon advanced 1 year ahead into Itachi's class. It was here where Itachi introduced Naruto to his friend Uchiha Izumi, a pretty young girl, who had long brown hair, which she tied in a ponytail and had bangs which framed her face. She the onyx eyes of most Uchiha, and had a mole under her right eye which a lot boys said added to her beauty. Her father was not an Uchiha, so she lived outside the compound until he died in the Kyuubi attack. Itachi began to hang out with her after she fought against some bullies on his behalf, who picked on him for being so antisocial. Even at their first meeting, Naruto noticed Izumi might have some sort of feelings that went beyond friendship for Itachi. He didn't think much of it, or Izumi herself at first though. He had no time to make new friends, he thought. But slowly Izumi began to show up more and more in his life, as she gradually began to accompany Itachi when he went to meet Naruto. Having trust issues, it took a while for Naruto to open up to Izumi, but he trusted Itachi, trusted his judgment on people, so he let her tag along for their training. Izumi couldn't really keep up with the two prodigies training at 100%, so she was often left to the side to rest, where she became acquainted with Narumi. Naruto was a devoted brother, and Narumi received the love and attention of two parents from her brother. She still needed a female presence in her life though, and Izumi slowly began to fill that role. The Uchiha girl wasn't as obsessed with getting stronger like Naruto was, and started to slowly phase out the training and focused more on watching over and playing with Narumi. Naruto was wary at first, having trust issues and being overprotective of his sister, but Narumi loved Izumi and her presence, and Naruto appreciated the girl and welcomed her into his small circle of trusted people. The three classmates soon became inseparable, and Naruto soon found himself frequenting the Uchiha clan compound more and more. Itachi's mother, Uchiha Mikoto, was calm and kind woman, Itachi taking after her, and enjoyed seeing the children of her deceased friend. She saw a lot of Kushina in Narumi, like she once saw in Naruto before he changed. Mikoto often invited Naruto and Narumi over for dinner, granting the orphans a home-cooked meal every once in a while, which allowed them to escape the gruel served at the orphanage and gave them better nutrition. The ties the two orphans were developing with the Uchiha clan head's family wasn't all positives, however, as many of the other clans saw this development as a scheme to bind the Yondaime's children to their clan, and began to gossip. Many within Uchiha clan weren't happy with the situation either, as Narumi, or rather the Baijuu sealed within Narumi, was responsible for their falling reputation, and hated her presence. They kept their thoughts hidden however, as they didn't want to cross the clan head. Still, Naruto's friendship with the Uchihas was a huge boon for an orphan without any clan to back him or train him. He met Itachi's cousin, Uchiha Shisui, who was 3 years older than them, and also a prodigy, being a chunin at the age of 10. Shisui was more like Naruto in personality before the death of his parents, and felt bad for the blonde boy, who he was fond of even before. He began to help them train whenever he wasn't on missions, and was impressed by Naruto's drive and talent. Shisui tested the two for their elemental affinities to help them train and was astounded by what he discovered. When Itachi channeled his chakra into his chakra paper, it caught fire and quickly turned to ash, which was expected for an Uchiha. The surprise came when it was Naruto's turn. When Naruto channeled chakra into his chakra paper, the paper split into 3 vertical strips showing he had a rare wind affinity. The strip on the left burned up in intense blue flames, while the strip on the right was soaked into water before falling apart. 3 affinities were almost unheard of. However, the thing that shocked Shisui the most was what happened to the strip in the middle. The strip in the middle fizzled before dissolving into nothing, and few drops of liquid that dripped onto the ground showed how caustic it was when it sizzled and dissolved all organic matter that it came across. Shisui had no idea what this was, but figured it was some sort of Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limit, that was never seen before in Konoha. He began to look through his clan's archives, seeing if there was anything that could explain this strange Kekkei Genkai displayed by Naruto. Itachi's older cousin eventually discovered it was Boil Release, Futten, a rare bloodline that was rarely seen, only in Kiri, the hidden mist village. When Naruto learned of this, he asked Itachi and Shisui to keep his secret, fearing exploitation by the council, which they agreed on. Seeing Naruto and Itachi's massive potential, Shisui began to secretly take Naruto and Itachi to the clan's library to teach them the clan's collection of elemental jutsu every once in a while. Naruto continued to grow and advance his skills at a near unprecedented pace, and he soon graduated the academy at the end of the year with Itachi at the age of 7, not even a year after the death of his parents. He was put on the same Jinan team as his best friend, with a much older graduate, Inari Shinko, a 12-year-old girl who moved to Konoha when she was 9, and retained a foreign accent, which differentiated her from others. She had brown hair which was tied into 2 pigtails, and wore her Hittite on a bandana which covered the top of her hair. Their team, Team 2, was led by a jonin named Minazuki Yuki. He had short dark hair, which he tied into a small ponytail in the back, had unkempt eyebrows and a small goatee. He was known by most of Konoha as a competent sensei. He, however, had a somewhat shady history behind him. Every time a student showed more talent than himself, he found some reason to send them back to the academy, or prevent them from taking the Chunin exams. Danzo secretly arranged for Team 2 to only take missions ranked higher than C rank after 5 D rank missions, as he saw their talents wasted on doing D rank missions rebuilding and repairing their village, and they built a reputation as the best Jinan team in years with a stellar mission record. Minazuki Yuki was secretly jealous at the obvious talent shown by his 2 male students, and took an A rank mission, to teach them their place. When Naruto and Itachi were able to lead their team to a flawlessly executed mission, he was livid. He wanted to ban them from taking the Chunin exams taking place that year, using their recent graduation from the academy and Shinko's lack of readiness as an excuse, but both the Sandaime Hokage and Danzo objected, and made special arrangements so that Naruto and Itachi were able to take the exam as a 2-man team. Yuki was given 2 new members to his team in their place. Even with the handicap of having 1 less team member, Itachi and Naruto tore through the Chunin exams with ease, and they were promoted to Chunin within 6 months of their graduation, at the young age of 8. People began to compare the 2 prodigies with Kakashi, who graduated the academy at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and Jonin at 12. As a Chunin, Naruto was finally able to claim sole custody of his younger sister Narumi. The council hadn't expected him reach Chunin status at the age of 8, and were reluctant to hand over custody of Narumi, which was tied to custody of their inheritance as well. They were trapped by their own words however, and were forced to hand over custody to the 8-year-old blonde. At first Naruto was elated to be the sole person responsible for Narumi, and to receive his inheritance, but when he saw what remained, he was absolutely furious. He had known the council was siphoning off his inheritance, but he hadn't expected to see a mere 100,000 ryo remaining from what was once one of the largest fortunes in Hino Kuni. 100,000 ryo was roughly equivalent to the pay of one of the harder C-rank missions. He had been planning on getting a new apartment for him and Narumi, but this threw a huge wrench in his plans. Naruto threw himself into missions to make money. Taking any A rank or B rank mission he could get a hold of. He entrusted Narumi to the care of Izumi, who still hadn't graduated from the academy, and Mikoto while he went on mission after mission. He even started taking a few solo B rank and A rank missions, which he used to experiment with his bloodline. There were no resources on the Boil release in Konoha, so he had to make up his own jutsu, modeled after the Suten jutsu he knew. He discovered just how deadly it was, on a solo bandit camp extermination mission. It was getting late, sometime after dinner, and many of the bandits were drunk. Naruto had been observing them the whole day, assessing their numbers and patterns, hidden in a nearby tree, using stealth skills unseen since the second Tsuchikage. He was practically invisible using his Meisaigaku no Jutsu hiding and camouflage technique. Naruto was cautious, and though he was an excellent direct fighter, he enjoyed using stealth, and took precautions to hide his presence, even with low-level opponents like bandits. He counted 20 bandits. There were 2 bandits on each of the 2 entrances to the camp, and the rest were in their tents, which were arranged randomly around a central campfire. The bandits were drunk, and many of them were snoozing. He looked around for innocent bystanders or captives and found none. He had seen enough of the bandits and decided it was time to strike. Without any hand seals, he formed 4 cage bunshines, and sent 2 each to hide near the 2 entrances of the bandit camp, to set an ambush for any bandit that would try to escape. He quickly flashed through 2 hand seals, fewer than what was usually required for the Kirigakure jutsu, hiding in the mist technique, and a small amount of mist began to gradually form around the camp. He had picked up the technique in a fight against a B-ranked missing Kiri Nin, who ended up dying easily to Blonde Ninja's sword in a brief clash. His version had its own deadly twist to it. Futten, Kirigakure no Jutsu, whispered the blonde, hidden in his hiding spot in a nearby tree. The mist gradually grew to encompass the entire bandit camp as Naruto fed it more chakra, growing thicker and thicker, until it was almost impossible to see past your outstretched hands. "Hey! Who turned off the lights?" one drunk bandit complained in a slurred voice. "You idiot! We're outside. It's just the fog. Now give me back my bottle." His equally drunk companion replied, as he groped through the fog to find his bottle of sake, not questioning why such a dense fog would appear out of clear skies. The blonde assassin used his water chakra to manipulate and give shape to the jutsu, and used his fire chakra to adjust the pH level of the water, and he began to raise the pH level, which quickly soared past pH 15. The water in the mist became more and more alkaline, becoming caustic to the level that it would quickly dissolve organic matter in seconds. The drunk singing and laughing quickly became screams of agony, but even the screaming ended within seconds as they all succumbed to their fate. Naruto released his jutsu and blew it away with a small futon, wind release, jutsu. The results were horrifying. What was once living people were now sticky brown puddles of dissolved flesh and blood. Naruto was used to killing people and wasn't hugely affected by dead bodies, desensitized to death to a degree, having been exposed to the gruesome death of his parents at a young age. This, however, was something different altogether. He felt as if he committed an atrocity, and the realization that he could literally liquefy 20 living, breathing people into a brown sludge scared him slightly. He had literally melted people to death in seconds, and there were people who thought his sweet, and unbelievably cute, baby sister was a monster, while they praised him. Idiots. He retched, but held himself back from throwing up. After collecting any valuables, after all he still needed money, and he wasn't about let a small bit of blood, or brown sludge, stop him, he decided to hide all traces of what happened here. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Grand Fireball Technique, he quietly yelled out as he released a massive blue fireball which incinerated everything in the camp. When he returned to Konoha and gave his report, he left out a few key details. He decided he was going to hide his trump card for now. By the time Naruto reached 9, he finally had enough money to afford a deposit for a small 2-bedroom apartment. He threw a small housewarming party, inviting Itachi, Izumi, Shisui, Mikoto, and by extension, Sasuke. Sasuke and Narumi waddled around the apartment, playing with the toys Mikoto brought along for them. Thanks Izumi and Mikoto Obasan for allowing us to temporarily stay at your compound and taking care of Narumi-chan when I was away. Naruto gave the two women a small bow. Come on sweetie, it was the least I could do. Mikoto replied as she gave him a motherly smile. I told Fugaku to adopt you and Narumi if we could, but it looks like the other clans just saw it as a bid for power. I wish we could do more for you, she said with a small scowl as she remembered hearing what happened at the council meeting from her husband. And who could refuse to look after such a little cutie? Izumi squealed as she chased after the two 2-year-olds. Naruto gave a warm smile as he looked at the Uchiha guests he had over. These were the only people he trusted fully. This was his new family. When Naruto and Itachi became 11, they were promoted to Jonin due to their flawless mission records, both as a team, and on solo missions. Other Chunins were elated whenever one of the two prodigies were assigned to their team for missions, as it guaranteed success and no deaths. Well, at least for the Konoha team. Plenty of death would be guaranteed for whoever got in their way. Sure, Naruto didn't always work well with strangers and didn't seem to trust them much, but he still carried them through most missions, and they knew they would be safe with him around. They were now officially the youngest Jonin in Konoha history, beating Kakashi's record by 1 year. Izumi also graduated that year, a year earlier than most others, who graduated at 12. Even though she was a year younger, she graduated as Kunoichi of the year. She was strong and talented after all, it was just that she looked average when compared to Naruto and Itachi. They didn't want to be Jonin senseis or anything, still being a year younger than the average age of most academy graduates, and decided to apply to join the Anbu forces, Itachi to bring honor to his clan and family, and Naruto for the increased pay. The Anbu commander stamped their applications as soon as he saw them, hands shaking and mouth drooling with excitement. Now he had the youngest prodigies ever seen, under his command. They were tested by Kakashi, who was now 18 years old, and a legendary Anbu captain. Naruto wasn't particularly close to Kakashi or anything, but he didn't really hold any grudges against him. The man was 14 when Minato and Kushina died. Did anyone really expect a 14-year-old to raise 2 kids? The Anbu captain was just a traumatized teen after all, with his mom dying at a young age, and his father committing suicide a few years later, and had lost his sensei who acted as a father figure. He had dropped by every once in a while, when they were at the orphanage, to secretly check up on his sensei's kids too. Kakashi didn't know Naruto noticed, but unbeknownst to most at the time, Naruto was a powerful sensor, and noticed his chakra signature and eventually snuck around to see Kakashi visiting with small gifts for them. Well, look who it is. Little Naruto all grown up now, huh? Kakashi lazily stated as he continued to read a little orange book. So you're gonna be the one testing us? Naruto asked, one eyebrow rising slightly as he questioned the masked shinobi. Looks like it. I'm gonna be seeing what all that talk surrounding you kids is all about. Kakashi drawled lazily as he put his book into his pocket. Alright. Let's see what you two got. Naruto and Itachi looked at each other and smiled. They never smiled in front of anyone. Kakashi felt a chill going up his spine. An hour later. So how would you rate their skills, Inu? The Anbu commander asked the battered shinobi before him. Well, let me first say I should have tested them one at a time. Kakashi coughed out as he rubbed his sore arms. Itachi is a genius on the level of Shisui, maybe with even more potential. He has a complete mastery of his clan's intercepting fist style of taijutsu, and a fully developed Sharingan, which he has perfect control over. He has large chakra reserves even for a Jonin, typical of an Uchiha. His ninjutsu, flawless. Especially his Kadenjutsu. I'd say he's easily one of the strongest in ninjutsu in the village with those flames of his. Even with his already high standards, which I'd say trumps most others in this village, I'd say his most impressive aspects are in Shuriken Jutsu and Genjutsu. I can say without any doubt that he is the strongest Genjutsu user in this village. Bar none. Well, maybe besides for the Kurama clan, but they haven't had anyone who could fully utilize their Genjutsu bloodline in years. The Anbu commander was giddy with excitement at the news, but hid it well behind his mask, and asked in a calm tone. Excellent. Excellent. And the Yondaime's son? Naruto? Where to start? The kid is a vicious son of a bitch, no disrespect to Kushina-san. He's like a dangerous combination of his parents, with his Kenjutsu skills outshining anyone in this village. I'd say he has potential to give the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kiri a run for their money. He combines his mother's skills with the sword with his father's speed and reaction time. If the kid knew the Hiraishin, he'd be damn near a cage-level threat at the old age of 11. The Anbu commander nearly had an orgasm. Excellent. Please continue. Kakashi began to sense the Anbu commander was starting to struggle to hide his emotions. Well, his taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and kenjutsu were all very impressive, and paired with his unparalleled skills in stealth and sensing, honestly could have landed him as a jonin on those skills alone. The Anbu commander sensed there was more good news. But I'd say those are the least remarkable things about him, Kakashi continued. What? What makes you say that? The Anbu commander questioned. He has 3 elemental affinities. Katen, Futon, and Suton, and let me tell you, he's got a stupidly high affinity for each of them too. His fire jutsu burn blue and are hotter than anything I've faced. The sparring room we used? They're gonna need some serious repairs. And I'm not talking about just some carpentry work. He partially melted the damn stone floors. He luckily was able to limit the damage by pulling a huge amount of water out of thin air too. The Anbu commander jumped up from his seat. What? The only person who was able to do that was the Nidaime Hokage, at least from what I've heard. I haven't seen anything like this before. Not even from Kiri-nin. I'd say his wind affinity is pretty high too, but it's a rare affinity in Hai no Kuni, so I don't have much to compare it with. He also seems to have the biggest chakra reserves in this village, including the Sandaime. Kid can throw A-rank jutsu left and right as if he's throwing shuriken. Shoot, some shuriken holsters don't even hold that many shuriken. He'll make a fine addition to the Anbu. The Anbu commander commented. I'm not finished. He's also very good at genjutsu, though not to Itachi's level, and very good at using it on the fly to create openings for his taijutsu and kenjutsu. He also seems to know some Uryo ninjutsu or something, healing any of the very small number of wounds I left on him. But the thing that makes him really special? He's a prodigy with seals. Maybe the healing thing was a seal too? Anyway, not only does he have a wide arsenal of seals, of which I'm sure I've only seen a fraction, but he can apply seals using his chakra, just as well as he can with a brush. He's definitely his parent's son. He's already above, or at least equal to, Jiraiya-sama in sealing skill. I'd wager he'll be able to unlock the Hiraishin if he really puts some effort into it. The Anbu commander sat back down at his desk and put his hands together, softly drumming the tips of his fingers together as he thought. Amazing, our pool of talent has never been so deep. We've got 3 Anbu who reached Jonin before they even reached their teens. The Anbu's reputation will reach new highs, all under my term too. I love my job. The commander said after a brief silence. Sensing the conversation was done, the ninja with the dog mask turned around and limped towards the door. If you make me spar against them again, I'm quitting. Kakashi didn't get paid enough to deal with this crap. Chapter 5, Narumi's birthday. 7 years after the Kyuubi attack, 3 years after Naruto's induction as Anbu. Onii-chan. Naruto was woken up by his little sister's shout and the excited pitter-patter of her little footsteps which rang throughout the hallway. He groaned as he turned in his bed, trying to protect his blue eyes from the rays of sunlight which threatened to wake him up for the day with finality, using his blanket to cover his face. Perhaps he could still go back to sleep. It proved futile when a red mass of excitement leapt up into the air and body slammed him. Oni-chan. It's my birthday. My birthday. I'm finally turning 7. You know what that means, right? Right? Narumi rattled out rapidly. Happy birthday, Narumi-chan. Naruto drawled out in a voice still slurred by sleepiness as he rubbed the sleep off his eyes. He shouldn't have stayed up so late last night, but he had to get all the work out of the way to clear his schedule for today. Thanks. Now hurry up and get ready. I'm hungry, Oni-chan, and you said I got to choose what we have for breakfast. Narumi nagged as she jumped up and down on her brother's bed to wake him up. Fine, I'm up, Naruto sighed as he resigned himself to his fate. Would it kill Kami if he got more than 6 hours of sleep for once? Let me guess, Ichiraku's? You know it. I'm already ready to go, so you need to hurry up, Narumi continued to pester Naruto as he started to change his clothes. Did you brush your teeth? Wash your face? That's what you're gonna wear outside? Naruto went through her morning checklist. Yup, and yup. Narumi replied with a wide smile, showing she was ready to go. Fine. Put on a jacket though. It's October. Chilly outside these days. Naruto advised her, similar to how his parents once did for him. Also, you were planning to out with your hair like that? The little redhead gave a cute pout. Hey! I was waiting for you to get your lazy butt up so you can brush my hair like you always do. Naruto chuckled. He loved to rile up his little sister. Her reactions were too cute. Fine, bring me your brush while I finish up getting ready. A few minutes later, they were in the living room. Naruto sat on the couch with Narumi's brush as Narumi sat on the floor, with her back facing her older brother so he could brush her long, red hair. So, after breakfast at Ichiraku's, what do you want to do? Naruto asked as he brushed away. When Naruto wasn't away on missions, this is how they started their day, Naruto going over what he had for the day, and asking Narumi if she slept well, and asking about her plans for the day. Well, since the party starts at 5, I want to play with my friends until then. You think I can go to the rides at the festival this year? Narumi asked her brother, hoping to receive affirmation. You can hang out with your friends for a bit after breakfast. But don't go to the festival. I want you to come back home by 4 though. Naruto told her, as he finished brushing her hair and pinned her bangs to the sides to frame her face. She looked just like Kushina when she was younger. Fine. No festival then. Now let's go. Narumi jumped up and pulled Naruto out the door. At Ichiraku's. Hi old man. Ayame-ne-chan. Narumi greeted cheerfully, as she sat on her designated spot. The proprietor of the ramen stand and his daughter smiled warmly at their favorite customer and greeted her back. Happy birthday, Narumi. You're already 7 now. Growing up so quickly. Seems like it was just yesterday when you came to our store for the first time and had your first 3 bowls of ramen. Ayame chuckled with a hand covering her mouth as she remembered Narumi's expression when Narumi's eyes were first opened to the ambrosia of the gods that was known as ramen. Hello Tuchi-san, Ayame-san. Naruto greeted the two in a more polite greeting as he sat down next to the birthday girl. Welcome to the Ichiraku's, Naruto. The ramen chef warmly greeted. What can we get you to? I'll have 3 portions of the pork miso ramen, with extra pork, as usual. As for Narumi, it's her birthday, so can we get something special for her? The blonde Onbu asked as he made his own order. Something special, huh? Well, luckily for you, we got just the thing. How would you like the Narumi birthday special? Tucci presented with pride in his voice. Narumi birthday special? Is that a new menu item? Naruto asked, hearing about this for the first time. Yes. That's the one I want. My birthday special. I get my own ramen named after me? This is awesome. Best birthday ever. Narumi was jumping in her chair in excitement. Well, we kinda just came up with it. Well, by we, I mean me. Anyway, it's a premium ramen with a pork broth and miso base, but with 7 servings of noodles, 7 soy-marinated hard-boiled eggs, and 49 slices of chashu pork slices. It's served in the dough-kneading bowl. Tucci beamed in pride, with a gleaming smile that was reminiscent of Konoha's resident taijutsu master. There were stars in Narumi's eyes, as she clasped her hands together, mouth ajar, drooling. This was straight out of her dreams. Literally. She had had this dream before. She pinched herself to make sure it wasn't a dream so she could actually eat this and not wake up right as she took her first mouthful. It was no dream, it was a nightmare. Luckily for her, this time she felt the pain from her pinch, indicating that this was real life. Yes. Tucci Gigi. I'll take that one. She squealed in joy. Excellent. I'll get to it right away. Ayame. Get 10 portions of noodles in the pot. Oh. By the way, it costs 14,000 ryo. The ramen chef added in sneakily. Naruto's eyes bulged, as he choked on the complimentary tea. Fu 14,000 ryo? Are we still talking about ramen? The cheapest ramen on the menu cost around 500 ryo, while the more premium ramen could reach up to 1,500. I guess it's a little pricey. We could cancel that if you want. So does she want the regular miso ramen as well? Tucci asked. No. Wait. Please, Naruto ni-chan? Pretty please? Could I get the Narumi birthday special Supreme Ramen Deluxe 2000? Narumi begged with her puppy dog face. It's just Narumi birthday special. Just throwing that out there. Tucci corrected. Damn Narumi and her cute, irresistible puppy dog face no jutsu. She knew her brother's weakness and took full advantage of it. She'd make a damn fine kunoichi. Pretty please? I promise I won't be distracted during my training. I'll make sure to eat all my vegetables, and I'll clean my room too. Please. Please Oni-chan, it's my birthday. She pleaded, sticking out her lower lip as she intensified her puppy dog face. Fine. You can have the stupid Narumi birthday special Supreme Ramen Deluxe 2000, Naruto sighed in defeat. Coming here was a mistake his wallet would have to pay the price for. Damn that puppy dog face of hers. Yay. Thanks, Ni-chan. You're the bestest brother in the world, you know, Narumi cheered, as she danced in her seat in victory. The real winner was Tucci and his store though, as he gave a sly smile in victory. He loved having the Namikaze Uzumaki family over. They practically accounted for 30% of their entire profit. Well, I'll get working on that right away. Tucci slinked back to the back of the stall to prepare the gargantuan meal. Naruto glared at Tucci's retreating back. If only he didn't genuinely like and care for him and Narumi and give them food for free in the past. If only he didn't make the best damn ramen in the world, he would have had words with that old man. An hour later. Thanks for the meal, old man. You should add that to the menu officially. It was amazing. Narumi birthday special Supreme Ramen Deluxe 2000 is gonna be a huge hit. Believe it, Narumi yelled out as she waved goodbye to Tucci and his daughter Ayame. Glad you liked it. Come back again anytime. And it's just Narumi birthday special. Tucci greeted. And happy birthday again, sweetheart. Ayame added. Naruto cried as he paid. Naruto lived a very frugal life, but when it came to Narumi, he always ended up spending more money than he intended to. That damn girl had 2 servings of that monstrosity, which he had to admit tasted fantastic when he tried a bite. Breakfast cost him 31,000 ryo. He and Narumi could have stayed at a premium hotel at the capital for that price. Damn Tucci, and damn that delicious Narumi birthday special Supreme Ramen Deluxe 2000. Alright Narumi. So, who are you going to hang out with, and where? Naruto asked, as he kept looking at his wallet to make sure it was as empty as it looked. He wasn't hallucinating, was he? He wished he was. You know, my friends. Sasuke-chan and Hinata-chan. Narumi informed Naruto, as if it should have been obvious. She had practically grown up with Sasuke, and the two of them were almost siblings. Narumi befriended Hyuga Hinata, the Hyuga clan heir, a little later, when she was 3, following what came to be known as the Hyuga incident. Flashback. Naruto was heading back home from the Uchiha compound, having picked up Narumi. So, did you have a good time with Mikado Oba-chan and Izumi? What did you guys do? Naruto asked his 3-year-old sister. Aha! Mikado Oba-chan read us a story, and Izumi-ne-chan did finger painting with me and Sasuke. I drew Oni-chan and me in our new house. I'll show you when we get home. We also made necklaces with some beads and noodles. Here you go Oni-chan. Narumi happily told her brother, as she put the necklace she made around her blonde brother's neck. Thanks, Imoto. I love it. Does it make me look cool or what? Naruto replied. Narumi giggled as she replied, the necklace is pretty, since I made it, but you look like a dork. Hey! That's not nice. I'm not a dork. I'm awesome, okay? Naruto replied defensively, though jokingly. Sure, whatever you say Oni-chan, Narumi teased. She suddenly stopped and began to feel tense. Oni-chan? I'm getting this weird feeling. I can feel someone feeling really scared. I think they need help. Help? What do you mean, you can feel someone is scared? Naruto was confused, but he never outright dismissed his sister. Did she have some sensory abilities that allowed her to sense emotions? Yeah. Someone is really scared. I can feel their worry from here. Go left at that street. I'll tell you where to go. Being a shinobi, Naruto knew not to ignore gut feelings, and decided to follow where his sister led him to. Moments later he felt a strong Raiten-natured chakra hiding in an alley nearby. He put a finger on his lips to tell Narumi to be quiet and she obeyed her brother. He suppressed his chakra signature and sneaked closer to the source, only to find the Kumo Nin ambassador who had visited the village to sign a peace treaty. A closer look showed the Kumo ambassador with a squirming sack over his shoulders. Naruto looked at Narumi, who was still on his back, for confirmation. Narumi pointed to the sack and nodded. He put Narumi down, behind the corner so she was out of sight of the Kumo Jonin, and got ready for a fight. Narumi quickly dashed off to hide behind a barrel nearby. Damn those Hyuga bastards. I'll have to hide for a while until they stop searching for me. Where can I hide that would hide me from their damn Byakugan? The Kumo ambassador whispered through gritted teeth. I need to cause a distraction like I did with the explosion at the Hyuga compound, so they don't have the time to look for me. He thought to himself as he looked around for a distraction. Only the Kumo Jonin's reflexes saved the man's life, when a kunai was suddenly embedded itself deeply into the wall behind where his head had been a mere second ago. He turned his head on a swivel to look for the owner of the kunai. He instinctively raised a kunai in defense, blocking a slash from Naruto's sword. The kunai became useless after that block however, as Naruto was channeling his wind chakra through the sword, and it nearly cut the kunai in half. He jumped backwards to gain some space and tossed his damaged kunai away. Damn, this blonde brat can't be past academy age and he's giving me a tough time. I can't even channel my lightning chakra through my kunai to strengthen them, since he's channeling wind chakra through his sword. This is a bad matchup for my Raiten. The Kumo kidnapper thought. Naruto didn't give the man more time to think as he charged in towards the Kumo Nin at a blinding speed, intending to cut him to pieces. However, his opponent was a Jonin, and the head nin of Kumo, second in command to the Raikage. He dodged most of Naruto's initial slashes and used the Kawarimi Jutsu, replacement technique, on a nearby barrel, switching places with the barrel. He looked down and saw a little girl with red hair looking back at him with a scared look in her violet eyes. The Kumo Jonin's head was instantly reminded of a girl that Kumo tried to kidnap, decades ago. He had been part of the squad that was waiting to link up with the team that went to kidnap the little Uzumaki girl, and provide reinforcement if they were pursued. The team never arrived. At least not alive. That damn blonde Minato had to get involved. He suddenly saw the parallel between that incident and the predicament he found himself now. This could be his chance to snatch up this girl, who had to be the Uzumaki's brat, and complete the mission they had failed all those years ago. The only person in his way was probably an offspring of that thrice-damned Yondaime Hokage, if looks were anything to go by. He dropped the sack and grabbed the scared redhead, and put a kunai to her throat. Stop! Or this girl gets it, he threatened Naruto. Naruto froze. That bastard. How dare he use Narumi as a hostage? He was not going to give this man a quick death. The Kumo head nin yelled at Naruto, if you want this girl to live, walk away you little brat. You're 100 years too young to be fighting me. Naruto's face mirrored Minato's steely gaze, often the last thing seen by their enemies before they died. He stealthily formed one-handed seals behind his back, setting off a chain of jutsus in conjunction. He first formed a cage bunshine, and consecutively used Kawarimi twice to seamlessly replace himself and a third person, and cast a henge on himself in his new location. The head nin of Kumo underestimated the blonde, and didn't see any of this, as he was busy keeping an eye out for others, considering the blonde to be stalling while the real help arrived. He also cast the Kokwangyo no Jutsu, bringer of darkness technique, a genjutsu that blocked the sense of sight, on Narumi, so she would only see darkness all around her. He didn't want her to see the gore that was about to take place. Fine. I surrender, just let her go. Naruto's clone said as he dropped his mother's sword, and threw his hands up in the air as he slowly walked backwards. Smart move, brat. Though I never said I'd let her go. She'll be coming with me. The Kumo nin declared as he reached for the squirming sack. Narumi, hearing her brother give up, and the Kumo nin stating his intent to kidnap her, while not being able to see anything, began to panic. When she was jerked closer by a rough pull from the Kumo Jonin, she snapped. A chain shot out of her back and stabbed the surprised Kumo Jonin through the shoulder of the arm he was using to hold her. Using the momentary pause of the Kumo nin's shock as an opening, Hinata cut her way out of the sack she was in with a sword and struck the Kumo nin twice. An arm and a leg hit the floor. The Kumo nin looked at the meek 3-year-old Hyuga heiress in shock, only to see her transform back into Naruto. If you left my sister out of this, I'd have given you a quick death. This is all on you. He flew through one-handed seals and whispered, Futton, Mizurappa, boil release, water trumpet, and spat out a stream of water on the downed Kumo Nin. The man screamed in excruciating pain, as he slowly felt his body burn and dissolve away. Naruto had made sure not to make the jutsu too caustic, so his sister's kidnapper could feel more of the pain. The Kumo ambassador's flesh was dissolved, revealing his dissolved muscle tissue and bones in some places, but he wasn't quite dead yet. Naruto decided to finish the job and get rid of the evidence of his bloodline when he was sure the man had suffered sufficiently for his crimes. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu, fire release, dragon flame technique, he yelled out, and a stream of blue flame incinerated the dissolving man, which left nothing behind, but burned, brittle bones, which crumbled in the wind. He released the genjutsu from Narumi and ran over to see if she was okay. Narumi. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? Ni-chan. I was so scared. I thought that bad man was going to take me away forever, she cried out as she buried herself in her brother's chest. The blonde Chunin hugged his sister to comfort her. Shh. Don't worry. He won't ever hurt you again. You're safe now. Your Ni-chan will protect you. Promise. Naruto's clone walked over with a scared Hinata, who the clone had been hiding to also spare her from the violent scene. Thank you Shinobi-san for rescuing me, Hinata said in a quiet, still scared voice. It was nothing. She's the one you should be thanking anyway. I wouldn't have known you were in danger if she didn't sense your distress, Naruto said as he pointed to his sister. Thank you. I didn't get your name, Hinata said to her red-haired savior. Sniffle, I'm Narumi. And this is my Oni-chan, Naruto. Introduced Narumi, as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Thank you Narumi-san, Naruto-san. How can I repay you? Asked the Hyuga clan heiress. Her father had drilled into her young mind that a Hyuga must never be in debt. Wanna hang out with me sometime? Narumi offered as a small smile began to form on her face, even as her eyes were still teary. Hang out? Like play together? Hinata asked, making sure she understood what she was being asked. After all, Hyugas didn't use such low-class vernacular often. Yeah. You know, play together and stuff. We could be friends? Narumi asked hopefully. She didn't have many friends, and was desperate to make more. Hinata was also a very lonely child, and didn't have many friends her age, due to her clan being so uptight. She was happy to make a friend. That sounds nice, and Narumi-san, she stuttered, but had a small smile on her face. Narumi's smile reached her ears when the pale-eyed girl agreed to be her second friend ever. Sweet. We can play at the park with Sasuke-chan. She squealed in joy, though her eyes weren't dry yet. Naruto smiled at the scene, happy for the two young girls, when the Hyuga finally appeared. Hinata-sama. Thank Kami-sama you're safe. A 12-year-old Hyuga main family member, and Hinata's caretaker, named Ko said as he ran over to see if she was alright. Hyuga Hiyashi, the clan head, and Hyuga Hizashi, his twin brother and head of the branch family, arrived shortly after. Hinata. You're alright. The Hyuga clan head said in relief as he swept up his daughter in his arms. Oh Atu-sama. These two people rescued me from the bad man. Hinata explained to her father. Hiyashi looked at the blonde Chunin and his sister, and looked over to the charred and crumbling bones of the Kumo Nin, the only identifying remains of the man being the severed arm and leg that lied close by. Thank you for rescuing my daughter, Namikaze Uzumaki-san. The Hyuga owes you their gratitude. Let me know if there is anything we can do for your service to us, Hiyashi said as he bowed slightly. Naruto remembered this man, the man who set off the chain of events that had him and Narumi grow up in an orphanage, and enabled the council to steal their inheritance. He hated the Hyuga clan head, but didn't want to get in the way of his sister's new friendship with Hinata. I guess you could start by letting them play together every once in a while, Naruto said in a neutral tone, not even bothering to look directly at the man. I suppose I can allow Hinata to spend time with the Q with your sister. Under proper supervision of course. Hiyashi answered back, managing to cover up his slip of the tongue. Naruto heard the slip, and was seething inside, but held his tongue. He simply nodded. If that's all, we will be heading back to the compound. It has been a long night for Hinata after all, Hiyashi said as the Hyuga clan members all turned to leave. Naruto and Narumi also left, after Naruto explained what happened to the Anbu and the Uchiha military police force that came to investigate and clear up the site. Naruto was fuming inside at the way Hiyashi looked at Narumi, but hid his feelings, not wanting to spoil Narumi's good mood. I finally made a new friend Oni-chan. Narumi was practically skipping the whole way back home. Naruto's anger died down looking at his sister's happiness. This is what he sacrificed everything for. To make sure his sister could be happy. His mind snapped back to what had happened and mused about Narumi unlocking her chakra chains. She was truly his mother's daughter. His face showed a smile as he began to think of training regiments for her. Meanwhile, Hisashi glared at Hisashi as they walked back. "You will be punished for your failure to watch Hinata properly," he whispered through gritted teeth as they walked back. Hisashi said nothing. End flashback. Right. The Dujutsu duo. Alrighty then. Have fun. And remember, come back home by 4 so we can get ready for your party, okay? Naruto reminded Narumi, who nodded and ran off to meet her friends. Naruto went back home to set up for the party. At 5 p.m. the guests began to show up at the door of the Namikaze Uzumaki siblings' house. They piled up their gifts at the end of the table that held the food and drinks, and the kids began to play the party games Naruto had prepared during the afternoon, while the adults and shinobi talked with each other. "Thanks for coming, Mikado Oba-chan," Naruto greeted the Uchiha matriarch. "I wasn't about to miss our little Narumi's 7th birthday party," Mikado replied with her warm smile that reminded Naruto of his own mother. She was quite excited to present her gift to Narumi-chan after all. Came Itachi's calm, slightly monotone voice. "He can hardly tell if you're being sarcastic with your tone like that, Itachi," Shisui joked, and Izumi agreed. "I try to get him to show a bit more emotion, but it's like trying to teach a cat to bark." Izumi complained in good nature. Kakashi stood in the corner watching everything going on, though appearing to read his orange book of smut. Being the only other non-Uchiha guest, he was approached by Hyuga Ko, who had accompanied Hinata to the party as her chaperone. "Must you read that smut at a children's party? I do not want Hinata-sama to be corrupted at a birthday party." Ko asked Kakashi. "Interesting way to start a conversation, Hyuga-san." Kakashi replied as he put the book away. "I guess you found a way to read your collection when she's not around then, huh?" What? "I don't own a collection," Ko said, flabbergasted. How did this man know? He was sure nobody was around when he went to the bookstore. "Your reaction told me everything I needed to know," Kakashi replied with his characteristic smile. The guests were having a good time, besides for Ko, who became paranoid of people finding out his secret. Hyuga were supposed to be dignified after all. His eyes darted nervously around Naruto and Narumi's living room. They know. They all know. He thought to himself. It was starting to get late, and became time to cut the cake and open presents before everyone went home. Sasuke decided to give his gift first, and he went over to pick an envelope. Narumi tried to guess what it was, and Naruto hoped it was money. When the birthday girl opened it up, she found 10 prepaid coupons for ramen at Ichiraku's. "Sasuke-chan. How's anyone gonna top this? I love it," Narumi yelled out in true appreciation. Naruto was disappointed that it wasn't money, but changed his mind when he realized it was 10 less times he had to open up his wallet for her ramen addiction. Well, more like 2 less times. She'd probably use 5 of them at a time. HNNN. Also, it's Sasuke-kun. I'm not a little child anymore, so don't call me Sasuke-chan. The young Uchiha boy answered back. Sure thing, Sasuke-chan. Narumi replied cheekily, causing the boy to scowl. The adults laughed at the scene. Narumi's second friend decided to go next, and gave Narumi a small box that turned out to hold an expensive set of hair accessories, which Narumi immediately took out of the box to put on her hair. She loved it and gave Hinata a warm hug, bringing a smile on the Hyuga era's face. Next was Izumi, who gave her a set of pretty, but still practical clothes that she could wear when she entered the academy soon. Itachi gave her a shiny new set of kunai and shuriken, and Shisui gave her some scrolls for D-rank jutsu she could work on when she found out her elemental affinity. Kakashi gave her a wooden training sword, so she could get started on her mother's style of kenjutsu. Mikoto came next with her gift. It was a very motherly gift. Not very exciting for Narumi but very necessary. They were all the textbooks she would need for the academy, as well as other supplies. Narumi still appreciated the gesture, and not being a spoiled little brat, she thanked her warmly with a hug. Naruto appreciated the gift a lot more, meaning he wouldn't have to spend money on her academy supplies. Score. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. Narumi was excited to see what he prepared this year. He always went above and beyond to get her nice gifts. Since you're entering the academy in the following spring, I decided it was time to start teaching you our parents' style of sealing. This is part of their legacy, you know. He presented her with an assortment of books and scrolls on sealing for beginners, as well as a sealing kit. She had never met her parents, and was starved for any knowledge, story, anecdote, or connection to her parents. She was very excited to connect with her parents in a practical way. She ran over to hug him. "Thanks, Ni-chan. I'm gonna be the best sealing master ever. Even better than you." The real surprise came after, however. "That's not all," Naruto continued, hiding a knowing smile as he walked over to a closed closet. Narumi wondered if he hid a gift in there as she walked closer in anticipation. "You ready?" Naruto asked, and Narumi nodded. She was not prepared for what was next. When Naruto swung the door open, the closet was revealed to be filled to the brim with all sorts of instant ramens, collected from every corner of the elemental nations, ranging anywhere from spicy ramen from Suna, curry ramen from Kumo, green tea ramen from Tano Kuni, land of tea, goat ramen from Iwa, seafood ramen from Kiri, and a plethora of other exotic ramens. Narumi's eyes bulged before she passed out. She had a huge smile on her face. "Best day ever," were the last thoughts that went through her mind. Chapter 6, Narumi's First Day. Beginning of the academic year. Narumi couldn't mask the excitement as she walked hand in hand with her older brother. She was finally entering the academy. Her mind whirred through all the possibilities. She could make new friends. She could learn to be a kick-ass ninja like her brother was. Maybe she'd even meet a guy who would sweep her off her feet like she read in her little shoujo manga. Naruto was happy for his little sister, but couldn't help but worry. Though a lot of people respected his strength and saw him as his father's successor, they weren't so kind with his sister. A lot of people avoided her and alienated her, though most people didn't outright mistreat her, fearing Naruto's wrath. He had been Anbu for 3 years now, and he had continued to get stronger and develop a reputation during that time, now known and acknowledged in Konoha as one of its elite. Narumi and Naruto soon arrived at the academy, where a new batch of students were all present with their parents. Narumi didn't have her parents with her, but she didn't mind so much, as she had her reliable brother with her. He himself was only 14, but to her he felt an adult, as he carried himself like one, and everyone treated him as one. Well, other than Itachi ni-san, Izumi ne-chan, Shisui ni-san, and Mikado Oba-san. She looked around for any familiar faces, and saw the Uchiha Sasuke and his mother, who she considered family. Many in the clan still disliked her though, as her continued affiliation with the clan only added suspicion and distrust to the intentions of their clan. Their reputation had taken a hit following the Kyuubi incident. The 5 Uchiha who really knew her were very fond of the energetic redhead though. It was hard for anyone to hate the girl when they really got to know her. She was kind, compassionate, caring, and loyal. Positive vibes all around. When the Uchiha family saw the familiar red and yellow mops of hair within the crowd, they smiled and walked over to them. "Naruto. Narumi. How are you two?" Mikado asked as she greeted them with a hug. "I'm doing quite well, Mikado Oba-san. Looks like Narumi here is ready to start her journey as a shinobi. She's been talking about it non-stop ever since her birthday," he replied with a chuckle. The Uchiha woman laughed softly. "Our Sasuke-kun has been quite excited to join as well. Something about proving himself or something. Sasuke had a good childhood mostly, but he struggled to prove himself to his father, who was too busy with clan head duties and overseeing the Uchiha military police force. The younger son of the clan head was also constantly compared to the genius of his elder brother, and he was desperate to leave Itachi's shadow. Hey! Just wait and see. I'll show you I can be just as strong as Itachi ni-san, Sasuke declared with all the conviction a 7-year-old could muster. Well, any 7-year-old that wasn't Naruto trying to reclaim custody of his sister, that is. Naruto gave Sasuke a smile. He saw the boy as a younger brother, the way Itachi saw Narumi as a younger sister. "I'm sure you will, Sasuke-kun," he responded in a genuine way. "Maybe if you and Narumi reach the top scores of your class, I could show you a jutsu or two." Meanwhile, the new students in front of the school stared, and the students in the classes poked their heads out of the windows to look at the interaction between the two families. That new student was so handsome. The son of the clan head of the elite Uchiha clan had the looks to match his prestigious background. Many of the girls swooned. And he seemed to be familiar with the rising star and son of the Yondaime. He stole many of their hearts instantly. "Really? You'll teach me jutsu?" Sasuke looked at Naruto with stars in his eyes. Sasuke looked up to Itachi more than anyone, even more than his own father, who even admitted that Itachi and Shisui were prodigies unseen in the Uchiha clan since maybe Madara. Naruto and Shisui were the only ones who matched up to that level, with Itachi claiming they were stronger than him. Sasuke didn't believe Itachi though. By top scores, do you mean in everything? Or top of the class in some categories? I think I could manage some. Narumi asked for clarification. I mean top scores like getting Kunoichi of the year. Naruto clarified. It's supposed to be difficult. I want you to set goals that are difficult to attain, so you have something to work towards. Aw man. I hate studying book stuff though. It's so boring. I'll take training over nerdy book work any day of the week. The red-haired girl was annoyed at having to study boring things like history. That nerdy book stuff might be the difference between a successful mission and a failed one, Emoto. Naruto tried to reason. Imagine going on a mission to broker a deal between the daimyo and you offend him because you were ignorant of the history and relationship between his country and a neighboring one. Or maybe you run low on supplies and become forced to forage for food, but don't know what's safe to eat or what's dangerous. Maybe you don't remember the rules of engagement and spark a war between villages. Okay, I get it. Sheesh. Fine, I'll try to work on my book studies too, Ni-chan. Narumi sighed in resignation. Good. Now remember, be friendly and nice, but don't let people push you around. Focus on your studies, and most importantly, don't be a fangirl. Naruto advised Narumi. Mikoto also gave similar advice to her son, preparing him for his entrance into academy life, similar to what the other parents were doing. A chunin named Umino Iruka soon appeared at the entrance of the academy and announced the classrooms for the new students, and ushered them in, as the parents waved goodbye to their children, wishing them good luck in their new chapter of life. Narumi's classroom. Told you that was the wrong room, Baka. Sasuke told Narumi, rubbing it in her face. Sheesh, I said it was my bad. I got the numbers mixed up in my head, Narumi said defensively. That's why I said I should be the one to lead us. Sasuke reminded his red-headed friend, as they opened the door to their correct classroom. The two friends were the last to enter their classroom, and everyone in the room turned their heads to see their classmates who came in late. The girls thanked Kami. The Uchiha prince was in their class. This was perfect. Now they had the opportunity to make him theirs. They were annoyed to see his closeness with the red-headed bitch their parents told them to avoid though. The younger members of the village were unaware of the fact that Narumi was the Jinchuuriki of the Kyuubi, as the Sandaime Hokage deemed the identity of their Jinchuuriki an S-class military secret, hoping to avoid losing her to other villages. However, it didn't stop the older members of the village from encouraging their children to stay away from the volatile container, who they feared might release the Kyuubi at any moment, or at least be influenced into harming their children. Hey! Why don't you take a seat here? Offers to sit next to them rang out from all over the room. Narumi smiled at all the offers, and walked up with Sasuke to take a seat at one of the seats that were left open. When the two friends reached the spot, Sasuke sat down next to a girl who looked like she won the lottery. Narumi tried to sit down too, when a bag was quickly placed in the seat. Yeah, this spot is taken. A girl told Narumi, with a scowl on her face. Go sit somewhere else. She added, not bothering to mask her rudeness. Narumi's heart sank a bit as she looked around for other seats, and saw the same uninviting look on every face, and sensed their negative emotions towards her. She tried to hold her forced smile, not wanting to show them how much it hurt her, but her lips shook as it began to falter. Luckily, she spotted the waving hand of her friend Hinata in the back who had a bunch of empty seats next to her. Hinata was too shy, entering a room full of strangers, and being forced to sit so close to them was too much for her. Hinata had found a spot that was far from everyone else, where she could enjoy her space. Hinata, Narumi cried out in relief, and ran over to take a seat next to her. Sasuke saw how these shallow bitches treated his friend and got up from his seat and joined Narumi and Hinata, much to the chagrin of his new fangirls. Didn't see you there, Hyuga. Sasuke explained why they didn't just sit with her in the first place, as he took his seat. Her quiet demeanor really made her presence easy to overlook. It's okay, Sasuke-kun. I'm just glad you and Narumi-chan are in the same classroom as me. Hinata told Sasuke and Narumi. This was indeed a special classroom. Not only was Hinata in this classroom, but a bunch of other clan heirs were in this class. The Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, and Hyuga clan heirs were all in this class. Other children of clan heads such as Sasuke or the son of the Inuzuka clan head were also in the mix. Throw in a couple children of civilian council members, and this class was already the talk of the school. Alright, everyone settle down. Iruka, the homeroom sensei of the class said, as he entered the class. Nobody listened except for Hinata. Iruka's eyebrow began to twitch. I said everyone settle down, he yelled, using his jutsu which enlarged his head and amplified his voice with chakra. That caught everyone's attention, and they finally became quiet. Alright class, welcome to your first day at the academy. I'm Umino Iruka, your homeroom sensei, and this is my assistant, Mizuki. He pointed a white-haired chunin who stood next to him. This school has produced some of the finest shinobi of our village over the years, and with hard work, maybe you'll be one of them. Iruka began. We'll be covering the basics and forming your foundation in this first year, before moving on to more advanced topics in later years. I know some of you come from clans and might be ready for more advanced things, but I want to get everyone on the same page, and it's an opportunity for you to brush up on and improve on the basics. I hope you are all aware that a firm foundation is the key for future growth. He passed the floor to his assistant, the chunin named Mizuki. We'll be covering reading and writing, basic math skills, history, chakra basics, and intro to kunai and shuriken jutsu this year. Mizuki gave the floor back to Iruka. Narumi groaned. This is not what she expected. Boring, boring, boring. Iruka gave a quick glare to Narumi for the outburst before continuing. I know many of you are excited to get started, but today is more of an introduction day. We'll shortly cover the syllabus for each course, and have a tour around the academy to get you all familiar with the facilities. Before we start all that, we'll all be introducing ourselves, so that we can get familiar with each other. We need to know what to call each other, right? He looked at the students to make sure they were paying attention before continuing. His eyebrow twitched in annoyance when he caught someone sleeping. It hadn't been 10 minutes since class, no, their academy lives, began and someone was sleeping already. Unacceptable. He threw the chalk he was holding at a boy who had black hair tied into a spiky ponytail, resembling a pineapple. He woke up when the chalk hit him in the forehead. He sighed and slowly sat up. As I was saying, we'll be starting with introductions. I want names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams. Why don't we start with you, Mr. I'm gonna sleep on my first day of class. The pineapple-haired boy sighed. This is so troublesome. Well, my name is Nara Shikamaru. I like to sleep, relax and watch the clouds, and to play shogi. I dislike troublesome things. Hobbies are the same as my likes. My dream is to become an average ninja and live an average life that's not troublesome. Iruka sighed at the unenthusiastic introduction. This was going to be a long day. In the Uchiha compound. I'm so fucking tired. We've been working double shifts when we work at the police station, and they make us take mission after mission when we're not. We barely get any rest, working to protect and maintain the peace of this village, and how do they thank us? With looks of suspicion and distrust. A disgruntled clansman complained to another in a bar in the compound. We do the most work in this damn village. And we barely get thanked for it. I swear these people are so fucking entitled. We're the strongest clan in this village, and contribute the most to it too. We should be praised for our dedication, but instead these people look at us like we're criminals. Can you believe it? We're the fucking police. An equally unhappy Uchiha replied. The disgruntled Uchiha clansman continued, spurred on by his friend's agreement. I can't believe they think we were responsible for the Kyuubi, just because we didn't suffer too many losses and the Senju clan was wiped out. Not our fault they pushed us to the edges of the village, far from where the Kyuubi struck. As for the Senju? Man, I'd say they were already on their way out. They hadn't produced any notable shinobi since Tsunade. We got powerhouses like Itachi and Shisui. Not our fault the Senju got their weak asses handed to them. The unhappy Uchiha nodded in agreement. This village is so full of shit. I can't believe that old monkey took the spot back as Hokage. If you ask me, it was time for an Uchiha Hokage. We were one of the founding clans for Kami's sake. Instead, we had two Senjus and their lapdog Sarutobi as 3 of our 4 Hokages. Then they made a clan less orphan a Hokage, instead of one of ours. To be fair though, that clan less orphan was the strongest shinobi in our village. The disgruntled Uchiha commented. All that strength didn't mean anything when he died to the Kyuubi, now did it? The unhappy Uchiha fired back. No. It did not. A different voice answered back. The unhappy Uchiha didn't notice the difference in voices. Damn right it didn't. Just left us with a whole bunch of problems. Like his wannabe Uchiha brats. Can't believe Fugaku lets that stupid Kyuubi brat enter our compound like that. Isn't he concerned at all that the Kyuubi might break out in our compound? Not particularly. That third voice replied. Huh? The 2 Uchiha clansmen said in unison as they turned around, finally realizing that someone else was standing behind them. Fugaku-sama. Interesting conversation you were having there. The Uchiha clan head commented. We were just discussing current affairs Fugaku-sama. We were just worried about the clan you see. The 2 stammered out, trying to cover their loose talking. I see. Mind sharing your concerns with me? After all, it is the clan head's duty to assuage concerns of the clan, is it not? Fugaku asked in a calm tone, which only served to scare the two Uchiha. We were just discussing how the Uchiha clan is not getting the proper respect it deserves. We have some of the strongest shinobi in the village, play the biggest role in its internal security, and we're the only surviving founding clan, but people look at us like we've done something wrong, and they don't treat us with the respect they used to. The disgruntled Uchiha clansman told Fugaku. That Narumi girl isn't helping. Her coming over like that is only making the villagers suspect us more of being behind the Kyuubi incident. The unhappy Uchiha added. I see. Your concerns are understandable. However, it is improper to be speaking like this in public. Fugaku told the two. Apologies Fugaku-sama. This won't happen again. The two quickly responded. Good. Now if you have any problems, or concerns regarding the clan, come speak to me. Fugaku told the two clansmen. He lowered his voice to a whisper. I want you both to come to the Naka shrine tonight. We're having a meeting concerning clan matters. He turned around and to leave. Don't worry about the Kyuubi Jinchuuriki. She'll serve her purpose. He left with that cryptic message. He had a rare smile on his face as he walked away from the bar, thinking about the fear the two Uchiha clansmen showed at his presence. I still got it, he thought to himself smugly. The Naka shrine? Underground? Why are we having a clan meeting there? The disgruntled Uchiha asked the unhappy Uchiha. I dunno. Guess we'll find out. He answered. A few hours later, at the academy. Iruka slumped over at his desk. Yup. It was a long day. Just as he expected. He had a strange bunch of students in his class. Some were too enthusiastic, some were too lazy, some had no personality, while some had too much. Some were too quiet, some too loud. There was no way all these kids were going to get along. He could already see the seeds of drama taking root as well. Why couldn't he have some normal kids for once? Parents were gathered outside, waiting to pick up their kids from their first day of academy. The newest additions to the academy poured out of the classroom when it was 3:30. One by one, parent and child began to go back home, and the busyness of the academy slowly died down until it became quiet. Naruto picked up Narumi from school and was walking her back home. So, Narumi, how was your first day of school? He asked his sister. It was fun. She lied. Her fantasies of school life were shattered the moment she entered her classroom. She didn't want to worry her brother, however. Is that right? Anything interesting happened today? The blonde Anbu asked. Her mind immediately went to the incident that happened a few hours ago. Flashback. Okay, now how about you go? Iruka pointed at Narumi, indicating it was her turn for introductions. Narumi stood up to talk. Hi. I'm Namikaze Uzumaki Narumi. Nice to meet you all. I like ramen, my older brother Naruto, and Hinata and Sasuke, and Mikado Oba-chan. And, oh, Shisui Ni-chan and Itachi Ni-chan too. I dislike mean people and bullies, and people who judge others before getting to know them. A few of the people in the classroom felt uncomfortable, knowing she was talking about them. How dare she? I'll show her her place. Stay away from my Sasuke, you slut, were some of the thoughts of her bullies. My hobbies include training with my brother, playing with my friends, and learning about seals. My dream is to become Hokage of this village. Oh yeah. And to become part owner of Ichiraku's, she concluded. Iruka smiled at her enthusiasm and childlike innocence. His smile soon turned into a frown when laughter rang out through the classroom. You? Hokage? You wish. Tomato. The whole class, save for a few, began to burst out in laughter and began mocking her relentlessly, each one trying to outdo the other with a funnier and meaner way to mock her dreams and Narumi herself. Narumi's hopeful enthusiasm shriveled away again. She quietly sank into her seat. Her eyes began to tear up, and her lips began to shake, as she struggled to hold back the floodgate of tears. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The academy was supposed to be the place where she began to make her dreams come true. Hinata was worried, and felt bad for her friend, and Sasuke was glaring daggers at everyone laughing. Iruka tried to calm the class down, but to no avail. Haruno Sakura, a pink-haired daughter of a civilian councilwoman, joined in, glad to finally not be the butt of someone's jokes, and happy to be part of the crowd for once. Look! The tomato is about to cry. Quick! Get your cups ready. Maybe she'll cry tomato juice. The class roared in laughter. Sakura felt good when her joke was acknowledged by the class. It felt good to be part of the cool crowd. A pretty blonde girl, an heiress of the Yamanaka clan, who had been sitting next to Sakura, looked at her friend in disgust. Yamanaka Ino had protected and rescued the pink-haired girl from bullies who made fun of her large forehead, and now here she was, doing the same thing to others. Ino hated bullies. She was one of the few students who weren't laughing. "Sakura," she hissed quietly, as she poked her ribs with her elbows. "What are you doing?" "What? It's just a joke. Everyone else thought it was funny. Don't be jealous just because you didn't think of it." Sakura brushed off Ino. "I can't believe you of all people are doing this. Can't you see how miserable she looks? She's about to cry." Ino felt terrible for Narumi. Who cares? If she can't take a joke, she's probably a loser anyway. Besides, my mom told me she's bad news. Apparently, we should all stay away from her. Sakura told her blonde friend. Ino had heard similar warnings to keep her distance from the redhead in the past. She was told she was dangerous. But Ino was an independent girl, and didn't just obey her parents blindly, especially if she didn't understand why. She hadn't ever really talked to the girl before, but she knew this was wrong. Sakura soaked up the praises and positive responses she got for her joke, and decided to get more. She got up from her seat with her water bottle and went over to Narumi. "Hey tomato. Tilt your head a little to the side when you cry, will you? I do enjoy some freshly squeezed tomato juice." The class went crazy, and people were on the floor, howling with laughter. The Inuzuka clan head's son, Kiba, was literally howling. Sakura saw this as a good sign and took it further. She put her open bottle and placed the opening under Narumi's eyes, who was bright red from the embarrassment. Sadly, with her face, round with baby fat, turning red to match her hair color, she did indeed look reminiscent of a tomato. Narumi was about to burst out in tears, when she remembered her brother's advice in the morning. "Don't let people push you around, Narumi," she reminded herself. She gathered her breath and courage. She suddenly got up, and slapped the bottle out of Sakura's hands, and Sakura suddenly stopped laughing. The pinkette's eyes widened when she saw a punch coming for her face. Her civilian reflexes were inadequate for her to avoid it, and took it straight to the chin. She crumpled to the ground. The class was silenced in an instant. "Who said I look like a tomato?" Narumi screamed in fury, as she turned around to look at her classmates who had been laughing a few seconds ago. They saw the fire in her eyes, and swore her hair was starting to flail behind her. Most of them wisely shut their mouths. Kiba, while very sensitive to the feelings of animals, and dogs in particular, was not very adept at reading the mood in human interactions. He still couldn't get the laughter out of his system and was still laughing. "What you gonna do about it, tomato? Squeeze me into ketchup?" Some of the bullies regained their courage when Kiba mocked her, and began to laugh again, though some of them were a little nervous. His partner, a white puppy named Akamaru, who was hiding in his jacket, barked at Kiba to tell him to stop. Akamaru could sense the killing intent and chakra that was subtly emanating from the red-headed girl. He could tell she was dangerous right now. Kiba, however, failed to listen. "I'll show you who's a tomato." Narumi screamed in rage, as she jumped down several rows of seats to pummel Kiba. He had thought she wasn't a threat since he was a boy and girls are weaker than boys. He was also from a shinobi clan known for being vicious scrappers, while Sakura came from a civilian family. His misogynistic theory was immediately thrown into doubt, when he felt Narumi's fist sink into his cheek. He was beaten savagely, unable to defend himself, despite his best efforts. Iruka didn't stop the fight right away, as he thought Kiba needed to be taught a lesson, and waited a few seconds before going to break up the fight. When the two were separated, Narumi stormed back to her seat, greeted by Sasuke, who gave her an approving nod and a grin, while Hinata looked worried, probably worrying about the repercussions of assaulting the children of two high-profile families. Kiba returned to his seat too, dusty and frazzled from the can of ass whooping he received from the scary girl in his class. Seemingly a victim of his self-fulfilling prophecy, he did indeed have something like ketchup leaking from his nose. The class learned from Kiba's mistake, and decided to be more subtle when mocking Narumi. The Nara boy, who had been one of the students not laughing, had observed the whole thing while pretending to sleep. What a troublesome class. Flashback end. Nothing in particular. The red-headed girl lied. It was just introductions and stuff you know. Standard stuff. Iruka-sensei just showed us around and introduced the syllabuses for the courses. Naruto could feel she was hiding something but decided not to worry about it. There was a storm brewing, one he would be pulled into it in the near future. Chapter 7, The Brewing Storm. The next day, Naruto was at the Anbu lounge, hanging out with his team on some downtime. His team, known as Team Omega, was the most renowned and feared Anbu team in the entire elemental continent. Each member was the cream of the crop in the Anbu force, and were captains of their own teams too. When together, however, suicide S-rank missions were completed as easily as any regular B-rank mission. They were led by Hatake Kakashi, who wasn't the strongest amongst them, but the most experienced, and made the best calls. The rest of the team was comprised of Itachi and Naruto, and finally, a former root Anbu who had forgotten his name, and went by Tenzo. Each of their own respective teams had flawless records as well, attesting to their individual leadership and skill. Together, Team Omega's teamwork and prowess was legendary. Things looked good for the team, but Naruto had his concerns. Itachi had been acting strange lately. He seemed even more withdrawn than usual. His head was not in the game. Naruto wondered if it had something to do with Izumi, who Itachi had begun to date a few months ago, when she was promoted to Chunin. He waited until Kakashi and Tenzo left, and he and Itachi were alone. "So Itachi, is everything okay? You've been acting kinda strangely recently. Everything alright with you and Izumi?" Naruto asked in concern. "Yeah, everything is fine with Izumi. Though I do miss her. Wish she came back from her long-term mission soon," Itachi replied. Izumi was starting to be noticed for her skills, as expected of an Uchiha, but what set her apart was her high emotional quotient, and ability to understand what other people felt and wanted, which was rare, especially for an Uchiha. Her unique combination of skill and personality led her to be selected more and more for missions that required a more sensitive touch. This meant she was often out of the village for weeks and months at a time. She'll be back before you know it. I'm sure her team will complete the mission soon. She's quite skilled after all. She's becoming more and more noticed for her skill ever since she became a Chunin, Naruto said to Itachi, hoping his strange behavior as of late was simply because he missed Izumi. He had a feeling he was wrong, and there was more, but he tried to ignore them. "So, how's the fam? Did you talk to Sasuke about his first day of school?" Naruto continued, trying to get a feel for if anything else was troubling the stoic Uchiha. "I did. He said it was boring at first, but something exciting happened." Itachi started. "Really? Narumi didn't mention anything interesting happening. She said it was a boring, standard introduction. Though I don't know what she knows about standard. Not like she's been to any other school introductions before." Naruto mused. Itachi began with a small smirk. Sasuke mentioned during the class introductions that Naruto Taiku. One Anbu shouted out, interrupting Itachi mid-speech. "What is it?" Naruto asked the Anbu who showed up with some sort of message. Itachi's smirk deepened, having a feeling he knew what this was all about. "Taiku, you've been summoned to the academy," the Anbu told Naruto. "The academy? Summoned? Who the hell in the academy has the right to summon me?" he asked, slightly irritated. "Why don't you go and find out?" Itachi told his blonde friend. "Fine. Guess I'll get this over with. Tell me what you were gonna tell me about the class introductions when I get back." Naruto changed out of his Anbu gear, as he told Itachi, who just smirked back. Naruto vanished in a sunshine. At the academy office. A very angry councilwoman and clan head sat in front of a desk at the academy office with their children, who were bandaged up and shifting nervously in their seat. At the other side of the desk, sat the academy director, and Umino Iruka stood next to him. A nervous red-headed girl was sitting in a separate chair, staring at her feet. She was also seated in front of the desk, on the side of the angry parents, who glared at her hatefully. Naruto appeared in the office with his shunshine. "So why was I summoned?" Naruto asked in an irritated voice. "Please take a seat next to your sister Naruto-san," the director asked. Naruto grunted in compliance and took a seat next to Narumi, who seemed to be even more nervous now that Naruto appeared. She was unable to meet his eyes. Naruto raised his eyebrows in a questioning look. "So?" he asked, hoping to get some answers quickly. "So? I'll tell you what happened. Your damn demon of a sister assaulted my precious girl, that's what." Haruno Mebuki screamed at Naruto. "I knew she was trouble. If you ask me, that rabid dog shouldn't be allowed to be in class with the other students." Sume and Kiba bristled at the negative comparison to dogs. Naruto gave her a glare so cold it could freeze fire as he released an amount of killing intent that was small to him, which he made sure didn't reach Narumi. Everyone else in the room felt it though. Kiba started to shake in his chair, and began to sweat profusely. A small amount of liquid stained Sakura's pants, as she also paled in fear. The director and Iruka were also nervous. Inuzuka Tsume was an experienced, veteran shinobi, but she too felt a small bit of fear she hadn't felt in a while. Mebuki, however, had most of the killing intent focused on her, and began to stammer as her blood ran cold. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was in the presence of a predator, who was waiting for her to slip up again, before it would pounce on her and tear her to pieces. "Nobody asked you, Councilwoman Haruno," Naruto replied in threatening tone, which Narumi had never heard from her brother before. "We're in the presence of children, so I suggest you watch your tongue." Mebuki instinctively understood it was no suggestion. It was a warning. Now Haruno Mebuki was a proud woman, and had every right to be, in her opinion. She was one of the youngest civilian council members in Konoha history, by her own merit. She was selected to replace a retiring council member when she was 25, selected for her business acumen, being a rising star in the economic scene of Konoha. She was famous for her ability to appraise the value of anything at just a glance, and had made a lot of money through shrewd business moves. At this moment, however, she forgot she was a successful, high-ranking member of the village in her mid-30s, and it didn't cross her mind that a 14-year-old boy was putting her in her place. She didn't have a good concept of killing intent, so she didn't know why she felt compelled to, but she listened to her instincts and simply closed her mouth and gave him a small nod. Naruto was currently dressed in civilian clothing, and was seemingly unarmed. That did nothing to take away from the overwhelming and dangerous presence and aura he seemed to exude, and it demanded respect that belied what was fitting for his age. He took control of the conversation. "Now, will somebody please tell me what is going on? In civil words?" He emphasized the civil, while glaring at Mebuki, who shrank away from his glare. The director, who finally found his voice, answered him. "Well, you see, Naruto-san, there was a small altercation between the 3 students present, yesterday." Naruto nodded at the director, indicating for him to continue. "From what I've heard, there was a bit of teasing from her peers, and Narumi decided to retaliate in a small scuffle." The director continued, trying to downplay the incident. The Inuzuka clan head thought it was time for her to enter the conversation. "By small scuffle, what he means is that your sister decided to brutally and viciously attack her classmates. My Kiba here had to get several stitches in his cheek, get his nose set straight, and has a black eye, not to mention all the severe bruising he has all over his body." Kiba squirmed uncomfortably in his seat. Sume was pissed. This is an unacceptable response to a little bit of teasing. Sakura's mom regained her courage, now that she had back up in Sume. "That's right. Absolutely unacceptable. She punched my precious girl in her pretty little face. Look at the swelling in her jaw. She fractured her jaw. My poor baby. What kind of girl resorts to violence over a small joke? So barbaric. It's as if she wants to let the whole world know she grew up without parents. For the record, we can tell, girl. Ugh, such uncivilized behavior, as expected from a filthy peasant," Mebuki spat out in disgust. Tears began to fall from Narumi's eyes, when Mebuki brought up the fact that her parents weren't around. Though Naruto was always there for her, doing his best to play the role of both parents, she still felt the absence of her parents, and it was a touchy subject. Sume knew Mebuki fucked up, again, when she saw Naruto's countenance change. Sakura was Mebuki's only child, and when it came to her daughter, she was a little blinded, despite being sharp when it came to business. Her better judgment was clouded by the anger she felt for her daughter's injuries. "I demand full compensation for all her medical fees, as well as any psychological damage she might have suffered from that barbaric girl's assault. I want that girl to be kicked out of this school. She's unfit to be around other children." Sume was going to demand compensation for her son's many injuries as well, but held her tongue for the moment, because she knew it wasn't the right time anymore. Naruto heard the councilwoman's harsh words towards his sister, and saw the huge tears that began to fall from Narumi's violet eyes. She made her cry. She made his precious, adorable sister cry. His hair fell over his eyes as he stood up. Mebuki was feeling smug for getting revenge for her daughter by putting that red-headed demon in her place, when she suddenly felt the air leave her lungs as a hand grabbed her throat. She looked to see the owner of the hand, and saw the eyes of a demon. "What did I say about keeping our word civil?" he whispered dangerously into her ear, as he tightened his grip. Right now, he wanted to cut off her limbs, and remove her eyelids as he used his boil release to melt her pink-haired daughter before her eyes, before dissolving the councilwoman as well. He had to hold himself back so he didn't succumb to his dark desires. "This is my last warning to you. Talk about my sister like that again, and I promise you, this village will have to find a new council member, consequences be damned," he whispered in a tone that made the woman wet herself in fear. He released his squeeze on her throat. "So how much do I owe the both of you?" he asked calmly. His calm demeanor following his fierce anger only scared everyone in the room. Well, I spent 30,000 ryo on her medical expenses. The Haruno mother stammered out. Naruto summoned a scroll that held some of his money and unsealed a large stack of money, amounting to somewhere around 100,000 ryo. He threw it at Mebuki's face with such force that it tipped her chair backwards and threw her onto the floor. "Here's your damn money, woman. Keep the change," he said in a calm, neutral tone, which didn't match his actions at all. "And you?" Sume wasn't a soft civilian woman who wanted to charge for all the psychological damage done to her son. She knew Kiba had a brash mouth and said some dumb shit from time to time, and probably got what he deserved. However, the severity of injuries Kiba got was not acceptable, especially for a schoolyard fight that resulted from teasing. "We'll just take the amount we spent for his stitches and getting his nose set. 20,000 ryo will do," she told Naruto. He counted out 20,000 ryo and handed it to her, before resealing his scroll. "Now that that's settled, I'd like to hear Narumi's side as well," Naruto asked. Sume got her money, and didn't want things to escalate beyond what was necessary. Her son was going to be a shinobi, and should be used to taking a few hits, and she had gotten into a few scraps in school herself in her youth. She decided to just be compliant and went along, as she nodded in agreement. Mebuki picked herself off the floor and wisely kept her mouth shut. Sakura and Kiba were terrified of Naruto, and gulped, fearing what was to come. Iruka and the director had their mouths hanging open, shocked from the events that just took place. It took them a few moments to gather themselves to respond. "Well, maybe it's best if Narumi explains," the director said, not wanting to mess up as he explained, lest he feels Naruto's wrath. Naruto agreed, and turned to Narumi, who shrank back at all the attention she was receiving. Naruto gave her a warm smile, and nodded at her to continue. Encouraged by her brother's presence, she explained what happened. Naruto listened attentively, but quietly, not interrupting her story once. When she finished speaking, he turned to face Iruka. "So, this is what happened?" Naruto asked. Iruka merely nodded. Sume glared at her son, who had conveniently left out a lot of details to make him look more like the victim. Kiba couldn't meet his mom's stare. Mebuki was never bullied in her life. In fact, she bullied others when she was younger. As such, she didn't see what the big problem was. You see? It was just some good-natured joking amongst children, and she decided to overreact. She shouldn't be allowed to. "If you finish that sentence, it will be the last sentence you will ever say." Naruto cut her off. Mebuki caught herself mid-speech and shut her mouth. "It seems to me like you two raised some bullies, crowd followers, who can't see the difference between right and wrong, and don't care as long as they're part of the cool crowd. Maybe if their parents were more involved in their life, they wouldn't be such scummy people, who are so insecure in themselves that they have to bring others down to make themselves feel better. You're lucky it was just my sister this time. There are people out there who would kill your children for less. Consider it a private lesson in manners." Naruto fired back. "Now, as this was just a small altercation between children, let's just forgive and forget this whole incident. After all, we've settled our differences and received our compensations, haven't we? Of course, Narumi will continue to attend the academy, and we won't have any complaints about that. Right? So can we wrap this up now? We're all busy people here, aren't we?" he forcefully concluded. Sume just wanted to get out of there at this point, and Mebuki didn't feel like getting any more embarrassed than she already was, so they agreed. The children were sent back to class with Iruka, and the two parents and Onbu member left. The director couldn't have been happier to have his office to himself again. "I need a vacation," he thought to himself. Back in the Onbu lounge. "Back so soon?" Itachi asked his blonde friend who appeared next to him in a sunshine. "So you still want to hear my story or save it? Thanks for the heads up, by the way," Naruto grumbled as he glared at Itachi. Itachi just gave him a mirthful smirk. "You're welcome." Naruto changed back into his Onbu gear. "Let's go find a bandit extermination mission or something. I need a palate cleanser after dealing with that Haruno bitch." Itachi shrugged and followed Naruto to the mission board. It would be good to get his mind off of his problems for a bit. School life for Narumi improved slightly after that incident. She was scared, thinking Naruto was going to scold her for getting into trouble in her first day, but Naruto actually encouraged her, and told her she handled it well. He told her that she shouldn't try to solve everything with her fists, but it was important to establish yourself as someone not to be trifled with. And she had done just that. She wasn't too thrilled to be going back to that jungle, which seemed out to get her, but when she got back to class, people didn't publicly try to humiliate her anymore. She took her seat next to Hinata and Sasuke, who gave her a smile and welcomed her back. VSSSD. How did things go? Sasuke asked in a whisper. I'll tell you later, she whispered back. At least she had her friends to rely on. When it was time for lunch, the students scattered around the academy to eat. Narumi, Hinata, and Sasuke sat under a tree to eat the bentos made by their parents, and in Narumi's case, by Naruto. So how was it? Was Naruto ni-san mad? Sasuke asked as they ate. I've never seen him that scary before. He was so angry, but luckily he wasn't mad at me, Narumi recalled. You should have seen the way he dealt with Sakura's mom. He was all like shut up or I'll kill you, and then he threw a bunch of money at her face to shut her up. He really did that? Hinata asked, mortified. She had never seen anyone act like that before. Sasuke also looked to Narumi, non-verbally asking the same thing. Well, not really, but basically. He told her to not be so rude, and she became real quiet after that. He told her that she was a bad mom, and not to be mean to me anymore or he'll get her back, Narumi recounted, leaving out the exact words used. Wow, he really said that to a councilwoman? That very brave of him. Hinata spoke, wishing she had the backbone to stand up for herself too. Naruto ni-san is so cool. I wonder how Itachi ni-san would have handled that? Sasuke thought to himself. So how did Sakura take her mother being yelled at by your brother? The trio turned to look at Sakura, who was a short distance away, telling her friend Ino a similar story as they had their lunch. Ino said something that made Sakura angrier. She turned around to glare at them too, probably when she reached the part of when Naruto manhandled her mom. The trio turned away from Sakura, and back towards themselves. Looks like she didn't like it. Hinata commented, and her two friends laughed. A little bit later, they were done eating, and were getting ready to get up from their meal, when they were approached by Ino. Hey! I'm Ino. I'm in your class. The three looked at each other, not knowing what the blonde girl wanted. Yeah. We know. What do you want? Narumi asked, not knowing why the blonde girl was talking to them. Wasn't she Sakura's friend? I just wanted to apologize for my friend. Sorry about what happened to you yesterday. Sakura is usually not that mean. I don't know what got into her yesterday. All those mean jokes yesterday. It's not right. Nobody should be bullied like that, Ino said as she stuck out her hand in apology. Narumi smiled when she sensed her sincerity. It's cool. I noticed you weren't really involved in that, so you don't need to apologize. We're good. She shook Ino's hand to accept her apology. Great. Anyway, I was wondering if you wanted to hang out after school today? I want you to meet my friends Shikamaru and Kyuubi. Ino offered. That lazy guy and the big guy? Narumi asked. Ino giggled. Yup. Those two. They're kinda losers, but they're cool when you get to know them. Also, just as a heads up, when we see them, don't call Kyuubi the F word. My brother doesn't let me swear anyway. I'll keep that in mind. Narumi told Ino. The Yamanaka heiress giggled again before clarifying herself. I mean fat. Don't call Kyuubi fat. It's a clan thing, and he's sensitive about his weight. Ooh. Gotcha. Okay, we'll try to be cautious. Narumi answered. The bell rang, signifying the end of lunch, and the trio headed back to the class with their new friend. Narumi had a huge smile on her face. Maybe she would make some more friends today. That night, at the underground Uchiha shrine. For too long, has this village denied us of the respect we deserve. We bring much prestige to this village. We sacrifice our own time and safety, so that everyone can sleep in their beds in peace. We are the founders of this village. And yet, people see it fit to accuse us of a crime we are innocent of. Fugaku spoke to the gathered clansmen. Grumbles rang out throughout the gathered crowd, acknowledging what was said. There have been 4 Hokages and not one of them have been an Uchiha, despite us being the strongest clan, and producing numerous notable shinobi. Even now, 2 of the strongest shinobi in this village comes from our clan. None of the previous Hokages have acted in our interest, and have only sought to reduce our power. Alienated us. Driven us to edges of the village, while the Senju clan compound was at the center of the village. What else can you expect when the line of Hokages descend from our rival clan? It's time we put one of our own in the seat, Fugaku declared. There were cheers throughout the crowd. About time. I'm tired of those Senju lapdogs. How will we manage to do that? The Sandaime has rejected our previous candidates, and those in the council will never vote an Uchiha in, even if it comes to a vote, as they fear our power. A voice from the crowd asked. My son Itachi has the favor of the Hokage, I will propose him as a candidate at the next council meeting. There's no reason he should refuse. He is powerful, intelligent, and well-known and well-connected. There is no better candidate. If he is as wise as they say he is, Sarutobi will choose Itachi as his successor. The Uchiha clan had replied. How about the Yondaime's son? A voice from the crowd asked. There's nothing to worry about regarding the Yondaime's son. He has no interest in taking the hat, and if anything, should be the biggest supporter of Itachi, Fugaku said to assure the crowd, and they seemed to buy into the plan more and more. What if by some chance Itachi is not chosen? Then what? Wait until the next generation's Hokage? A curious Uchiha asked. Fugaku paused for a second. He knew seditious feelings were spreading like wildfire amongst his clan. Change needed to occur, and fast. If this uneasy energy continued to fester undirected, it would explode uncontrollably. To prevent a pressurized pot from exploding, you needed to give it a vent to direct the energy. Unchecked, current affairs could lead to small groups of Uchiha rebelling under different leaders, only to be quelled with their numbers being too small to accomplish anything, whilst furthering the destruction of their clan's reputation, innocent or not. It could split the clan in half, and start a civil war in the clan. Worst yet, a clan-wide rebellion against the village under incompetent leadership could mean the utter destruction of his clan. No, he would control and direct this energy to minimize the damage to his clan. He would either peacefully place Itachi as the next Hokage, or he would lead his clan into a coup that would minimize the bloodshed and destruction. He wanted to show the Uchiha's clan as capable leaders of Konoha, not as its destroyers. To accomplish this, he would need overwhelming force to force the opposition to submit without a fight. Then he could show mercy and be benevolent, and show the Uchiha clan aren't simply power-hungry, they just needed a chance to prove their capacity as leaders, a chance that never seemed to come their way. Fugaku spoke after a brief pause. If he doesn't become Hokage, we'll have to take the hat by force. Murmurs and gasps broke out from the crowd. As strong as we are, how could we take on the whole village? Someone from the crowd asked. Fugaku answered with a sly grin. We'll use the Kyuubi. The crowd went silent. Maybe this could work after all. Two figures in the back looked at each other in concern. Shisui whispered to Itachi, I don't know about you, but this sounds a lot like treason to me. Itachi said nothing, but gave the smallest of nods. It looked like he would soon be forced to choose between his clan and his village if things didn't improve. He hoped it wouldn't come down to that. At the Namikaze Uzumaki household. Did you try the seafood ramen from Kiri? It's so good, Narumi yelled out, savoring the taste of her birthday gift. She seemed to be in a very good mood, and Naruto had a feeling it wasn't just about the ramen. Yup. That's why I got it. It's hard to find these days though, with the civil war going on in Kiri and all. He replied. But that's not why you're in such a good mood, is it? He asked his smiling sister. Well, partly. But also, I made 3 new friends today. I doubled the number of friends I have in a single day. Narumi proudly announced. 3 friends in one day, huh? Impressive. So, who are they? Naruto asked. Well, there's Shikamaru, Kyuubi, and Ino. I met them after school. Well, Ino introduced me to the other 2, after we talked at lunch. Narumi told her brother. Ino? Is that the Yamanaka's girl? He asked, seeing a similarity between her name and Inoiki. Perhaps he would visit her later to thank her. Yup. She's pretty cool. She came to apologize because she felt bad that her friend Sakura was bullying me. Narumi told Naruto as she slurped up more noodles. I see. That is quite nice of her. Looks like not everyone is a giant butthole, huh? Naruto said to Narumi, who laughed, revealing half-chewed noodles to Naruto. She needs to work on her table manners if she ever wants to find a boyfriend, Naruto thought. But then again, I don't have a girlfriend either, so I guess that's that. He smiled at her, happy to see things were beginning to turn around for her. He had been worried she'd never make more friends, especially after that unpleasant meeting this morning. Maybe things will start changing for the better. He hoped. He couldn't be more wrong. Chapter 8, Questioning Loyalties. At the next monthly council meeting. How is our rebuilding process looking this month? Any updates? The Sandaime Hokage asked his council. It had been over 7 years since the Kyuubi attack, and while they had rebuilt most of their village's physical infrastructure, they had yet to recover completely. It wasn't so easy to replace experienced shinobi, as it took years of training, and then even more years of gathering experience. It was a little easier to replace craftsmen and business people, as the replacements now had something like 7 years of experience under their belts. Still, they were still a work in process, and couldn't equate to the skilled workforce who had perished in the attack, as they had decades of experience. Our economic sector is slowly, but steadily recovering still. We've had a 5% increase in productivity from our workforce compared to the same time last year, and we're getting close to reaching 90% of our pre-Kyuubi levels of revenue from business and trade. One civilian council member reported. Still, that's not to say everything is all rosy. We're still short of reaching our goal in trade revenue. The quality of our products still hasn't reached pre-Kyuubi levels, and their image in other villages are even lower than their actual quality. We currently need to secure more trade partners. Mebuki reported. We've received reports from our team in Kusagakur, Hidden Grass Village. They say talks have been going well, and we might have them as trade partners in a bigger capacity if talks go through. A different civilian councillor added. Good, good. I knew I made the right choice sending that team, Hiruzen said in approval to that bit of news. Looked like things were slowly improving in Konoha, though not as fast as they hoped. Still, some progress was better than none. Only problem is that our revenue is increasing, but our expenditure is still way too high for us to be saving up any significant kind of money. Our coffers are still nearly empty, and we have nothing in terms of emergency funds. Another disaster to the village, and we might not be able to recover. Mebuki told Hiruzen. Perhaps we could ramp up mission frequency again? She suggested to the old Hokage. The Nara clan head spoke up. Our emergency level of mission frequency is unsustainable. Our shinobi began to decrease in efficacy after a few months of non-stop missions, which started to impact the image of the quality and efficiency of our shinobi. It might make more money in the short term, but it does more harm than good in the long run. Which is why we stopped doing that and started giving adequate time to rest after missions again. Shikaku explained to the civilian council, who didn't understand shinobi matters that well. He is correct, Councillor Haruno. Shikaku, please tell us the current state of shinobi affairs. The old Sarutobi asked. Hi Hokage-sama. We've been able to add to the number of jonin we have, coming close to 87% of pre-Kyuubi numbers, but they don't have as much experience as the shinobi we lost, who were battle-tested veterans of the Third Shinobi War. Honestly, their quality is slightly questionable. We have quite a few promising chunin however, though the overall number of chunin are slightly smaller than what we were hoping for due to the number of promotions we were forced to give to meet the required number of jonin. The Sandaime frowned. Quantity over quality it seemed. Oh well. The quantity could gain more experience and gain the quality with time. How's our image in terms of shinobi quality? The old man asked. Luckily our small drop in shinobi quality hasn't been noticed by the others. We've also produced a few gems to fill in the shoes of the fallen, and if anything, prodigies like Shisui, Itachi, and Naruto are giving the appearance that we are still just as strong. Team Omega is also striking fear into the hearts of many and have given our Anbu a huge boost in reputation. Our Anbu have never been in a better position before. Shikaku reported. The Anbu commander smirked under his mask. Excellent. We are quite fortunate that we have had young talent who have stepped up to go above and beyond our expectations. Hiruzen commented. We also have some reports from Jiraiya-sama. Shikaku told the Sandaime. Let's hear it. Hiruzen gave Shikaku permission to speak. According to Jiraiya-sama, his spy network has heard reports of an uneasy atmosphere and strange, unconfirmed activity from Amigakure, Hidden Rain Village. We haven't been able to confirm anything, as no one has been able to enter or leave Ame without Hanzo knowing. This is troubling. I'll look for a team to go confirm these reports. The Sandaime stated. There are also reports from our spies in Iwagakure, Hidden Stone Village, and Kumagakure, Hidden Cloud Village. They're beginning to suspect that we are not in as strong of a position as we are projecting to the world. Shikaku told the council. He paused for a moment to say what was next on the report. This was troublesome news after all. Apparently they're also wondering if you are as strong of a leader as you once were. That is absurd. What makes them think that all of a sudden? Akimichi Kuza blurted out in question. It's not all of a sudden. Our spies suspect our handling of the Hyuga incident may have planted seeds of doubt in their minds. The Raikage took a gamble to probe our position, and he may have gotten lucky with his guess. Hiruzen sighed. The Raikage had been furious his ambassador came back in what was essentially a glorified shoebox. He accused Konoha of breaching the terms of their peace treaty. When Konoha explained it was in retaliation to the ambassador's attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga heiress, Kumo refused to believe them, and threatened them with war. Konoha was in no position for a war with the most militaristic village who also had the largest shinobi forces. It had only been 3 years since the Kyuubi destroyed a huge portion of the village, and they simply could not afford a fight. They appeased Kumo with a large sum of money, which they had to pay in installments, and a new treaty that was favorable to Kumo. Danzo seethed. He had argued that they should call Kumo's bluff. As damaged as they were, they could still put up a fight. His root onbu could be used in asymmetrical warfare, hitting Kumo in unexpected and crucial spots, but still leaving Kumo unaware of the culprits. Kumo wouldn't risk throwing themselves into a war to gain little, over a wrong they knew they committed. Hiruzen didn't want to risk it, however, and disregarded Danzo's advice. Danzo knew he had been too soft. The bandaged elder spoke up. While we aren't in as weak of a position as they suspect or hope, they aren't completely wrong either. You aren't as strong as you once were, Hiruzen. It's time you start to consider choosing a successor. The strength Danzo was referring to wasn't in terms of fighting prowess, and more in strength to make hard decisions. Hiruzen had successfully led them through the Third Shinobi War, but had come out a changed man. He hated war, and wanted to avoid war at all costs. Sarutobi, Hiruzen sighed. Leave it to Danzo to talk about switching Hokages. His bandaged teammate had wanted to be Hokage since the Second Shinobi War, and didn't even try to hide it. Well, I'm not as young as I once was, Danzo, but I assure you, I am still strong enough to protect this village from internal and external threats. He warned Danzo subtly. Perhaps Hokage-sama. But maybe it's best you choose a successor and groom him for the position while you're still strong, so that we may have a peaceful and seamless transition. Shibi, the Aburame clan head, proposed. Fugaku saw this as the opening he had been waiting for. Might I suggest my son Itachi for the position? As we all know, he is one of our rising stars. One of our best and brightest. He is wise beyond his years. Perhaps Hokage-sama could groom him for 6 years, until he reaches 20. Aren't you worried he'll be too young? Hiruzen asked Fugaku. He liked the boy, but he was currently 14, and better off in the field than in the office. He was one of the few that upheld the reputation of Konoha after all. He is only 14 in age, Hokage-sama. Mentally, I'd say he's already more thoughtful and wiser than most people twice his age. Also, his young age could be a benefit for us. With you as an advisor, especially when he is younger, he could get the experience he needs for the job. Taking the mantle at a young age and guided by one of our finest Hokages, he could lead for a long time, giving the village the stability it has lacked recently. Fugaku reasoned. Hiruzen thought about it. It wasn't completely preposterous. It wasn't like his own students were up for the role like he had wished. Jiraiya refused the role, saying he needed freedom to maintain his spy network. Tsunade hated the Hokage position so much that she had left the village, claiming the position itself had stolen what was most precious from her. As for Orochimaru? Well, let's just say he was never going to be considered again. Opposition to Fugaku's suggestion sprang up from his political rival. You can't consider this nonsense, Hokage-sama. You would have a 14-year-old boy as your first choice for a successor? Granted, the boy is a powerful shinobi, but he doesn't have the political acumen necessary to lead a village. It takes more than knowing how to kill people to lead a village. It would be much more prudent to have an older, more experienced shinobi for the role. One of us should be considered if anything. Clan heads have experience managing the affairs of a clan, and are well versed in politics as well. Many in the council nodded at that. He did raise some good points. Besides, the Uchiha's scheme is as clear as day. He means to place his son as a puppet Hokage, whilst he rules from behind the scenes. We can't trust the Uchiha yet, we have no evidence they were not behind the attack in the first place. The Hyuga mentioned smugly. You dare bring that up again? How many times must we prove our loyalty? Why is our loyalty in question when we've done nothing but prove ourselves over and over? Our clan has done much more for this village than the Hyuga clan ever will, Fugaku yelled as he slammed his fist on the table. What? How dare you? Hiyashi also stood up. Arguments and insults began to fly across the council room, and other clans began to get involved as well. It was pure chaos. Hiruzen silenced them with a shout. Silence! He released a pulse of killing intent to get their attention, and the angry clan heads began to simmer down as they sat down quietly. After much consideration, I have deemed Itachi unfit to be a candidate due to his age and lack of experience. We will consider him again in the future if I don't find a better option. I will continue as Hokage for now. I hope you all can behave yourselves better next meeting. Council dismissed, Hiruzen concluded the meeting angrily, disappointed that his council were not above acting like children. The Uchiha clan head left the room angrily. He had proposed a peaceful solution, and all he got in return were insults and mockery. He had no faith in the council. He now knew for certain, from this experience with Itachi, and many previous experiences with Uchiha candidates, that Konoha would never allow an Uchiha to be Hokage. If they didn't want to play along, he would take matters into his own hands. At the academy. It had been over a month since Narumi had entered the academy now, and things had improved since the disaster in the first day. She was still hated and avoided by most of her classmates, but at least they didn't openly insult her anymore. She still heard them whispering behind her back, and she could sense the negative emotions they had towards her. Still, things were much better and more bearable now that she had more friends. She had grown closer to Ino, Shikamaru, and Kyuubi over the past month, and last week Aburame Shino joined their little group. Due to her kind and compassionate nature, and being an outcast herself, Narumi didn't like seeing others being alone. She had noticed the other children avoiding the Aburame boy, grossed out by the bugs that crawled all over him. She didn't mind as much, and began to talk to him, and eventually convinced him to hang out with them. Ugh. I hate stupid math class. All this stupid homework. I don't even understand what the heck they're saying half the time. Why is Hideko buying 47 watermelons anyway? And why is Tomoki splitting his tonkatsu between 3 people? Who shares one tonkatsu with 3 people? Just order one per person. Gosh, they're stingier than Onii-chan. It makes no sense. Narumi groaned as she looked down at her book, which seemed to mock her. The Akimichi clan heir nodded in agreement as he shoved a handful of chips into his mouth. Sharing tonkatsu? The question would have made more sense if it asked why Tomoki ordered 4 more for himself. Perhaps they are on a diet. Why? I do not know, but I have observed many people, including our own classmates, consume less calories for some reason. The Aburame boy offered. It's to maintain our figure, Shino. Some of us actually care about how we look, Ino said defensively as she glanced at Sasuke to gauge his response. She and Sakura had fallen for Sasuke, like many others, and had been dieting in their attempt to look their best to get his attention. Sasuke didn't seem to care. She had been hanging out with him in their group for a while now, and she still couldn't crack his code. Ino wasn't the type of girl to give up easily though. Being a Yamanaka, she couldn't help but be drawn to mind games. People's psychologies were something begging to be analyzed. She'd find what made Sasuke tick, one day or another. Speaking of Sakura, the two were slowly drifting apart. Initially it was because Ino wanted to be Narumi's friend, but Sakura didn't, especially after she saw her mother get humiliated by Narumi's brother. Sakura had made new friends in the other bullies now anyway, and didn't need Ino as much. Their rivalry on getting Sasuke's attention just drove the wedge in deeper. Hinata giggled at her friend's interaction. Perhaps you could ask the teachers for extra help after school? She proposed. Many students got some after-school tutoring to get help in subjects they were struggling in, whether it was history or shuriken throwing. PFFFTT. As if those stupid butt faces would help me anyway. Narumi rolled her eyes. The redhead's skills in taijutsu and with weapons were increasing steadily. She seemed to grasp the concepts very quickly with a little practice. However, she struggled with more academic studies, and Naruto was often away on missions, unable to help Narumi in her book studies very often. She had tried her hand at getting help from her instructors, but many of them didn't like her either. They were unable to refuse their help outright, as rumors of Naruto's fierce retaliation to the Haruno woman had spread amongst the teachers, and they feared his wrath. However, they did the bare minimum, and didn't try to hide their displeasure. Narumi could sense the negative emotions, and found it hard to concentrate. She eventually lost the drive to ask for help, as she found it pointless. They made it clear they didn't want to help her, even if they didn't say it. She stopped asking for help, and started only coming to school to see her friends, as the teachers didn't care how she did in school, and largely ignored her. She stopped caring about her academic side, and focused on her physical training. It was much more fun training with her Ni-chan, than reading some dumb book anyway. However, it wasn't just Narumi who had problems with their progress. Sasuke had also been frustrated as of late. While his performance in school was stellar, he had been unsatisfied with himself when it came to physical capabilities. He was one of the top performers in his class in that regard as well, but he had higher standards for himself. He wanted to step out of Itachi's shadow and show himself as a prodigy as well. Naruto and Itachi were both busy people. However, if Naruto had even the smallest sliver of time, he would spend it with Narumi, and help her with her training. Itachi on the other hand, had other obligations to his clan, and it was getting harder and harder for Sasuke to get training time with him. His mother offered to help, but he wanted help from Itachi, maybe even Shisui, but both of them seemed busier these days, and harder to find. Even when he did find them, they had grim looks on their faces, and were not focused on him, even when they did train him. He was starting to get envious of Narumi. At least Naruto always had time for her. At a discreet, isolated part of the village, Itachi and Shisui had been having problems of their own. Their clan was on the verge of a coup, and they seemed to be part of a very, very small minority that was against it. They had been trying to calm the situation down, and work towards cooperation with the village, but it had been largely unsuccessful. Last night, Fugaku-sama asked me to use my Mangekyo Sharingan on Narumi when the time comes. Shisui told his younger cousin with a resentful look. Shisui was one of the very, very select group of people in the clan who had awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, awakening it a few years prior, when he was forced to kill his own teammate during a mission that went south. He regretted telling the clan head of his development. Does he really intend to release the Kyuubi again? Itachi asked out loud, though he was really asking himself. He knew if the Kyuubi was released, or even if its chakra was used, there was no way that Narumi would come out unscathed. She was like a little sister to him, and he didn't want her to be hurt. Why was his father being like this? I'm not sure, but we can't take the chance. It will be a catastrophe for the village. We still haven't recovered from the Kyuubi's attack 7 years ago. Shisui responded. We need to tell Hokage-sama about this. And betray the clan? This could be the nail in the coffin for the Uchiha clan. Itachi asked his cousin. A nail and coffin that our clan is making for itself. Shisui answered. He sighed seeing Itachi's hopeless look. Hokage-sama is a reasonable and peaceful man. I'm sure he can help us come up with a peaceful solution. Itachi thought about it. And if he can't? Maybe Hokage-sama will just punish the ringleaders and let the rest of the clan off. We are a crucial part of both its internal security and shinobi forces after all. If not? Itachi asked. Shisui paused. Then the clan will have to pay the price for treason. We're at the crossroads, Itachi. Whether you want to make the choice between clan and village, the choice will be forced upon you, if you wait long enough. Maybe if you choose earlier, we can reduce the damage. Shisui seemed to have made his choice already, though Itachi was not ready to make that decision yet. He was sworn as a shinobi of Konoha, to protect her from all dangers, internal and external. But how could he betray his clan? His own flesh and blood? He was unsure of where his loyalty lied. He was still thinking, when his Anbu tattoo started tingling, signaling that he was being summoned. I have to go, Itachi told Shisui, as he vanished a shunshine of crows. Man, the whole crow shunshine thing was my thing. Shisui complained out loud to no one in particular, glaring at the empty spot where Itachi stood a second ago. Totally stole it. Damn Uchiha and stealing people's jutsu. He complained ironically. At the Hokage's office. Itachi appeared in the Hokage's office to find Naruto and the Hokage waiting for him. You summoned Hokage-sama? The young Uchiha Anbu captain asked. I did. I have a mission for you and Naruto-kun. The Sandaime began. We've received reports of strange activity from Ame. There are reports of clashes between at least 2 different groups. Amigakure's shared border with us means whatever is going on there could spill over. We need to know what's going on. We have been unable to gather any information from Ame for the last 15 years due to Hanzo's iron fist ruling over Amigakure, and his paranoia, but that lack of information makes the situation potentially more dangerous. We know close to nothing about what has been going on there. Will we be leading our respective teams? The Yondaime's son asked. The aged Hokage shook his head. Due to this being an undercover mission, we can't afford to send out large numbers, and risk detection. Hence, we are sending just you, 2 of our finest, especially when it comes to infiltration. Understood. We will not fail you, Hokage-sama. Itachi answered. Naruto nodded in agreement. The Sandaime nodded back. I know. Anything else, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. If you 2 are detected, your priority is to escape. Do not engage in combat unless it's a matter of life and death. We can't risk another war. Hiruzen told the 2, who nodded and vanished from the office to leave for their assignment immediately. The old man pulled out his pipe and began to smoke as he thought about the blonde boy who left his office a minute ago. He always felt guilty when he looked at the boy. He felt as if he should have done more for him following his parents' demise, but he was just so busy. It wasn't easy maintaining order after such a disaster, with thousands of deaths and destroyed properties, and it wasn't easy overseeing its reconstruction either. He was swamped with responsibilities, and his second term in office had aged him considerably, due to the stress. Still, he felt as if he had failed to protect the boy and his sister from the wolves in the council, and he definitely failed to protect their inheritance. He had been the biggest voice opposing the use of their inheritance for the rebuilding of the village, but he had been outvoted by the council, who argued that the village was in a precarious position and needed the fund immediately. They argued 2 children didn't need that much money right now and the needs of the village outweighed their comfort. He tried to salvage the situation somewhat, by making the council promise to refill the Namikaze Uzumaki bank account when the village was in a better position. They agreed, but that day seemed to be far off. He had also looked after the 2 by keeping political enemies off of Naruto's back. Naruto was powerful, one of the top 10 strongest in the village, but he was terrible with politics, rarely considering the consequences of his actions. His latest incident with the Haruno woman had made her an enemy, and she wasn't the first. He barely had any friends, both personally and politically. He had also vetoed any bill or proposition that regarded weaponizing Narumi. He was very clear about how he felt, and the last person who proposed using Narumi in such a way received lashes and was imprisoned, just like Hiruzen promised to. The number of such propositions dropped to 0 after that. Still, he felt terrible he couldn't protect Naruto's innocence and childhood. The boy was forced to grow up at the age of 7, and essentially had to become an adult overnight. At least mentally and emotionally. He had a heavy burden on his shoulder, and Hiruzen wished he could have done more to help him as he puffed away on his pipe. Days later, somewhere on the border of Amigakure and Hino-kuni, 2 Anbu, one with a fox mask, and the other with a weasel mask, stealthily moved across the border, into the country where Amigakure was based. The 2 slowly moved closer and closer to Ame itself, and they had even stopped talking to each other, communicating with Anbu hand signals only to remain undiscovered. They moved in the rain for hours, until Fox spotted somewhere they could camp for the night undetected, getting them out of this damn rain, and signed this information to Weasel, who simply nodded. They sat down to eat their nutrition bars, tasteless things that did nothing but give them the calories and nutrients they needed. They didn't start a fire, not wanting to risk being spotted, or leave a trail. The 2 were eating in silence when they heard a commotion a short distance away. The 2 looked at each other, and nodded. They used their own camouflage jutsu to become unseen, Fox using his Mesagaku no jutsu, hiding in camouflage technique, while Weasel cast a powerful genjutsu over himself to make people overlook his presence. They slowly creeped closer behind some rocks they could hide behind, while still having a view at what was going on. Ame shinobi were fighting a group of people who were poorly dressed. They had no identifying Hittite, but seemed to be shinobi, based on the fact that they were using Suten jutsu to fight back against the Ame shinobi. However, they were too few in number, and had old people, children, and other civilians with them that they had to protect, and were promptly cut down by Hanzo's men. Fox assumed the refugees, or who he thought were refugees based on their attire and composition, would now be captured, only to be shocked when the Ame nin slaughtered all of them, including the children. They left their bodies there for the scavengers, only taking their valuables. Fox fumed, thinking that could have easily been someone like his sister, while Weasel saw their destruction and drew parallels to what could happen to his own family. The 2 waited until the Ame nin left before they went and examined the bodies that were callously left behind. They seemed to all be related to each other. A clan perhaps? What were they doing in Ame? Didn't they know better than to cross its borders? The 2 gathered all the information they needed before deciding to continue their info gathering. Was this the clashes they were told to look into? Refugees being slaughtered? They suspected either there was some other group that was clashing with Hanzo's men, and this was a coincidental, random, and unfortunate encounter, or there were more refugees coming this way, only to be slaughtered, driven here by something. Whatever it was, they needed to find out what it was. They moved out, moving closer to Amigakure, until they came across a small village that was under Ame jurisdiction. They infiltrated the village to gather more information. They agreed to split up to search, and meet up again at a promised location within 10 hours. Fox spent some time looking around, eavesdropping when he could, and searching behind locked doors, which he easily picked. He eventually stumbled upon a house which seemed to be a depot of confiscated goods, and also a drop point for Hanzo's men, who left things here to be picked up and taken to Ame. He found a few jutsu scroll, which he sealed away immediately. He would look through them when he was in a safer place. The rest of the things there didn't really catch his interest, and he left them in their place. He finally reached the last room, which had a multitude of locks on it to prevent people from entering. However, to someone like Fox, they might as well have not been there. He used his uniquely high fire release affinity to create a small jet of blue flames to cut through all the locks and bolts. He was shocked at the loot he found here. It was full of higher-ranked jutsu scrolls which he sealed promptly, as well as some money and gems, which he greedily sealed away with a lustful smile and slightly crazy eyes. But the creme de la creme of the loot was probably worth more than all the money and gems he sealed away. He had no idea why these things were here, but he knew he was going to make good use of them, especially the one his eyes were locked on. He had always wanted one of his own, but now he had one right before him. A summoning scroll. Elsewhere in the village, Weasel had been eavesdropping some of Hanzo's shinobi who had been talking about a certain rebel group that they had been fighting. He was surprised someone dared to go against Hanzo the Salamander. He was known as the strongest shinobi of his time, and had even defeated 3 of the strongest shinobi that Konoha had at the time, simultaneously. He was the one who had given them their legendary title, which they carried with pride, even though they received it after they lost a 3-on-1 fight against the man. The legendary Sannin of Konoha could not stack up against the man, and now he was hearing there was a man who dared to go against Hanzo? What kind of madness was this? He thought he heard enough and was planning to slip away, when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He was surprised someone was able to see through his genjutsu, and turned around to face his opponent. He dropped his genjutsu when he saw a group of 12 Ame Jonin and Chunin, looking for a fight. Like what you heard? Hope you did, since it's the last thing you're gonna hear. The man who appeared to be their leader said. Weasel activated his Sharingan under his mask and got ready to spill some blood. The man who had his hand on Weasel's shoulder had a direct view of the young Anbu captain, but didn't even see him move when suddenly the hand he had on the Anbu no longer belonged to him. He hadn't even been able to process the fact that he had one less hand, when he found himself looking at his body from a low angle he had never seen before. That was the last thing he saw before his life left his eyes. Weasel kicked the severed head into the crowd, making them shift their bodies to avoid the bloody head. He used that moment to rapidly flash through some hand seals to set up his Katen, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Flower Jutsu, which sent several fireballs into the crowd. He used the distraction to Kawarimi away. The Ame Nin believed their numerical superiority would have scared the Anbu member, when suddenly their leader's head was kicked towards them, and weren't ready for the large balls of fire that seemed to target individuals rather than coming in randomly. Some of the ones slower to react died quickly, when the shuriken hidden inside the flames pierced their skulls, and the surrounding flames cooked their flesh to a well-done state. The faster ones were able to either jump away, or use Suten Jutsu of their own to try to block the fireballs, but the Suten users who remained stationary were also caught unaware of the shuriken hidden inside and were injured by the projectiles. Within 2 seconds, they went from having the element of surprise and numerical superiority, to being the ones caught surprised, and having their numbers cut down to 8, with 2 injured. A scared Chunin ran from the fight, claiming he would bring back up. Shit. Weasel thought. He would have to finish this up quick and get out of here. The Ame Nin had gotten over their initial surprise and started searching for the Anbu captain, who had switched places with the severed head after he kicked it, and hid his presence. From behind the group, he used his Anbu Chokudo to cut down the 2 injured stragglers, and now had 5 more to go. The 5 remaining Ame Nin were the 5 of the strongest Jonin from the group, and the fight from there on was a little bit more difficult for Weasel, especially when they came at him together with a combination of swords and Suten Jutsu. They looked like they had been working together for a while, with their excellent teamwork. He used his Sharingan to track their movement to weave through their attacks, getting close enough to enter within the Kenjutsu user's guard. Their long-reach weapons came back to bite them, as in ultra-close range, their swords became unwieldy, while Weasel used his kunai to quickly deliver precise stabs to major organs and veins. In a short couple of minutes, he had killed the last of his attackers, when the scared Chunin returned with 30 Amigacore Nin, all of the remaining shinobi stationed in the village. Shit. Was the one word that went through Weasel's mind. A few minutes later, Weasel hid behind a wall of a house that was now ruined from the fight between him and the Ame shinobi, as he tried to strategize. He had killed 13 of them, but he was handicapped by not trying to draw too much attention to his location by using big, flashy jutsu. Luckily, Weasel excelled in subtle and quiet killing methods as well, and had successfully taken care of almost half of them. He peered over his shoulder and saw 25 dead bodies strewn all over, and blood everywhere. Suddenly he saw a dead Uchiha in their place, the blood staining the ground of the Uchiha compound red, the night sky red, with a full moon hanging over the sky, staring down at him, as if it were a giant eye that seemed to tell him it had witnessed everything. The vision shocked him. It was a nightmare for someone who loved his clan. The vision faded away as quickly as it came, but it had paralyzed him for a second, which the Ame ninja capitalized to attack him from all angles. He activated his Sharingan and pulled out his Chokudo, but he knew there was no way he was getting out of this unscathed. Stupid. He never should have spaced out like that. That was very unlike him. He had never done anything like that before. And now, he would pay the price for such a rookie mistake. He braced to receive multiple stabs, but he suddenly felt chakra latch onto him, and he was replaced in a kawarimi. He looked at where he was standing just a second ago, and saw Fox take all the stabs that were intended for him. Then Fox disappeared in a puff of smoke. A cage bunshine, thank Kami. The Ame shinobi now committed the same mistake that they tried to capitalize on, and froze when a different target suddenly appeared and vanished with a puff of smoke. They had no time to react when a giant blue ball of fire hit them and incinerated them. They died together instantly. What the hell was that, Weasel? Get your head in the game, Fox yelled out to Weasel. Whatever was bothering him was now putting them in danger. I've never seen you freeze up like that. What was that all about? He asked Weasel. Sorry. I just thought I saw something that wasn't there. It won't happen again. Weasel told Fox. It better not. Fox told Weasel. We got what we came for, now let's get out of this dump, Weasel agreed, and the two took off. They quickly left in silence, heading towards the border with Kuza, to throw off their trail. Somewhere on Kuza territory. Weasel broke the silence after a few hours. Thanks, Fox. Things could have ended a lot worse than it did. I didn't expect you to show up there. Fox replied back to Weasel. Ah, whatever, man. Of course, I was gonna rescue your ass. We're practically family after all. I'll always have your back. Weasel stared at Fox for a brief moment in silence, before he nodded. Yes, Fox was indeed his family. In fact, he was more family than some in the clan who shared his flesh and blood, if that made any sense. His mind began to work overtime, as two sides of him fought each other, as he struggled to make a decision. He had two families, and he was being forced to choose one over the other. How could he make such a decision? Chapter 9, The Calm Before the Storm. At the gates of Konoha. The team gazed upon the giant gates of Konoha, which stretched high into the air, and couldn't be happier to see the first sight of home. They were greeted by two chunin, named Kamizuki Izumo and Hagane Kotetsu, who were aptly nicknamed the Eternal Gate Guards, because they had, at some point, started to only take gate guard duty. Other chunin began to stop taking the gate guard missions, as they were already always taken by the pair, and it became unofficially official, that the gates were their duty. Let's get this troublesome process over with. The leader of the returning team told his team. He greeted the guards with a lazy wave. Team Suzaku returning from a mission in Kusagakur, Hidden Grass Village. Jonin Nara Suzaku, Chunin Inuzuka Hana, Chunin Abarame Muda, Chunin Uchiha Izumi all accounted for. G Suzaku Taiku, would it kill you to show a little energy in this last leg of our mission? Izumi asked her Jonin leader for the mission to Kuza. I'll need to save what's left for the report to the Hokage, Izumi. Give me a break. The lazy Jonin told the girl as he hung his head in response to her nagging. She'd been like that all mission. He eventually even turned over most of the negotiating duties over to the Uchiha Chunin, only adding his advice and opinions when absolutely necessary. He would say he just wanted to give some negotiating experience to the promising Chunin, but Izumi knew he was just being a lazy bastard, just like the rest of his clan. The team had just spent the last 3 months in Kuza, negotiating better trade deals, and strengthening their relationship. The team was hand-picked by the Hokage for their skills, Suzaku for his intelligence and sharp mind, Muda for his logical and rational decision-making, Izumi for her high EQ and ability to empathize and connect with people, and finally Hana was chosen for her ability to support her team with her medical and combat skills, while still being one of the more level-headed members of the Inuzuka clan. The team had achieved more than what they had aimed for, and the team was excited to report their success to the Hokage. Well, at least the Chunin were. The Jonin captain found it troublesome to report all of the details of their agreements. It would take hours to explain everything. Hours he could have spent lazily watching the clan's deer herd. They walked towards the Hokage tower, taking in the sight of their village. They had missed it after all. For 3 months they were away in Kuza, a minor village, and even though it was one of the bigger ones, it still couldn't compare in scale or grandeur to their village, even if it was still recovering. Alright, you guys can go off and do your own thing for now. I'll give the oral report to the Hokage. You guys can turn in your written reports tomorrow. Now scram. Suzaku told his team, and his team thanked their lazy captain, before quickly speeding off to do whatever thing they said they would do when they first got back to the village, on their journey back from Kuza. With Izumi, she had asked around to see where her boyfriend was, only to find out he had been assigned a mission and wasn't in town. It had been 3 months without seeing him, and now she had to wait even longer to see him. She pouted, sticking out her lower lips, as she thought about what she should do next. She looked at the time and realized the academy would be over for the day soon, and decided to go pick up her favorite brats in the village. She headed over to the academy, and realized it would still be a few minutes before school was out for the day, so she sat on the swing in front of the school, the one she used to play on back when she was still an academy student, and began to write her mission report, as she used her legs to gently rock the swing back and forth. When the bell rang to signify the end of classes, the students began pouring out of the building, like water from a faucet. The kids split up into small groups, as friends went off to hang out after school, or were picked up by their parents. Narumi came out with her group of 6 friends, and was excited to be out of that hellhole. Ugh, another useless day. They always ignore my questions. I don't know why I even bother going to school. Narumi groaned as she walked out with her friends. It's quite rude of them. They seem to be especially mean to you today, Narumi-chan. The shy Hyuga heiress commented. The way they treat her is quite illogical. I cannot. Shino was interrupted by a wolf whistle followed by a shout. Who is that? She's so hot. An excited Inuzuka Kiba yelled, as he pointed to a slender figure who sat on the academy swings. Naturally, all the heads turned to see where he was pointing, and saw the same figure. Narumi narrowed her eyes to get a better look, but when she recognized who it was, her eyes widened, and her mouth split into a massive smile. Izumi Wani-chan, she yelled, as she practically exploded towards Izumi, leaving only a cloud of dust where she once was standing. Sasuke was also excited to see her, but tried to hide it, so he didn't seem uncool. He and the rest of his friends walked over to Izumi as well, who by now was being glomped nearly to death by Narumi, who was rubbing her cheeks into the Uchiha girl's neck. Izumi could only smile at Narumi's reaction to seeing her. Looks like someone missed me. Oh, did I ever? You've been gone for months. Months. We haven't been able to have our girls-only outings for months. Stingy Onii-chan was also making me eat veggies and stuff like that instead of taking me out to eat yummy stuff, Narumi yelled out at a rapid pace that would make a certain Jinchuuriki and Kumo jealous, as she maintained her hug on Izumi. Hello Izumi Wani-san. Sasuke calmly greeted Izumi. Oh, now that you're in the academy, you think you're too cool to give your Wani-chan a hug? Get your butt over here, Izumi teased. Sasuke blushed lightly in embarrassment and gave her small hug. Hello Izumi-san. It has been quite some time. Hinata politely bowed. Well, if it isn't my favorite Hyuga. How have you been? Izumi asked, and the 3 academy students chatted away with the older Uchiha girl. Ino, Shikamaru, Kyuubi, and Shino stood awkwardly by the side, until Izumi turned her attention to them. So, who are they? Are these your new friends? Narumi smacked herself in the forehead. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't tell you. These are my new friends. This is Ino, the lazy one is Shikamaru, the friend next to him is Kyuubi, and the quiet one is Shino. They're my awesome friends. She excitedly introduced her friends to the Chunin girl. Wow, looks like someone's popular. She told Narumi as she elbowed her shoulder in good nature. The academy students greeted Izumi, and they chatted for a while, before Ko came to pick up Hinata, and the Ino Shikacho trio were also picked up. Izumi offered to walk Narumi and Sasuke home, to which Narumi gladly agreed, while Sasuke also agreed, but with a little less excitement, at least openly. Glad to see you two make more friends. I knew people would come to see how awesome you two are. Narumi beamed at Izumi's comment. So how have things been? How's school? Training? Everything okay at home? The 2 academy students seemed to deflate at that. Why? What's wrong? Izumi asked the 2 with concern. The 2 saw Izumi as an older sister, and felt comfortable enough to her anything, even things that they didn't tell anyone else. So, when Izumi asked them if everything was alright, they opened up the floodgates of complaints and frustrations that had been building up. Narumi started. Well, it was nice to make a few new friends at the academy, but it hasn't been all good. A lot of the kids hate me, and I can sense it. I don't even know what I ever did to them, but they hate me and bully me. They always leave me out of everything, and ignore me if they're not actively making fun of me. On the first day of class, they all called me a stinkin' tomato. How am I a tomato? Narumi raged, throwing her fists into the air, but despite all her anger, she looked more cute than scary to Izumi. Izumi giggled at Narumi's reaction to her own story. I don't know, but you sure are the cutest tomato I've seen. Narumi blushed a little at the strange compliment, before she continued. That's not all. I'm doing good in my shuriken and taijutsu training, but those stinkin' instructors always nitpick when it comes to me, and mark me down for any and every mistake. They don't do that for everyone. Just me. And that's the subject that I'm good at. The boring classes like math or intro to chakra are even worse. They suck at explaining, and when I ask them questions, they ignore me. My grades are terrible, and I'm scared to show Naruto Onii-chan my report card. He's gonna be so disappointed. I hate going to school, and I hate everyone there except my friends. I only go to school so I can see them, and so Naruto Ni-chan doesn't get mad at me. Izumi frowned. Those bastards at the academy picking on her little sister like that. They couldn't see the sweet, cheerful girl that she was, and only saw the Kyuubi. Stupid. So stupid. I'm sure Naruto-kun won't be mad at you, you know he cares about you a lot, and just wants you to do well. I'm sure he won't let those people at the academy treat you like that if he knew. Izumi tried to encourage the young redhead. Narumi nodded her head a little, and stopped talking to give a turn to Sasuke, and Izumi looked at Sasuke to let him know it was his turn to talk. Sasuke was next to vent. Well, I've got nothing major like Narumi, and I'm doing fine in school. Izumi nodded at him, prompting him to continue. But? Sasuke continued, but I'm not satisfied with my training. Everyone is too busy to train me. Ko-san is too busy with clan affairs, Itachi and Shisui Ni-san are always on missions, or are up to something between them. They always have a serious look on their face these days and are always whispering to each other. It's hard to even find them around the compound these days, and even when they finally make time to train me, they're distracted and unfocused with me. Izumi could tell how frustrated her favorite kids were, and she was frustrated for them. She decided to help. You know what? Your Nei-chan just got back from a mission, so I'll have a few weeks off until my next mission. I'll swing by and give Narumi some help on her school work, and we can all train together after school. How does that sound? The two kids had stars in their eyes. Really? You do that for us? They asked almost in unison. Of course. You two are my favorite Imoto and Itoto in this village after all, Izumi declared as she put her arms around their necks. The three of them smiled at each other. Izumi invited Narumi to sleep over at her house, since Naruto was away on a mission, and Narumi readily accepted. A sleepover with her Oni-chan was always fun. The three of them entered the Uchiha compound some time later, and Izumi noticed the strange atmosphere. There seemed to be a lot of tension in the air. The weird stares on Narumi were hard to ignore as well. Sasuke? Is there something up with the clan? The Uchiha girl asked, sensing something wasn't quite right. I don't know Nei-san, but there is a weird mood to the clan these days. I'm wondering if Itachi and Shisui Ni-san know anything about it. Izumi narrowed her lips. She knew something was wrong. She'd get to the bottom of this. A couple weeks later, at the Hokage's office. Are you certain? The Sandaime asked the two Anbu operatives he had sent on a recon mission to Omegakure. Hi Hokage-sama. Weasel replied. This is troubling news, a group that's strong enough to be giving Hanzo the Salamander a tough time. We'll need to keep an eye out for more news regarding this rebel group. This Akatsuki. So, you're telling me the group might have some connections to Kiri? Hiruzen asked. Well, that's a speculation based on some rumors going around in Ame. We haven't been able to find any evidence that connected Akatsuki to Kiri. The refugees we found there are more of an indication of the desperate situation with the civil war in Kiri. Fox replied. I see. Excellent work you two. We've gotten more news regarding Ame from this one mission than we have in the past decade. Any intel on the Kiri civil war is a welcome one as well. I'll add the pay for an S-rank mission into your accounts. You've earned it. Now go get some rest. Dismissed. The old Hokage told his two best Anbu, who nodded and promptly vanished. With Fox and Weasel. The two headed to Anbu HQ to change out of their mission gear. Always glad to be back home after a long mission, Fox said as he took off his mask, revealing a blonde 14-year-old with blue eyes. Agreed. I've heard Izumi is back from her mission as well, Weasel said as he changed out of his mission gear, revealing Itachi. Hey, so even the stoic Itachi shows feelings for his girlfriend, huh? Naruto teased, as he finished up changing. Let's go look for my sister and your girlfriend. The two agreed and headed off. They were walking down the streets when they heard a familiar laugh with some familiar voices from a nearby dengo shop. When the two entered, they saw Izumi, Narumi, and a chunin named Mitarashi Anko eating dengo with a flustered Sasuke. No need to blush so hard, Gaki. It was just a suggestion, Anko said innocently, as she suggestively licked the sauce off of her dengo. Sasuke huffed as Izumi and Narumi laughed. Now, I hope you're not having too much fun with Sasuke-kun, Anko-san. Naruto spoke as he sat down and swiped a stick of dengo from Anko's plate. Blondie-kun. You're welcome to join us, but you need to order a round of dengo for all of us. You do owe me, you know, Anko said in a mock seductive voice as she slithered her arm around Naruto's shoulder. Hey! I just took one stick. I can't afford to buy all of you a whole new plate each, he said defensively, trying to protect his hard-earned cash. You just got paid for an S-rank mission, Naruto. I'm sure you can afford a few orders of dengo, Itachi said softly, as he took a seat next to Izumi, who couldn't help but break into a wide smile and a blush at the sight of her boyfriend she had been missing for months. Anko's smile turned into a smirk. Ooh, an S-rank, eh? In that case you'll have plenty of Rio for ramen. Narumi interrupted with a shout. Dengo. Anko finished while entering into a glaring contest with Narumi, their eyes fighting a fierce battle to defend the honor of their favorite foods. Meanwhile, Naruto gave Itachi a dirty glare. How dare he try to part him from his money? He needed to think of a way to get out of this situation, quickly. Well, why don't we give the happy couple some time alone? It has been quite some time since they've gone on a date, no? I'll take little Narumi here for some training. Gotta check her progress and all, you all understand, right? Naruto tried to say smoothly, as he grabbed Narumi by the arm and tried to slink away to the door. Narumi maintained her gaze in her staring contest with Anko as she was dragged off. As Izumi and Itachi got up together for some alone time, Sasuke realized he had been unaccounted for, and he would be left alone with the crazy snake lady, Anko. No. He would not suffer by himself. Guess that leaves you and me to go do some training of our own, eh, Gaki? Anko turned her attention to Sasuke with a stare that promised a world of pain, whether physically or mentally. Sasuke had to think quickly. I'll be training with Naruto ni-san. He tried to join up with the retreating siblings. I'll come along too then. Anko began to stand up. But who's gonna finish the 10 orders of dango and the finest sake this place has to offer? Sasuke quickly replied. Huh? What dango? What sake? The snake summoner asked. Waitress. I'd like 10 assorted dangos and the finest sake you have here for the lovely lady here. Put it on the tab of Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. He quickly ordered before running past Naruto and Narumi and exiting first. Wait, what? Naruto was left speechless at the turn of events. In that case, how can I refuse? Thanks for the drink and dengo, Blondie-kun. She blew him a kiss. Hey, wait. I never agreed to all this, he yelled, but it was futile, as the waitress quickly brought everything out, and had already opened the bottle. The manager in the back smiled as Rio signs could practically be seen in place of his eyes. The waitress would get a nice tip for her quick action. Naruto was unable to fight back, as he was dragged off by Narumi, who was now excited to show off the new skills Izumi had taught her. Naruto cried as he was dragged away. It hadn't even been an hour since he had received his precious, and now his precious was being spent against his will again. With Izumi and Itachi, the Uchiha couple walked along the main street, looking for a place to grab dinner, as they caught up with each other. The pair received smiles from many of the vendors, being seen as cute couple. Izumi blushed as she snuck her arm around Itachi's, who saw what she was doing and failed at hiding the smallest of smiles when Izumi leaned her head on his shoulder. All the turmoil in his mind was silenced when he was with her. They decided to eat something small, as they had already had some dengo earlier. The pair found a small eatery, which served snacks and small meals, which had a wide entrance and window facing the streets, offering a good view of the village's lively streets. Itachi ordered some onigiri, and Izumi ordered some anpan rolls and some tea to go with it. They ate their meal with some light-hearted conversation, often talking about Sasuke and Narumi, which Izumi noticed made the smallest of changes in Itachi's expression, which disappeared as quickly as they came. She brushed it off, and the two had a good time talking to each other and enjoying each other's company for hours, until it began to become dark. Most of the guests had gone home by now, and they were alone as the owner had gone to the back to clean up. It was then Izumi decided to bring up a question that was burning at the back of her mind for weeks now. Itachi-kun? Do you know anything about the strange atmosphere in the clan these days? She asked her boyfriend. Itachi's face turned serious in an instant. How about we start heading home, Izumi-chan? Izumi could see the micro-expressions on Itachi's face that told her that what he wanted to tell her was not to be heard by others. Sure, it is starting to get dark after all. Let's just pay and head out. The two paid the owner, and left to go home. The two took a detour, and walked into a somewhat isolated path through the woods, where nobody went usually. Itachi led Izumi to a small bench, where they sat down. So, I see you noticed that something is up with the clan. Izumi nodded, and Itachi continued. He explained the current situation, and the things that were being plotted. Izumi's face began to pale more and more as Itachi explained. Finally, Itachi finished explaining, and Izumi couldn't find words to speak. Finally, after a few seconds of processing, she managed to speak. What will we do now? Our clan is going to use Narumi to basically overthrow the village leadership. Things can't go well for either side. Itachi nodded. To be honest, I don't know. I love our village, and I don't want to hurt Narumi, but how can I betray our clan? I haven't been able to decide, and I haven't been able to tell anyone about what's going on in my mind. Izumi listened quietly to Itachi before asking, "Did you tell Naruto?" "Itachi, he can help you, he's basically your brother. Please, talk to him." "How can I discuss using his sister to our clan's benefit? He'd sooner kill the whole clan himself than to see her come to harm. He must not know about this. Nobody can. Izumi, promise me you won't tell him, at least until I come a decision." Izumi's mind was already made up. She wasn't about to let anything happen to Narumi. She believed in Itachi and knew he would eventually make the right choice and protect Narumi as well. She decided not to push him and drive him into making rash decisions, so she decided to go along. "Sure, Itachi-kun. I promise I won't tell. But think about this. Our clan is your family, but Naruto and Narumi are also your family." Itachi grabbed her hand as he gave her an assuring smile. "I know. I'll find a way to protect both families." Izumi smiled back at him. She believed in him. She would do her best to help him find an answer. At the Naka shrine, underground. The figures of a small group of people were huddled over a table covered in documents and photos, speaking in low whispers. They had been discussing who needed to be neutralized to prevent their opposition from mounting an organized resistance. Who needed to be paid off, and who needed to disappear. After a lengthy discussion, they had come to an agreement on what needed to be done. "So, when will we make our first move?" the voice of one of the Uchiha elders asked. "There will be no first move. We will prepare everything, and when we see an opening, make all our moves at once. There will only be one shot, and if it doesn't work, it will mean a war against the entire village." Fugaku replied. "We'll have to make sure our one shot goes off as smoothly as possible. We'll need a distraction to occupy their attention while we get our pieces into position." As he spoke, his eyes fell onto a picture of their resident red-headed Jinchuuriki. At the Hokage office, late at night. "Hokage-sama, we must make our move quickly. The clan is getting restless. If we don't pacify them now, it may be too late," Shisui told the old Hokage in a private meeting. The Sandaime puffed on his pipe. "And what do you suggest we do to pacify them?" "We must organize a private meeting with the clan elders, and concede to at least some of their demands. They are feeling more and more alienated from the village, and feel as if the village doesn't care about their needs and concerns," Shisui suggested to Hiruzen. "If the other clans find out about this, they may feel like we are favoring the Uchiha clan, and might also begin to have rebellious thoughts. And it might not guarantee the Uchiha's loyalty either," Hiruzen reasoned. Shisui sighed. He had one last trump card. "Sandaime-sama, I do have one last alternate option." Hiruzen leaned forward to listen. "My Sharingan has a unique ability. It's called the Koto Amatsukami. I can only use it once every 10 years, but it allows me to plant ideas and suggestions in the mind using a genjutsu so powerful, that it makes the target think it was their own idea, and they have no way of knowing the genjutsu was used on them." Hiruzen leaned back. This was a powerful, and very dangerous technique. In the wrong hands, it could prove catastrophic. He thanked Kami it was in the hands, or in the eyes rather, of a loyal, and reliable shinobi by the name of Shisui. "That's quite the ability, Shisui-kun. I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to think of something. In the meanwhile, please continue to keep tabs on the conspiracy, and let me know," Hiruzen told the loyal Uchiha Jonin. Shisui nodded, and burst into a flock of crows that flew out the window. Hiruzen got up from his seat and went to the window. He looked at the moon as he puffed on his pipe, deep in thought. Meanwhile, an eavesdropping elder of the village couldn't believe his ears. Such a powerful ability. He couldn't trust such an ability in the eyes of an Uchiha. He would have to take the power and give it to someone he could trust to use the power for the good of the village. He would have to give it to the only person he trusted. He had to give it to himself. At Ichiraku's, a few days later. Nothing beats a nice hot bowl of ramen after some training. A young red-headed girl shouted out as she took her seat at her favorite ramen stand. "You say that about ramen for everything," Sasuke commented. The other 5 friends laughed at his comment, as they agreed. "Do we really have to have ramen? It's gonna be so bad for my figure." Ino complained. Hey, you guys all said I got to pick this time, Narumi yelled in defense. Ugh, we should have known you were gonna pick ramen, that was dumb of us, Ino sighed. Kyuubi had no issues with ramen, and was excited to dig into the ramen that Narumi had been building up for weeks now. The seven, as they now called themselves, had taken up to training together, at Narumi and Sasuke's behest. Though they called it training, very often it was more of a hangout. Ino complained too much to train, besides, she couldn't watch her Sasuke train if she was busy training herself. Kyuubi was too out of breath to run usually, and just ate his chips next to Shikamaru, who was always napping or lazing around instead of training. It was mostly Narumi, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino who trained. They had been taking turns to choose where they ate after training, and Narumi naturally brought them to Ichiraku's where she always spent all of her weekly allowance. I don't see how you have so much energy anyway. Ino mentioned. You guys train so hard, it's hard for us to keep up. Perhaps you are lacking energy. Why? Because you do not consume enough calories. Shino suggested. Hinata giggled when Ino huffed as she tried to think of something smart to say back. She failed, and she angrily turned her head to the menu, looking for the ramen with the lowest calories and fat content. Well, it's because me and Sasuke, and Hinata-chan too sometimes, have been training together for a long time, Narumi explained. We've had awesome trainers too. Like Naruto ni-chan and Itachi ni-iken, and Izumi ne-chan recently. Oh yeah, don't forget Shisui ni-chan too. At the last name everyone perked up. While Naruto and Itachi were well known amongst the shinobi, their onbu status meant a lot of their achievements were relatively secret, and unknown to the public. They merely had reputations of being strong due to their meteoric rise through the ranks. Shisui on the other hand, was a regular jonin, and was a legendary one at that, and was known by his moniker, Shunshine no Shisui, or Shisui the Teleporter. Everybody knew him and his skill. He was a legend. No way. You know Shunshine no Shisui? Ino asked in awe. He trains you guys? Kyuubi forgot about food for a second as he asked. At her friend's response, Narumi felt proud of her relationship with Shisui. Yup. He's awesome. I actually like training with him the best. He's funny, and he always brings snacks. Oh, so that's why you like me? The seven heard a voice say from behind them, and Narumi and Sasuke felt a hand on their shoulders. They turned around to see the man they had just been talking about. Shisui the Teleporter. Shisui ni-chan. Narumi happily greeted him, before she realized he might have everything she said. Hee, how much did you hear? Shisui gave her a teasing smile. Let's just say. Starting from the point where you said ramen is the best after training? Narumi's face grew red in embarrassment. Damn her and her loud voice. Shisui just laughed seeing Narumi's reaction. He decided he had enough fun teasing her. You know what? I'm in a good mood knowing how awesome you kids think I am. Why don't I pay for all of you today? He offered. The glint in Narumi and Kyuubi's eyes made him realize he made a mistake, but it was too late to take it back. Shit. Me and my big mouth. Shisui thought to himself. The seven were accompanied by Shisui as they ate their ramen, and chatted amongst each other, with many of Narumi and Sasuke's friends asking him questions about previous missions and the like. So, you guys are in your first year, huh? I guess you'll be joining the shinobi forces in around 4 years then. Shisui asked Narumi and Sasuke, who nodded. If you guys do well, I'm thinking about becoming your Jonin sensei. I do enjoy teaching you too after all. It'll be fun, I get to pass down my skills, and I get to take you on some fun D-rank missions while I'm at it. Narumi and Sasuke's eyes widened, and they began to sparkle. Sasuke especially, was happy to hear someone take so much interest in him. He was only in his first year, and someone as strong as Shisui, who was said to be even stronger than Itachi, was offering to teach him when he graduated. He couldn't wait for 4 years to pass. No way, Shisui ni-chan. That's awesome. I'll be your best student. I promise. Narumi also couldn't wait to be a student. He was very good-natured, and a good combination of firm, but relaxed. He was always so fun to train with. Meanwhile, the other 5 students with Narumi and Sasuke were also flabbergasted. To them this was akin to getting training by one of the Sannin. Their mouths hung wide open at the scene. A little later, the 8 satisfied customers of Ichiraku's got up after their meal. Thanks, Shisui ni-san. Narumi and her friends all thanked Shisui for the meal and headed off. Shisui went to the counter to pay, and was astounded by the bill. No wonder Naruto always seemed so down after taking Narumi to eat ramen. He thought as tears began to roll down his face. A few weeks later. Itachi had just walked Izumi home after a date, and was coming back home when a crow landed in front of him. He thought nothing of it, and continued to walk home, but the crow began to follow after him, until it landed on his shoulder. This appears to be one of Shisui's crows. Itachi thought to himself. The crow flew off his shoulder once it had Itachi's attention, and landed a short distance away, and gestured to a certain direction by repeatedly looking at Itachi, and back at the direction. Itachi understood that the crow was trying to lead him somewhere, so he began to follow. Now that Itachi was following it, the crow began to fly, starting slowly, and then picking up speed. Itachi matched the crow's speed, and followed the flying crow. It led him through some woods, and finally led him to a cliff at the end of the woods, which stood above the Naka River. Standing near the edge of the cliff, Itachi saw a figure who was leaning against a tree, panting, and trying to catch their breath. He went closer to find that it was Shisui. He was heavily injured and he was bleeding from his right eye. "Shisui, what happened to you?" Itachi yelled, quite uncharacteristically, as he ran toward Shisui to help him. Shisui looked up at Itachi, and Itachi realized his right eye was missing. Shisui replied with one word. "Danzo." Flashback. Shisui was coming back home after informing the Hokage of how far things were progressing with the conspiracy, when he was stopped by Danzo. "Follow me. There's something you need to hear," the bandaged elder of Konoha told Shisui. Shisui was always wary of the elder, but Danzo was heavily bandaged and walked with a cane, while Shisui was probably the strongest jonin in Konoha. He decided to ignore the bad feeling he had in his stomach, and followed Danzo. A short walk into the woods with Danzo, and they arrived at a clearing. Danzo turned around to speak. "I'm aware of the conspiracy your clan is plotting. I also know you're against it, and will do anything to stop them from going through with their coup. Am I wrong?" Shisui wasn't surprised Danzo knew. He was a high-ranking elder of the village, and an old teammate of the Third. He always had an uncanny ability to gather intel. At least he knew that Shisui wasn't against Konoha. "You're not wrong," Shisui replied. "Though I'm not sure how you've heard. So, what is it you want to tell me? What would you do if I told you there was a way to prevent the coup from happening? A way to protect the village from the danger it faces?" Danzo asked Shisui. Shisui was beginning to feel like Danzo had some ulterior motive, and was feeling uneasy. He began to tense himself to be ready for anything. "Depends. What do you need me to do? What are you willing to sacrifice for the sake of the village? For the sake of peace?" Danzo asked in an ominous way. "I'm not sure what you're getting at, Danzo-sama," Shisui answered. Danzo gave a small nod and Shisui noticed several Rudanbu appear between the trees, forming a circle around them. Shisui understood whatever it is that Danzo wanted, he was going to take it by force. "Danzo, whatever it is you're planning, I want no part of. Just leave me alone, and I'll pretend this never happened," Shisui warned Danzo. "I'm afraid I can't do that," Danzo replied, as he nodded to his agents. They drew their tipless tantos, and began to close in on Shisui. Shisui drew his own blade, and formed one-handed seals to perform the Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Sage Flower technique. Several balls of intense fire spewed out from his mouth, and attacked the Rudanbu, though all but the slowest of them were able to dodge the fireballs. Shisui didn't mind, it was merely an opening for him to use his trademark variation of the Shunshine, Body Flicker, technique. Several after images of Shisui appeared all over the clearing, as he effortlessly used the Shunshine in rapid succession to appear as if he were everywhere at once. The Rudanbu were unable to use their numbers to surround him, as Shisui appeared suddenly behind each Rudanbu and cut them down before vanishing just as quickly as he appeared. The Rudanbu were left slashing at his after image, and were unable to deal with someone of Shisui's caliber. They were hacked and burnt by Shisui, while they themselves were unable to land a hit on him, but they had accomplished the purpose Danzo had brought them for. To distract him and give him an opening. He drew his own blade and rushed in at blinding speed, which threw off Shisui, as he had thought him to be a feeble old man. Danzo created a blade of wind from his own blade, and slashed at Shisui, who easily dodged it and struck back at Danzo with his sword coated in his fire chakra, overwhelming Danzo's wind-natured chakra-imbued sword. They had a brief exchange in sword strikes, and while Shisui was surprised at the old man's skill and speed, he was still the superior ninja and began to overcome him. The exchange ended with Shisui's burning sword going through Danzo's heart, and Shisui quickly followed through with a Goryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Flame technique, to incinerate Danzo and the remaining Rudanbu. He saw Danzo's burnt and charred remains fall to the ground, and turned around to leave. He sensed a warp in reality, and turned around to see an unscathed Danzo rushing to him with blinding speed, leaving Shisui to be unable to react in time. Danzo ripped Shisui's right eye right out of its socket, and Shisui screamed in pain, as Danzo delivered several sword strikes into him. He held the socket of his right eye and looked up to see Danzo hold his right eye, and several more root onbu began pouring into the clearing. Danzo's bandages around his head fell, revealing a blinded Sharingan in one of its eye sockets. Shisui understood what had happened. Izanagi. How had Danzo even known about the forbidden technique? And how had he acquired a Sharingan? That thought was answered when he remembered his own eye was in Danzo's hand. That sick bastard would do anything for power. Shisui began to cough, and found blood on his hands when he wiped his mouth. His vision began to blur, and he felt slightly more sluggish than before. He knew what had happened. Poison. Looks like the effects of my poison blade are starting to show now. Danzo told Shisui. Damn this old man. Shisui knew his chances of coming out of this were slim unless he won quickly. He would not allow him to get his left eye. The root onbu began to rush him, with their tantos raised to strike him from all angles. They swung their swords at Shisui, only for them to harmlessly bounce off of an ethereal green ribcage that formed around Shisui to protect him. Shisui's left eye revealed a four-pronged pinwheel pattern. His Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo, Shisui yelled, as the rest of the figure began to form around the ribcage, eventually resulting in a towering green figure, holding a drill-like lance. He easily began to dispatch the attacking root onbu, and Danzo realized he had nothing in his arsenal that could match up against such a power. He decided to walk away with his gains, and quickly left while Shisui was distracted with his onbu. He'd let the poison do the work. Shisui wrapped up killing all the root onbu, and realized Danzo had gotten away. By then he was already weakened by the poison and the use of his Susanoo in his weakened state. He knew he didn't have long to live. He summoned a crow and sent it to find Itachi. Flashback end. Shisui explained what had happened to Itachi calmly, despite being near death. Itachi, I won't be able to protect the village or our clan any longer. Shisui told Itachi. No. If we get you to the hospital in time, we can still save you. Just shut up and let me carry you, Itachi shouted out in response. No. It's too late. Listen, Itachi, I need you to do something for me, Shisui said calmly before ripping out his left eye. You're the only one I can entrust with this. Please use it to protect the village and the Uchiha name. Tears began to stream wildly down Itachi's eyes. No. Shisui. I can't. I'm not strong enough. Please, don't go. Itachi begged Shisui. Shisui stepped forward and put his eye in Itachi's hand, and leaned in to whisper into Itachi's ears. Itachi's eyes widened in fear. A few moments later, Shisui's body fell from the cliff, and into the river. Itachi knelt by the edge of the cliff with a bloody sword in his hand, looking down at the Naka River where Shisui's body fell. The stream of tears turned into a stream of blood as Itachi wept bitterly. He opened his eyes to reveal a three-pronged pinwheel pattern on his red eyes. He had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 10, The Hammer Falls. The day after Shisui's disappearance. If the Uchiha clan was tense before Shisui seemed to disappear, after his disappearance, it was on lockdown. The tension was so thick, you could cut it with a kunai. They had lost the strongest member of the clan overnight, with no real clues on what had happened. All they had was a strange suicide note from the missing man. There was a lot of talk around the clan about what this note meant. Many doubted his disappearance as a suicide, as it was very unlike Shisui to just die like that. Itachi was suspected by some, as he was the one of the two key members missing from last night's clan meeting. The other had been Shisui. Many even thought he had killed Shisui on the Hokage's orders, as Shisui had been an integral part of their plans for the coup. Some clan members, who were police, gathered to go confront Itachi. So where were you last night? One Uchiha asked. I was busy with onbu duties, and then met with Izumi before dropping her off home. Is there a problem with that? Itachi responded. You know who else was missing from the meeting last night? Shisui. The same Shisui that supposedly drowned in the Naka River last night. A different Uchiha mentioned. Itachi's face betrayed none of his thoughts, though he was grieving his part in Shisui's death. So Shisui has died. That is most unfortunate. The Uchiha members that had gathered shared looks with each other. What a strange response for someone who was so close with Shisui. As the police, we have taken it upon ourselves to investigate what happened. We have come across his suicide note. The first Uchiha told Itachi. This is Shisui's suicide note. We have already finished the handwriting analysis. This is no doubt his writing. An older Uchiha clansman informed Itachi as he handed him the suicide note. Itachi responded. If it's suicide, what is left to investigate? A different Uchiha, slightly younger than the leader of the gathered bunch, replied. For those who can use the Sharingan, it's quite easy to forge one's handwriting. I doubt a man like him would leave something like this behind and die. A different Uchiha clansman accused. He was someone who'd do any mission for the clan. He was feared as Shunshin no Shisui, and one of the most talented Uchiha. The oldest clansman present commented. Itachi just read the suicide note quietly. It read. I'm tired of the duties. There is no future for Uchiha. And for me. I cannot walk out the path any further. He realized it was indeed written by Shisui, but half of it was missing, torn away by somebody. He realized the hidden meaning behind his note. It was his last warning to their clan to turn from their current path. Itachi finally spoke to the clansmen who were awaiting his response. It's not wise to judge others by your preconceptions and their appearances. We'll leave that note with you. Why don't you take that to the Anbu and have them investigate as well? The leader of the bunch told Itachi. Understood. Was Itachi's one-word response. We hope they can find more evidence. Just know, as the police, we have other connections to the Anbu as well. We'll know if there's anything you hide. One of the Uchiha told Itachi, a thinly veiled threat that Itachi caught immediately. Itachi stood quietly as the gathered Uchiha turned to leave. They had reached the gate of Itachi's home when he spoke to them. Why don't you be more direct? The leaving Uchiha stopped in their tracks. They turned their heads to the side, to look at Itachi. So, you're suspicious of me? Itachi's Sharingan activated. The older Uchiha clansmen all activated their Sharingan as well. Yes, brat. We won't give you any special treatment just because you're Fugaku's son. If you betray the clan, you will be punished. There was a tense silence for a few seconds, before everyone blurred into action. Itachi weaved through all of his opponent's attacks, delivering swift kicks and punches to key pressure points that caused them to collapse. A couple of the Uchiha policemen jumped back and pulled out their kunai and charged at Itachi, hoping to incapacitate him by injuring his limbs. When one of them lunged to stab him, Itachi wrapped his arm around the outstretched arm, and punched the arm in the elbow, causing it to shatter. The man went down screaming. The last Uchiha policeman standing attacked him from the back, which Itachi responded by stabbing behind him with his own kunai, which embedded itself into the attacker's stomach, and then quickly proceeded to pivot off of his back foot to turn around and deliver a nasty kick to the man's neck, sending him to the floor. As I've said just now, don't judge others simply by your preconceptions and judgments of their appearance. You assumed that I have patience. Itachi calmly told his defeated opponents, who were writhing on the ground in front of Itachi's house. The whole fight had ended within 10 seconds. Fugaku had been walking home, when he saw Itachi standing in front of 5 policemen, who all collapsed suddenly. He saw the Sharingan in Itachi's eyes and realized what had happened. They had been in a genjutsu fight, and Itachi had defeated all of them. The way they fell from a mere genjutsu fight implied they never even realized they were in a genjutsu. The whole fight and all the damage they received was all in their minds. What a terrifying level of genjutsu proficiency. Fugaku walked over to Itachi. Son, what happened here? Itachi looked at his father in silence for a moment before speaking. I suppose we are all just tense from Shisui's death. Fugaku decided not to push this further. He simply nodded. We need to set off our plan sooner than later. The clan is reaching its boiling point. He thought to himself as he and his son walked inside. At the academy, a couple days before Shisui's disappearance. The news that Shisui was planning on being Narumi and Sasuke's Jonin sensei if they became Jonin had spread throughout the school. They had gotten a lot of questions to see if the rumors were true, and while all of their peers were jealous, some doubted someone like Shisui would be the Jonin sensei of someone like Narumi. What made her so special? Sure, they understood Shisui training Sasuke. After all, he was the handsome prince of the Uchiha. Narumi was getting tired of all these people coming to ask her the same thing, only to doubt her when she told them it was true. She rolled her eyes when she saw a pink-haired girl approach her with her gang of bully friends. So, we heard you're going to get Shunshin no Shisui as your Jonin sensei. Is that true? Sakura asked Narumi. Narumi sighed. Yup. Just as she expected. Another one. Yes. It's true. Now why would someone as cool as him spend time with a loser like you? You probably won't even make Shannon with your pathetic grades. A purple-haired bully named Mi sneered at her. Narumi was getting frustrated. Why was it so hard to believe that someone would see value in her? Was it that hard to believe? Shut up. He knew me since I was a baby, okay? We are super close. So shut up and go away, she yelled back at them. Gosh, no need to get so angry. Obviously it's hard to believe a living legend of the village would be close with an orphan girl like yourself. Sakura fired back at Narumi. If you guys are so close, why don't you ask him to come to school and greet you? Maybe pick you up from school? I can. And I will. Just watch, he'll come to school and show you how close we are, and all of you are gonna feel so stupid, Narumi blurted out without thinking. Fine. Then tell him to come to school on Friday. We'll believe you then. Ami told Narumi, and the bullies walked back to their seats. Fine. I will, Narumi yelled at their retreating forms. Now that they had left and Narumi had calmed down, she started to think. Oh no, what did I just do? Shisui Ni-chan is probably super busy. He rarely even has time to train Sasuke. But if he doesn't come, I'm gonna look like a liar and a huge loser. I can't deal with that. Oh, what to do? What to do? Sasuke came back to his seat from his bathroom break, and saw Narumi sitting at her seat with her head on the table, her hands on her head, agonizing about something. What's wrong, Narumi? He asked. She told him what just happened, and Sasuke offered to ask Shisui himself when he saw him in the compound. Narumi hugged him in thanks, relieved at having that burden lifted from her mind. The other girls in the class saw this and gave her death glares, which she was oblivious to. The next day, Sasuke told Narumi that Shisui agreed, and word began to spread around the class that Shisui would be coming on Friday to see Narumi. Shisui was very popular amongst girls, and had his own fan girls, even in the academy. They counted down the days until Friday, waiting to see their idol. When Friday came, Narumi waited all day for Shisui to show up. She kept her eyes by the door the whole time in school, and when it was break time, she kept an eye out for Shisui. Eventually, the day came to an end, and the students began to get picked up by their parents from school. She sat on the stairs in front of the academy's main entrance, waiting for him to arrive, but he never showed up. The last of the students left, sneering at Narumi. I knew he wasn't gonna show up to see you, loser. Don't know why I bothered waiting around. She had told Naruto that Shisui would pick her up, and told him he didn't need to come. She was left alone, her face red with embarrassment. Finally, the tears began to fall. Her tears held a multitude of emotions. First, she was embarrassed in front of the whole school. Second, she felt all alone, and finally she felt like no one cared about her. She sat there bawling her eyes out when she felt a hand on her head. She looked up and saw her brother looking down at her with a smile. You all right there, princess? He asked her. Oni-chan, she cried out loud as she leapt into Naruto's open arms. She hugged him and cried into his chest. Shh. It's all right. You know your Oni-chan will always have your back no matter what. Now how about we get some ramen for dinner, You can get anything you want. Naruto softly told Narumi. She looked up to her Oni-chan, tears still falling, but a small smile started to form on her round face. Naruto always knew how to cheer her up. At the Naka shrine. Shisui's disappearance threw a huge wrench in the Uchiha clan head's plans. He had wanted to use Shisui's control of the Kyuubi through his Mangekyo Sharingan as a distraction. A distraction that would have gathered all of the village's top brass, allowing them to be taken hostage in one fell swoop. He would have even allowed them to live if they turned over the position of Hokage peacefully. Now his hand was being forced to take more drastic measures. If the Hokage was willing to get rid of his top jonin in an attempt to keep his position, then that means he knew the clan was scheming behind his back, and meant he was willing to kill whoever threatened his position. Shisui had been a crucial part of the plot, but he was still loyal to the Hokage in many ways, a firm believer of the will of fire philosophy. If Hiruzen was willing to kill him, then no Uchiha was safe. Maybe the whole clan would be eliminated. Fugaku gritted his teeth. He would have to reveal his own secret. Unbeknownst to all, he had the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. His Mangekyo had an ability called Oyamatsumi, which was a combination of genjutsu and space-time manipulation, which essentially allowed the user to send the minds of people into a separate genjutsu dimension. He had planned to use his power on the council and the rest of the Konoha brass when they had gathered to discuss how they would deal with the Kyuubi. Things had changed, however, and now he would have to control the Kyuubi himself. Fugaku and the top conspirators had met in the underground shrine, to discuss what would change now that Shisui was gone. Now that Fugaku couldn't peacefully hold the leaders hostage, they would have to kill them, as they were sure to fight back. He began assigning people to specific targets they would eliminate whilst they were distracted with the Kyuubi. He no longer wanted them to gather at the same spot, which would allow them to band together and fight back. Fugaku began to make plans accordingly, perhaps destroy the meeting points? Make preemptive strikes? As the leaders and key members of the conspiracy plotted, Itachi stayed quiet. He would most likely have to kill Naruto to prevent him from fighting to protect Narumi. Shisui had been right. He had to make a decision quick, or the decision would be made for him. At Ichiraku's, Izumi had seen Naruto walking hand in hand with the distraught-looking Narumi, so she had joined them to see what was wrong with the red-headed girl she saw as a little sister. Narumi perked up a little seeing her, and invited her to have dinner with them, which made Naruto wince a little. Great, more mouths to feed with his poor wallet. Welcome to Ichiraku's. Ayame stopped when she saw her favorite customers walk in, and frowned a little when she saw Narumi's eyes puffy from crying. Narumi-chan. What's wrong? Is everything alright? Ayame-ne-chan, Narumi cried out as Ayame came out from behind the counter to give her a hug. She explained to her Ne-chan and Ne-chan's what had happened at school, with a voice that was still shaky from crying. Ayame didn't know about Shisui that well, and all she could do to console was to give her a hug. I'm so sorry to hear that happened. Let me know if there's anything I can do to make you feel better. Your first bowl of ramen is on the house, sweetie. She told Narumi, who gave her a small smile accompanied by a still crying face. Naruto and Izumi just gave each other a small glance. They both knew Shisui had gone missing the previous day. Naruto didn't know the full extent of what was going on in the Uchiha clan, and only saw Shisui's disappearance as just that, but Izumi did, and knew whatever had happened to him was connected to the Uchiha plot, which she was somewhat left out of, as she was still a relatively young Chunin, and only half Uchiha. One thing they knew in common was that Itachi would know what was going on. A few minutes later they were digging into their ramen, and Narumi was feeling much better. A warm bowl of ramen always seemed to do the trick for her. How about we go blow off some steam and go for an evening session of training? Why don't we show Izumi here your secret chain jutsu? Naruto suggested. Really, Ne-chan? Can I really? Narumi asked excitedly. But you told me I shouldn't show that to anyone? Naruto smiled, she always did listen to his words. I'm glad you remembered. And you shouldn't, but Izumi here is special. We can trust her. Can't we, Izumi? He asked Izumi. Izumi smiled back at the two siblings. She felt good knowing she was so close and trusted by the two. Especially Naruto, who barely trusted anyone with any of his secrets. Of course. I'd be honored to see your jutsu, Narumi-chan. She told Narumi with a smile. Narumi beamed in pride as she pulled the two teens away, all her earlier worries forgotten. At a training ground used by Naruto and Narumi. At an isolated training ground that was rarely used by anyone other than the Namikaze Uzumaki siblings, Izumi watched the two spar, Narumi using her chakra chains to fend off Naruto's attacks. As she watched the two train, she couldn't help but think about Sasuke and Itachi, who she compared them to. That reminded her of the conversation she had with Itachi a few days ago. Now that Shisui was gone, it meant that whatever was being plotted was going to be changed, and pushed forward. Time was running out. She remembered her promise to Itachi not to tell Naruto, but things had changed. She was sure Naruto could help them, and she wanted to tell him so bad. She struggled internally, fighting against herself. One side wanted her to keep her promise to Itachi, while the other side wanted to tell Naruto and get the burden off of Itachi's shoulders. After a long, quiet struggle, she decided to tell Naruto. She took a couple minutes to gather the courage to tell Naruto. She stood up to call him over so she could tell him, when one of the Hokage's loyal Anbu appeared next to her. You have been summoned by the Hokage for a mission. The Anbu told her. It's urgent. Izumi sighed at the terrible timing. The courage and conviction she had worked up melted away. Fine. I'll be right there. She called out to Naruto and Narumi. Hey. I have a mission I need to go to. I'll see you guys later. Narumi and Naruto waved goodbye to her, and she vanished with the Anbu in a sunshine. At the Hokage office. Itachi stood in front of the Hokage's desk, telling him how the plot had been progressing. He had decided to follow Shisui's path and protect the village from his clan. He just wished it could still be done without any violence. I see. That is very troubling. I suppose we let things fester for too long. Hiruzen told Itachi. Itachi didn't respond, but continued to look at the Hokage, waiting for him to continue. How soon do you think they'll make their move? Hiruzen asked as he stood up, turned around to face the window. I would say any time between 1 to 2 weeks, Hokage-sama. Itachi informed the third. I see. We don't have much time then. I'll come up with a final decision regarding the matter and let you know within 1 or 2 days. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. You are dismissed. Itachi silently nodded and vanished in a sunshine of crows. Hiruzen brought out his pipe and lit it to smoke as he thought about what to do next. A few minutes later, Izumi and the Anbu he had sent to summon her appeared in front of him. He turned around and dismissed the Anbu. "Ah, Izumi-san. How are you doing today?" he asked Izumi. "I'm personally doing quite well, but people close to me seem to be having a rough time, Hokage-sama," she responded. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at her response. Did she also know about the situation with the Uchiha? "Izumi-san, are you aware of the current situation behind the Uchiha clan?" Izumi winced. Yup. The Hokage definitely knew. This was trouble for her clan. "Hi, Hokage-sama," she responded quietly. "I see. You know, perhaps I should have called you earlier. You were always talented in understanding what people want and need, perfect for negotiations. What do you suggest we do to avert this situation without bloodshed?" Hiruzen asked Izumi. She paused for a moment to think. She didn't know the details of what was being plotted, but she knew the reason why the Uchiha began to scheme. The clan is unhappy with their treatment. They contribute much to the village, but they receive very little in return. In the past they had at least received respect, but now that respect is dwindling. She looked at the Hokage, who nodded at her to continue. At every turn, their opinions and interests are shot down, and they feel alienated. They have no say in how the village is run, even though they are one of the founding clans, and contribute more than any other clan. They feel like they are slowly being driven further and further from the village, both physically and in spirit. They don't feel like they have the village's trust, and they have lost trust in the village as well. The Sandaime sat down at his seat again. "I see. It seems I have been blind to their issues. Perhaps Fugaku's suggestion to place Itachi as Hokage was their last effort to find their place in their village peacefully." The old Hokage had many regrets. It seemed to him that he had fumbled in his treatment of the Uchiha, always asking them to sacrifice for the village, but never rewarding them properly. All they wanted was a voice in the village's affairs, but the other clans had feared their power, and had always opposed whatever they proposed. He had merely gone along with the council, not bothering to see the festering frustrations that hid underneath. He closed his eyes to think for a moment. After a minute he reopened his eyes. "Thank you for your counsel, Izumi-san." Hiruzen told Izumi. "I decided it's time for me to retire once again." Izumi's eyes widened. "But Hokage-sama. If you step down, who would take your place?" The Sandaime gave her a small smile. "How do you think your boyfriend sounds as Hokage? I think he would do a fabulous job." Izumi was speechless. Perhaps this could appease the Uchiha. After all, they wouldn't attack the village leadership if the leadership was an Uchiha. Perhaps this could all be settled peacefully. Hiruzen smiled at the speechless Izumi. "Now, back to why I summoned you. I've heard from Suzaku about what an excellent job you did on your last mission to Kuza, and how you befriended their leadership. That's why I'm putting you in charge of the mission this time. Kuza asked for you specifically, to deal with a dispute that needs to be settled as soon as possible. If you leave tonight, you could make it to Kuza by evening tomorrow." Izumi snapped back to attention as the Hokage gave her the mission details. "Any questions?" Hiruzen asked, and Izumi shook her head. "Good. I want you to gather your team, and leave immediately." "Hi, Hokage-sama," Izumi responded, before she rushed off to gather her team. Hiruzen gazed out the window. Yes, Itachi would make a fine successor. He should have chosen him to be his successor earlier. Perhaps then Shisui might have survived as well. Another regret to add to his list. He hoped this would be enough to appease the Uchiha and settle things peacefully. Secret Root Base, beneath Konoha. Danzo had overheard Izumi's conversation with the Hokage, and found out that Hiruzen planned on choosing Itachi as his successor. He frowned. This was not good. While Itachi was powerful enough to protect the village, he was too young, and soft like Hiruzen. The young Uchiha would not understand the value of root, and not understand Danzo's value. With such a young Hokage, many villages would test the young Hokage's mettle, and make many provocations, which Danzo didn't believe Itachi could handle. Most importantly, if Itachi became Hokage, Danzo knew he would never get the chance to be Hokage again. He decided to make his own moves. He ordered his root Anbu to summon his fellow elders, Utatane Koharu, and Mitokado Homura. He would tell them the dire situation of the Uchiha conspiracy, but leave out the decision Hiruzen had made to attempt to come to a peaceful conclusion. Together, the three elders held almost as much power and respect as the Hokage, and could order shinobi, granted they had Hiruzen's permission. The permission could easily be forged. He ordered some other Rudanbu to summon Itachi back to the Hokage's office. He would get rid of several risk factors in one fell swoop. Back at the Hokage's office, an hour later, Itachi entered the room to find the three elders of Konoha instead of the Hokage. "I've been summoned?" Itachi asked with a blank face. "We've heard about the developments in the Uchiha conspiracy," Koharu told Itachi, which made him tense up. What kind of conclusion had the village come to? Was the Sandaime able to come up with a peaceful solution? Or were they thinking the unthinkable? Homura asked Itachi a question. "Is it true that the Uchiha clan is planning to overthrow the village leadership, and use the Kyuubi?" He didn't want to reply, but he found himself nodding. "I see. I'm afraid this is treason of the highest order." "You are aware, Koharu asked Itachi. Itachi was unable to respond. Danzo finally opened his mouth. "We, the Elder Council, order you to eliminate the traitorous Uchiha clan, on the charges of treason against the village, by the authority invested in us by the Sandaime Hokage." He showed Itachi a scroll that had the Hokage's stamp on it. Itachi couldn't let that slide. The whole clan is not treasonous. There are many innocents amongst them, such as the many civilians that make up a large part of our clan. You would have me eliminate them as well? Koharu answered his question. No. Just eliminate those involved in the conspiracy. Kill all the shinobi. We cannot risk their vengeance, letting some slip through the cracks while we try to figure out who is involved and who isn't. Danzo added. The three elders nodded. There was no backing out now. And my family? Itachi asked in a low voice. We must not have the blame fall onto the village. We will need you to sacrifice. We need you to take the blame for what happened as an act of your own. That way, as long as we keep silent, the Uchiha remaining will keep their honor, and they won't desire revenge against the village. If you can promise this, your brother will be allowed to live. Danzo informed Itachi. But Sasuke is a civilian. My mother is a retired kunoichi. They're innocent. Itachi protested. Sasuke is a shinobi in training, who shows skill almost befitting a Genin. Your mother was once a formidable warrior herself. They are candidates for elimination as well. We are doing you a favor by allowing at least your brother to live. Danzo told Itachi. Now go. You have a mission to accomplish. Homura told Itachi. Itachi said nothing, and turned around to leave. If they could see his face, they would see tears falling from his eyes. He consoled himself, at least he could save some of his clan through his actions. However, Danzo had no intention of keeping his promise. He didn't like to leave loose ends. It would be very easy for an Uchiha civilian to give birth to a shinobi, and if they harbored ill will towards the village, the emotional clan was surely to pass it on to the next generation. He never actually stated the civilians would be allowed to live. He merely didn't have Itachi do it himself. He had his root who could take care of that. Now some might wonder why a pragmatist like Danzo would waste a valuable resource like the Uchiha clan, losing its power. To that Danzo would reply that he had no intention of losing their power. He would simply put that power under new management. At the Uchiha compound, a figure could be seen crouching over an electric pole, as he looked down at his clan. Sure, there was a lot of tension, but not all the shinobi were involved. He looked down and looked at all the faces. Some happy, some sad, some angry, some laughing. There were old people, young people, children, parents, happy couples, vendors, and all sorts of people. They were just living life. Tonight, however, everything would change, and he would be the instrument that ended their lives as they knew it, one way or another. He waited until most people left the streets and entered their homes for the night. He drew his sword from his back, and said a silent prayer under his breath for all the lives he would end tonight. Naruto and Narumi's training field. Phew. I'm beat Onii-chan. That was fun. I guess that's what they mean by blowing off steam, huh? Narumi commented to her brother as she lied on her back, looking at the stars in the sky. Their training had gotten out of hand, and gone on way longer than they had intended. Maybe they should have gone home when Izumi left. Naruto smiled at his sister. It was good to see her in a good mood again. A smile suited her much better than a crying face. It's quite late. Let's go home. I'm too tired, Nii-chan, can you carry me on your back like you used to? The redhead asked her blonde brother. He knew she had more than enough energy to walk back on her own, but he decided to oblige. He wouldn't have long before she was too big to carry. He would cherish the moments while he could. Sure, why not? Hop on, Imoto. Narumi sprang up with a grin and hopped onto his back. Yeah, she had more than enough energy. She rested her head against his back and shoulders, and they began to walk home. They walked back enjoying each other's company, reminiscing about fun times they had, and even the silences they shared were comfortable silences. The two were completely comfortable around each other. They were in one of those comfortable silences, Naruto almost thinking Narumi was asleep, when she suddenly perked up. "And Ni-chan? I'm sensing a bad feeling. It feels like a lot of people feel really sad, or scared. Their feelings are disappearing one at a time? Ni-chan, something bad is happening. It's near where Sasuke lives," she shouted out to Naruto. He remembered how her senses had saved Hinata from being kidnapped in the past, and immediately took off. He had sensed some weird vibes from the Uchiha clan recently. Itachi's strange behavior and Shisui's disappearance put him on edge. Something big was going down. When he got closer to the compound, he could sense chakra signatures disappearing, one by one. He sped up to reach the compound faster. When he reached the gates, he was shocked. He immediately put a hand over Narumi's eyes. She couldn't see this. At the Uchiha compound, there was blood everywhere. Blood on the streets, blood on the walls, blood on the rooftops. There wasn't a surface that didn't have blood somewhere. Bodies of shinobi and civilian alike were littered all over as well. Whoever had killed them hadn't discriminated against children, the elderly, civilian, or shinobi. All were treated equally in their slaughter. "Narumi. Don't look inside the compound, okay? I want you to hide yourself. Remember the shinobi hide and seek game we played? Hide yourself like that, okay?" He instructed Narumi calmly. He didn't want her to panic, so he had to keep his cool. Despite his calm demeanor, Narumi could sense something terrible had happened. Her voice shook as she responded. "Oh, okay, Ni-chan. Okay, good. Now go." Naruto sent her off to hide, as he closed his eyes and started focusing his wind chakra across the entire compound. Once he had sensed every chakra signature in the compound, he crossed his fingers into a cross-shaped hand seal, and yelled out his jutsu. Taijuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. He formed as many shadow clones he could, while still staying in combat condition, which was around 50, a massive number for anyone. Even the Sandaime at his prime could maybe form 20 or so. They sprinted off in all directions at their fastest speed, which was pretty damn fast. The original Naruto sensed the chakra signatures he cared about, clustered around one house. He sprinted off in that direction. Naruto's clones found several strange Anbu slaughtering the civilians. He had been in the Anbu for a while now, and knew everyone in the forces, at least in passing. He did not recognize any of these Anbu, and decided they needed to be eliminated. Now in a straight fight, no root Anbu stood even the slimmest of chances of winning against Naruto. Even his shadow clones could defeat any Chunin level root Anbu, and was more than a match for all but the strongest of the Jonin level root Anbu. That was in a straight fight. Naruto liked to fight stealthily, and with his unparalleled level of stealth, none of the root stood a chance, no matter what numerical advantage they had. Naruto's clones began the process of systematically assassinating the root Anbu, as easily as they themselves had slaughtered civilians. His clones sealed up many of the Anbu's bodies for investigation later. Danzo argued his root Anbu were superior to regular shinobi, as they didn't have their emotions to hinder them from missions. This was sometimes true, but that also made them very inflexible, due to their single-minded drive to complete the mission at all costs. The moment the blonde had shown his face, all of them should have retreated, but they didn't. They had a mission to complete, a mission to slaughter all the Uchiha civilians. In return for their dutiful service, they were rewarded with a blade through the back of their skulls. At the Uchiha clan head's house, Fugaku knew what was going on outside, and realized his son was behind it all. Itachi had finally made his choice. He knew Itachi's heart wasn't fully in the coup, but he didn't quite expect this. However, he wasn't angry or disappointed with his son. They were both faced with a dilemma concerning the survival of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku had done what he thought was best for his clan, and put his all into what he believed was right. His son had done the same thing. He knew Itachi had to make the difficult decision of killing some in the clan, to make sure it wouldn't be destroyed outright. Cutting off a cancer, if you will. The thing that saddened him the most was the guilt and pain his son would have to live with for the rest of his life. Fugaku was a powerful shinobi in his own right. He was often compared with the Yondaime in terms of power, and his name struck fear into the hearts of the enemy in the Third Shinobi War. With his Mangekyo and his experience, he was even stronger than Itachi was right now. He knew he could beat Itachi, but decided to face his fate rather than harm his own son. He would entrust the future of the clan to him tonight. He went to his wife, and shared a look. Her lips were shaking, and there were tears in her eyes. He gave her a passionate kiss, and the two sat down at the table in their living room, hand in hand, and awaited what was coming. Itachi soon slid the door to the living room open, his Sharingan blazing, and covered in blood. He looked at his parents who had accepted their fates. That only made what he was doing harder. "I'm sorry I drove you to this, my son," Fugaku told Itachi. "I know what a gentle soul you are, and how much this hurts you. I wish you would have been on our side, but I know you've chosen to do what you believed was right. I want you to know I'm very proud of you, no matter what happens tonight." The tears Itachi had been holding finally burst forth, as he clenched his fists so hard, it began to draw blood. "Ito-san. Don't cry, my son. Do what must be done. I leave the clan's future to you. Only please spare your brother." Itachi's body shook as he wept, but he nodded. Fugaku stood up and walked over to Itachi. Itachi's hand shook as he lifted his blade. He forced his shaking hand to strike down the man he had looked up to his whole life. "I love you, Itachi, you are my firstborn, my pride," Fugaku said as he was struck down. He had a smile on his face as he died. He turned to face his mother, who had a brave face on, but was still crying for the death of her beloved, and the pain her son was feeling. "I love you, my baby. I'm very proud of you. Please take care of your brother," she sobbed out to Itachi. She stood and cupped his cheeks with her shaking hands and gave him a tender kiss on his forehead. She hugged him, awaiting the blow to come. Itachi couldn't bear the thought of killing his kind and gentle mother, but he had to. He stabbed her, and blood began to pour out of her mouth as she fell to her knees. Itachi lifted the sword above his head, and brought his sword down to end the life of the woman who had given birth to him, who had given him all the love he could have asked for, who had raised him and nurtured him. His sword was stopped mid-swing by a blonde shinobi, who stopped Itachi's blade with his own. Naruto immediately followed through with a devastating kick to Itachi's chest, which sent him through the walls of the house, and onto his back on the street. Naruto formed a shadow clone, and rushed out to continue his fight. Sasuke came downstairs and opened the door to his living room, rubbing the sleep out of his eye. "To-san? Ka-chan? What's all the commotion out there? He stopped speaking when he saw his father, dead on the floor, and his mother, quietly crying with blood pouring out of her mouth. Naruto stood over her with a seal. "And Naruto ni-san. What's going on? Why are you doing this? Did you kill To-san? Did you kill Ka-chan?" Sasuke stammered out in fear and confusion. "I just got here and saved Mikoto Oba-chan, okay? Now be quiet, I need to concentrate." The clone placed the seal over Mikoto's stab wound, and focused its chakra into the seal. The seal split the chakra in the shadow clone into yin and yang chakra. It then directed the yang chakra into Mikoto's chakra network, giving her the vitality she needed to hang on, while the yin chakra closed her wound. She passed out, but she would live. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke when all the chakra was used up. Sasuke saw the clone vanish after healing his mother, and knew that Naruto was telling the truth, and came to help. He looked outside the hole in the wall, and saw Naruto engaged in a fierce duel with Itachi, who was covered in blood from head to toe. He understood then, that it was his beloved brother who had killed his father, and attempted to kill his mother as well. His heart and mind began to break, as he screamed out in pain. Narumi had been hiding just outside the compound, like her brother had told her to, but when she sensed unspeakable pain from a very familiar source, she couldn't stay hiding. Danger or not, she would be there for the boy she saw as a brother. Sasuke was weeping over the unconscious body of his mother, when he felt a hug around him, and saw a flash of red. He looked over and saw his best friend hugging him, crying. He latched onto her as well and began to cry with her. "Why the hell are you doing this? What's gotten into you?" Naruto asked Itachi, even as they dueled. Itachi was deadly with the sword, but Naruto was even better. Itachi had his Sharingan to track Naruto's movements, but even with that advantage, he was on the defensive side the whole time, unable to match Naruto's skill. He was barely managing to deflect or block Naruto's relentless blows. "It's time to end this," Itachi yelled out as his Sharingan morphed into his three-pronged pinwheel pattern Mangekyo Sharingan. "Tsukiyomi," he yelled out as he looked Naruto in the eye. Naruto's eyes glazed over, and became still. The Anbu had sensed the disturbance in the Uchiha compound, and had come to investigate what was going on. Seeing the massacre, they were extremely disturbed, and looked for any signs of life. They sensed a fight going on a short distance away, and rushed over. Off in the distance they saw two figures fighting. When they arrived at the scene, they saw one of their captains stab their other captain through the stomach, blood flying out of his mouth and his back. "Oni-chan. No. Narumi's scream rang out loudly into the night, and Naruto fell to the ground, bleeding heavily, and the Anbu rushed to save their captain. Itachi took this opening to escape. Narumi pushed the Anbu out of the way, and fell over her brother, crying her eyes out. Onii-chan. You can't die. You're all I have in this world. The redhead wept bitterly, as the Anbu pulled her away to deliver first aid to their captain who was slowly bleeding out. His blue eyes closed slowly. The last thing he saw before he went unconscious, was the full moon hanging over the compound. It seemed redder than usual, as if the blood of the Uchiha had splattered onto it as well. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.